Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Nanda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
Nithyanandam. We welcome all the viewers and participants to today's Nithyananda Yoga, where we'll be performing the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, the 308 asana sequence, which has been revealed directly by the Supreme Point of Hinduism. Let's all sit straight with our head, neck and spine in a straight line. Bring awareness to your third eye. Close your eyes, take a deep breath, and let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Now we'll chant the Shiva Moola mantra 11 times internally. If you are not initiated into the Shiva Diksha, you can chant the Mahavakya Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 11 times internally. I'll be chanting it outside so we can chant it together. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. 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 Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha.
The next is Tattvachamanam, the ritualistic cleansing. Now, keeping your right hand in the Gokarna Mudra, as the Acharyas are demonstrating, take another knee of water into your right palm. Sip the water thrice as we chant the following mantras. Om Attatvam Shodhayami Swadham. Om Vidyatatvam Shodhayami Swadham. Om Shivatatvam Shodhayami Swadham. Wash your hand with another knee of water. With the base of your right thumb, wipe your lips twice as we chant the following mantra. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Again wash your hand. With the tips of your right hand, index, middle and ring fingers joined together, touch above your upper lip and below your lower lip. Again wash your hand. With the tips of your right hand, index finger and thumb joined together, touch your right nostril, your left nostril. With the tips of all 5 fingers joined together, touch your right eye, your left eye, your right ear and your left ear. Again wash your hand. With the tips of your right hand, little finger and thumb joined together, touch your navel center, the right chest, the left chest. With the tips of all 5 fingers joined together, touch above your head, the right shoulder, left shoulder and then the heart center. Again wash your hand. Next, we will be performing the Sankalpa, creating a conscious resolution for the ritual of Nithyananda Yoga. Clasp your hands, place them on your right thigh. Om Mamopatta Samasta Duritakshayadvara Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Prityartham Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Prityartham Cha Adya Purvokta Evam Guna Visheshena Vishishtajam Asyam Shubhadito पूर्ण आरोग्य युक्त दृढ़गात्र योग्य शरीर सिद्ध्यर्थम परमशिव शक्ति आविष्करणार्थम नित्यानंद योगाभ्यासं करिष्ये. ओम अप उपस्पृश्य. Please wash your hand with another knee of water.
Yes, now that we have beautifully finished performing the ritualistic cleansing, let us now have a quick recap of the 12 components of the Nithyananda Yoga. As part of this Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, we'll be having 12 components. And the first of the 12 components is the asana, which is the various body positions that we're going to be performing. As we perform these various body positions and postures, we awaken the Kundalini, which manifests healing in our body. And when we awaken the Kundalini, our brain also gets into a higher state of consciousness, allowing the intense energy of the cosmos to manifest. So during the yoga, I request all the participants and viewers to hold the deep intentions that you want, the deep desires that you want intensely in your inner space. So when we manifest this yoga, the intense energy flowing through you will manifest those desires into reality. The next component is the pranayama. The pranayama are the various breathing techniques that we perform throughout the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama. There will be multiple and various pranayamas. So before a particular set of asanas, I'll be explaining the pranayama, and you can perform that for the following asanas. The pranayamas allow the prana to enter into the body intensely, lock the prana inside the body, and allow only the apana, which is the waste, and the used prana to leave the body. The next component is the bandhas. The various bandhas in this Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama are 4 bandhas. First of which is the Mula Bandha. The Mula Bandha will be performed throughout the whole Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama. So in every asana you can perform the Mula Bandha, which is the perineal lock, contracting the perineal muscles. That is the Mula Bandha. The next bandha is the Udyana Bandha, pulling the stomach in and up. The Udyana Bandha, pulling the stomach in and up. It awakens a particular circuit of nadis, which are the energy channels in our body. And when these nadis are awakened, they awaken in turn the various energy centers, the 7 chakras in our body, allowing the Kundalini to travel from the root center to the spine, to the crown. The next component is the visualization. As part of this Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, will be visualizing various gods, sages, and animals, and other yantras also. Whenever we visualize these particular items, we embody them, and that starts to manifest that particular energy in our body. The next component is the japa, which is the chanting of the Mahavakyas internally. The various Mahavakyas given to us by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, by Swamiji, will be chanting it throughout this Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama. For a set of asanas, we'll be chanting a particular japa, and then we'll be changing it throughout the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama. The next component is the chanting of the authentic Shastra Pramanas. As we chant these authentic Shastra Pramanas, we continue to remember that these asanas have been given to us directly by Paramashiva, and it is going to bring only good health and manifest only the positive energy in us. The next component is the Abharana, which is the various jewelry, Rudraksha jewelry. As Rudraksha is a very powerful battery that holds the cosmic energy, the conscious energy in it. Whenever we perform the yoga with the Rudraksha Mala, it gets energized. Then we can use it for healing ourselves or for any other purpose. It acts like a source of energy for us to manifest. Next component is the mandalas, the various geometries that have been drawn by Paramashiva and the rishis, the aptas of our Hinduism. They have downloaded the various energies in the cosmos and drawn it in a particular diagram, in a particular geometry, and when we gaze at that geometry, those energies get awakened in us. The last component is the Aushadha, which is the various medicines and the alchemy products that we'll be using. In this Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, we'll be using 3 Aushadhas. First of which is the Vibhuti, the sacred ash that we have applied in the 16 places. the kumkum vermilion paste that we have applied in the third eye and the turmeric paste we'll apply in the temples. So now that we have had a quick recap and basic understanding of each of these 12 components, let's enter the first asana, Sukhasana. Sit straight with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Bring your hands to Bindu Mudra, touching the index and thumbs. Place the hands on the respective knee. Visualize Paramashiva and start performing the Mahamudra Bandha. Now we'll be performing the first Kumbhaka for the following asanas, which is the Samana Kumbhaka. Inhale, hold the breath and exhale. And when you hold the breath, visualize intense fire, gastric fire. Hold the chapa Soham in your inner space.
तत्सुखासनमित्युक्तमशक्तस्तत्समाचरेत् आसनं विजितं येन जितं तेन जगत्त्रयम्.
The next asana The next asana is Parvatasana. Now come to a cross-leg position. You can sit in Sukhasana or Padmasana. Bring the hands together in front of the heart and raise them above the head in Namaskara Mudra. Visualize Mount Kailash and continue to perform the Mahamudra Bandha.
अथ वक्षे महादेव पर्वतासनमङ्गलं यत्कृत्वा स्थिररूपी स्यात् षट्चक्रादिविलोपनम्.
The next asana is Halipavasana. Now bring the soles of the feet together in front of you. Interlace the hands behind Parashamudra and lean forward, placing the forehead behind the heels. Visualize a snake. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and continue to perform the Mahamudra Bandha.
पूरवविधियाहु मे जानो उभयपकदली सम्पुटठानो.
The next asana is Nagi Pavasana. Now continue to keep the legs in the same posture as you cup the fingers, palms next to the feet and place the hands by the shins. Lean forward, placing the forehead behind the heels and visualize a snake in your inner space as you continue to hold the Mahamudra Bandha.
पूरवविधि पर्यागाने नीचौ वीकहूनि फनास्यौ लगायीम्.
The next asana is Kokilasana. Now hold the big toes in Prana Mudra with your index and middle finger. Stretch the legs forward and lock them into Padmasana. Keep your elbows on the mat and tuck your chin down in Jalandhara Bandha. Perform the Mahamudra Bandha as you visualize a bird.
अथान्यदासनं वक्ष्ये येन सिद्धो भवे नरः अकस्मात् वायुसञ्चारं कोकिलाख्यासनेन च.
The next asana is Nithyananda. Now stack the ankles and heels and hold the opposite elbows. Rotate the hand a few times in one direction and then the other. Visualize Swamiji, gaze at the nose and perform the Mahamudra Bandha.
घोड़ा बावां पादकी आशमाहिली सोय दक्षचरण कोवारलोता परिगुल्भ समोय.
The next asana is Gajasana. Now place the hands forward and tuck the legs back. Coming into a plank position, lift the hips up and start scooping the body down again and again. Visualize an elephant. Perform the Mahamudra Bandha. Perform the Udyana Bandha, which is pulling the stomach in and up as you continue to visualize an elephant.
निब्जं पादाग्रे भूमौ कृत्वा लम्बी भूया मस्तकाग्रे निधाय.
The next asana is Rikshasana. Now stop scooping the body down and start alternate, lifting one heel up and pressing the other heel on the mat. Visualize a bear and perform Udyana Bandha.
एकैकं पादमाकुञ्च्य गजासनं कुर्यात् वृक्षासनं भवति.
The next asana is Vaishyasana. Now come to a standing position and stand on your toes. Try to lift all the toes except the big toes. Bring the hands to the heart, placing the index, middle and ring fingers on the heart. Visualize Swamiji and continue to perform the Udyana Bandha.
येषेन पादयुगलं बद्ध्वादिष्टे ततो मुखः अथवा ईशावक्षे यत्कृत्वा सत्यवान् भवेत्.
The next asana is the Urdhva Janu Karana. Now come to a standing position and then bend your knees, coming into a half squatting position. Then place the hands parallel to the ground next to your heart, in front of your heart. Now lift one leg with the respective leg and make circle with the legs and hands. Perform this on one side and then the other as you alternate on both sides. The next asana is Bhalalingasana. Now stand tall and bend. Interlace the fingers from inside out in Sarvavashankari Mudra. Bend one knee and pull it towards the chest as you visualize carrying a baby, holding a baby, and perform the Mahamudra Bandha.
एकं जानूरसियालिङ्ग्य स्थातव्यं बाललिङ्गनं भवति.
The next asana is Padapidnasana. Now bend one leg backwards, pulling the leg towards the buttocks. Hold the leg with both the hands as you visualize Swamiji and perform the Mahamudra Bandha.
स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेत् तनुं पृष्ठे संस्थाप्य यत्नेन पादपीडनमासनम्.
The next asana is Natarajasana. Now hold one leg from the inside with the respective hand and pull it backwards and up. Lean forward as you stretch the opposite hand forward. Place the stretched hand in Bindu Mudra as you visualize Nataraja in your inner space.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
The next asana is Balalingasana on the opposite side. Now again interlace the fingers from the inside out in Sarvavashankari Mudra. Bend the opposite knee and pull it towards the chest. Visualize holding a baby and perform the Mahamudra Bandha.
एकं जानूरसियालिङ्ग्य स्थातव्यं बाललिङ्गनं भवति.
The next asana is Padapidnasana on the opposite side. Now pull the opposite leg towards the buttocks and hold it with both the hands. Perform the Mahamudra Bandha and visualize Swamiji.
स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेत् तनुं पृष्ठे संस्थाप्य यत्नेन पादपीडनमासनम्.
The next asana is Natarajasana on the opposite side. Now hold the one leg, lift one leg and hold it with the respective hand from the inside. Pull it backwards and up as you stretch the opposite hand forward. Place the fingers in Bindu Mudra and visualize Nataraja.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
The next is the Ardharechita Karana. Now again come to a half squatted position, bending your knees slightly, touching the heels and keeping the toes pointed out. Bring both the hands parallel to the ground in front of the heart and cross one leg behind the other. Now with the respective hand of the crossed leg, start performing a pendulum motion. Swing your hands a few times and place the palm on the nose and switch on the opposite side. The next asana is the skeleton dance. Now intensely start shaking your body without any pattern. Visualize all your incompletions, laziness and boredom leaving your body and Paramashiva intensely initiating you. Intensely shake your body and allow all the laziness and tiredness to leave the body. Relax. Now let's perform the next, which is the Katichina Karana. Now again come to a half squatting position. Bring the hands above the head, crossing the palms. Now turn to one side and open the hands wide and then come back to the center, crossing the palms. Then turn to the opposite side and open the hands again. As you perform this on both sides, relax. The next asana is Tadasana. Now come to a tall standing position on your toes. As you raise your hands above the head, keeping the palms facing each other, visualize a palm tree, perform the Mahamudra Bandha and visualize and hold the new japa Shivoham in your inner space.
महामुद्राबद्ध कोनो ताड़ासन विभेदकान्.
The next asana is Uttanasana. Now lean forward and down, placing the hands by the feet. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Mahamudra Bandha.
महामुद्राबद्ध कोनो ताड़ासन विभेदकान् विनोत्तानं सदा कुर्यात् अन्तर्पत्नीपति प्रिया.
The next asana is Tarakshasana. Now come to a plank position, keeping the hands shoulder width apart. Tuck the chin to the chest in Chandra Bandha and turn it from side to side. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
गजासन संस्थितो एकैकं पादं पुरोमार्गेण भ्रामयित्वा कर्तव्यम्.
The next asana is Bhujangasana. Now lie down on the stomach as you slowly lift the upper body off the mat with the help of the lower back. Open your mouth wide and inhale as you perform the Bhujangani Mudra and visualize a cobra.
अंगुष्ठनाभिपर्यन्तम् अधोभूमौ विनिन्यसेत् कराभ्यां च धरां धृत्वा ऊर्ध्वशीर्षफणीवहि.
The next asana is Shashasana. Now alternate come to a plank position and then start alternating bringing one knee to the chest and then the other. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and performing the Saja Kumbhaka, which is inhaling, holding the breath and exhaling comfortably.
गजासन संस्थितो जानुद्वयमाकुञ्च्य वारं वारं कर्तव्यं शशासनं भवति.
The next asana is Ratasana. Now alternate bringing one foot between the palms. Visualize a chariot in your inner space.
गजासन संस्थितो एकैकं पादं पुरोमार्गेण भ्रामयित्वा कर्तव्यं रथासनं भवति.
Next asana is Virabhadrasana. Now come to a standing position as you place one foot forward and the other leg back. Bend the forward knee into a 90-degree angle and keep the back leg's toes pointing sideways. Turn the hip forward and raise the hands up as you keep the palms facing each other. Visualize Lord Virabhadra. Gaze at the third eye and perform Uddiyana Bandha.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यमूर्धकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्थानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्.
The next asana is Virabhadrasana, the opposite side. Now switch the position of the legs. Twist the hips forward, bend the front knee in a 90-degree angle and stretch the hands up. Visualize Lord Virabhadra, perform Uddiyana Bandha and gaze at the third eye.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यमूर्धकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्थानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्.
The next asana is Vrikshasana. Now stand tall on both feet and place one foot at the opposite thigh. Keep the hands together in front of you and raise them above. Visualize yourself as a tree and perform the Uddiyana Bandha.
वामोरुमूलदेशे च जाम्यं पादं निधायतो.
The next asana is Garudasana. Now place the raised knee in front of the opposite thigh as you visualize Garuda and keep the hands together in Atmanjali Mudra in front of your heart center.
गरुडासनमावख्ये येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भवेत्.
The next asana is Vrikshasana on the opposite side. Now place the opposite foot in the inner thigh of the other leg as you bring both the hands again to front of the heart and raise them above, stretching the elbows. Visualize a tree and perform the Uddiyana Bandha.
वामोरुमूलदेशे च जाम्यं पादं निधायतो तिष्ठेत् वृक्षवद्भूमौ वृक्षासनमिदं विदुः.
Next asana is Garudasana. Now place the raised leg in front of the opposite thigh as you keep the hands together in front of the heart. Visualize Lord Garuda.
गरुडासनमावख्ये येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भवेत्.
Next asana is Trikonasana. Now stand as you place one leg forward and the other leg back. Stretch the hands parallel to the ground and slowly lean forward, placing the hands next to the forward leg and stretching the other hand forward towards the sky. Gaze at the sky and visualize a triangle.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
The next asana is Trikonasana on the opposite side. Now switch the position of your legs as you again stretch the hands parallel to the ground and lean forward, placing the hands by the forward leg. Visualize a triangle in your inner space.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
The next asana is Nikutaka Karana. Now come to a half squatted position again and keep the palms parallel to each other and in front of the heart center. Then alternate lifting one heel and switching the position of the hands as you do this on both sides. Yes, relax. Now we'll perform the next asana, which is Angushtasana. Now come to a seated position as you sit on your heels Keep the knees together and hands together in front of the heart center. Visualize Swamiji and start performing the new japa, which is Sadashivoham, and the new pranayama, which is Brahmari Kumbhaka. Inhale and exhale, making a bee-like sound as you buzz with the lips, and continue to visualize Swamiji.
कबन्धासनमित्याहुः गोरक्षासनमेव च.
The next asana is Saurasana. Now, from this position, stretch one leg forward and keep the hands by the side as you keep the palms facing forward. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रसार्य एकं पादतलं संस्थाप्य त्वेकपादकम्.
Next asana is Vidhunanasana. Now, with the respective hand of the stretched leg, hold the stretched leg's big toe with the index and middle fingers in Prana Mudra. Hold the back leg's heel with the respective hand. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
गुल्फस्थितो पादमेकं प्रसार्य तत्पादाग्रं संस्पृश्य तत्करेण.
The next asana is Saurasana, the opposite side. Now switch the legs and again keep the hands by the side with the palms facing forward. Visualize Swamiji.
प्रसार्य एकं पादतलं संस्थाप्य त्वेकपादकम्.
The next asana is Vidhunanasana. Now with the respective hand of the stretched leg, hold the stretched leg's big toe with the index and middle finger. Hold the back leg's heel with the respective hand as you visualize Swamiji and balance here.
गुल्फस्थितो पादमेकं प्रसार्य तत्पादाग्रं संस्पृश्य तत्करेण.
The next asana is Brahmajarankushasana. Now bring both the legs back under the perineum and sit on the heels. Keep the hands on the respective knee and make a gap between the thighs. Open the thighs little, making a gap, and keep the back of the palms on the respective knee as you visualize Swamiji and tuck your chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha. Gaze at the floor.
दो फणा पानी होए वैसे एड़ी मेल रघुदानी वैसे.
The next asana is Kapilasana. Now place the knees on the mat and keep the hands on the respective knee. Visualize Sage Kapila and perform the Uddiyana Bandha.
उभय पगतली समटारावे तिनकी माहिली कोर मिलावे.
The next asana is Bhadragorakasana. Now maintain the body in the same posture as you just switch the gaze to the third eye and change the visualization to Swamiji.
दो पगतली समट करे कोरवारली भूपरि धरे.
The next asana is Suryasana. Now bring the soles of the feet together and sit on the heels. Lift the knees off the ground as you touch the little and thumb fingers. Open the palms wide as you make a lotus and stretch the hands up above the head. Gaze through the gap of the palms and visualize Lord Surya as you perform the Uddiyana Bandha.
एड़ी दो गुदा तरियाने फना पानी बैठक निठाने.
The next asana is Mandukasana. Now come to a seated position as you sit on your heels. Keep the feet flat and hands on the respective knee. Visualize a frog as you perform the Manduki Mudra, which is rolling the tongue and touching the back of the throat as you visualize a frog in your inner space.
पादतलौ पृष्ठदेशे अंगुष्ठे द्वे च संस्पृशेत्.
The next asana is Uttana Mandukasana. Maintain the legs in the same posture and raise the hands up. Cross the hands behind the back and touch the opposite shoulder. Visualize a frog and continue to perform the Manduki Mudra and perform the Uddiyana Bandha.
मंडुकासन मध्यस्थं कुर्वराभ्यां धृतं शिरः एतद्धेकवदुत्तानम् एतदुत्तानमण्डुकम्.
The next asana is Simhasana. Now cross the ankles and sit on the crossed heels. Keep your hands on the respective knee and lean forward, opening the tongue wide or mouth wide and sticking the tongue out, exhaling forcefully. Visualize a lion in your inner space.
दक्षिणं सर्वगुल्फेन दक्षिणेन तदेतरं हस्तो च जान्वो संस्थाप्य स्वाङ्गुलीश्च प्रसार्य च.
The next asana is Bhadrasana. Now uncross the ankles and sit on the heels with the toes flat. Cross the hands behind the back and hold the opposite big toe in Prana Mudra. Visualize Swamiji and perform the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking the chin to the chest.
गुल्भौ च वृषणस्याधोऽभ्युत्क्रमेण समाहितः.
The next asana is Kakabhusandi asana. Now sit on the legs, come to a squatting position and sit on the legs with both the legs touching. Wrap the hands from the inside around the leg and try holding the hands behind the back. Visualize a crow and continue to perform the Mahamudra and the Brahmari Kumbhaka as you gaze at the nose.
प्रथमे वेशकोकटठाने दोवुहातपगमीच आने.
The next asana is Kanipavasana. Now place the hands on the mat, shoulder width apart, and place the knees on the back of the hands. Then slowly lean forward as you lift your legs up towards the buttocks and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
आसन को गुण आशी दुष्टा होई तो आची होई.
The next asana is Kapali asana. This is an inverted asana, so we request all the viewers and participants who have any injuries in their back or body or any other terminal ailments or heart related disease to first consult your doctor or a physician before you perform this asana. For the rest of the participants, you can use the support of the wall or a partner to perform this asana. Now place your hands on the mat wide apart and then place the crown on the mat. Then place the knees on the hands and then slowly find balance as you lift your legs up towards the sky. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and gaze at the nose.
शीशी शीशा धरती टेकी भगदो वो मिलवा ऊंचा कुकरे.
The next asana is Parshamayurasana. Now come to a squatted position and place the hands to one side of the body. The asana is Parshamayurasana. Now come to a squatting position and place the hands on one side of the body. Then align the elbows and hips as you slowly lean onto the elbows and stretch the legs to the side. Visualize a peacock in your inner space. Mayuram Dandavat Kuryat Mayuram Dandanamakam. The next asana is Parshamayurasana on the opposite side. Now come back to the squatting position as you align the hips and knees to the elbows. Slowly lean onto the hands and stretch the legs to the side. Visualize a peacock in your inner space. Mayuram Dandavat Kuryat Mayuram Dandanamakam Kuryan Mayuram Parshvabhyam Mayuraparshvanamakam. The next asana is Bhairaganathasana. Now come to a plank position and place one leg between the hands. Visualize Lord Bhairava as you start performing the Murcha Kumbhaka for the following asanas, which is exhaling completely, holding the lungs empty comfortably and then inhaling again. Hold Kala Bhairava in your inner space. Asana Kogana Piti Jayi. The next asana is Bhairagnathasana on the opposite side. Now switch the position of the legs as you place the opposite leg between the hands and bring the hips forward. Visualize Kala Bhairava in your inner space. Asana Kaugana Piti Jayi. The next asana is Unmukha Pitasana. Now come to a plank position and place the forearms on the mat. Keep the hips up high and visualize Swamiji as you continue to perform the Murcha Kumbhaka. Bhunyastau Janani Hastau Chaduspada Vamukam. The next asana is Vashishtasana. Now come to a plank position and roll onto one hand. Keep the hand which is balancing the body under the shoulder and raise the opposite hand towards the sky as you gaze at the sky as well. Visualize the sage Vashishta in your inner space. Urdhva Kukkuta Vashishta Marichihala Matsyakam Parivrittam Chaudarasya Vividam Dhanurasanam. The next asana is Vashishtasana on the opposite side. Now switch the position of the body as you roll onto the opposite hand. Raise the other hand towards the sky and gaze at the sky as well. Visualize Sage Vasishta in your inner space. Urdhakukutavashishta Marichihala Matchakam Parivittam Chodarasya Vividam Dhanurasanam. The next asana is Anjani Asana. Now come to a seated position and stretch your legs forward. Place your hands under the respective buttocks and visualize Lord Hanuman in your inner space. Tuck your chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha. Do karaki ubay hateli korvali mele bheli. The next asana is Paschimottanasana. Now remove your hands from under the buttocks and lean forward, holding the respective big toe in Prana Mudra. Place your forehead on the knees if you can, and visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform the Mahamudra Bandha. Jano parilalatam to paschimam tanamuchyate yena kena prakarena sukham jharyam cha jayate. The next asana is Ugrasana. Now rise up and interlace the hands behind the head in Parashumudra. Lean forward, placing the forehead on the knees and the hands outside of the knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and visualize Kali. Swapanibhyam dhritam ditva jano parishironyasetasanam drividam proktam bhavedanile deepanam. The next asana is Marichi Asana. Now come to a seated position as you pull one leg towards the perineum. Wrap the leg from the inside around and lock the hands behind the back. Place your forehead on the knee and visualize Sage Marichi. Uttana padam krauncha maricham veerabhadrakam natarajam trikonam cha suptangushta prasarane. The next asana is Mahamudrasana. Now place the raised knee on the mat. Rest the raised knee on the mat and hold the stretched leg with both the hands. Perform Mahamudra Bandha and visualize Swamiji as you gaze at the nose. Mahamudram pravakshami tantresmin mama vallabhe yam prapi siddham cha kapiladya puragataha. The next asana is Marichi Asana on the opposite side. Now come back to a seated position with both the legs stretched forward. Pull the opposite leg towards the perineum and keep the knee straight. Wrap the raised knee from the inside around and interlace the fingers behind the back as you place the forehead on the stretched knee. Perform the Mahamudra Bandha and visualize Sage Marichi. Uttana padam krauncha marichim veerabhadrakam natarajam trikonam cha suptangushta prasarane. The next asana is Mahamudrasana. Now rest the raised knee on the mat and hold the stretched leg with both the hands and place the forehead on the knee. Visualize Swamiji and perform the Mahamudra Bandha. Mahamudram pravakshami tantresmin mama vallabhe yam prapi siddham cha kapiladya puragataha. The next asana is Bhadrasana 2. Now come to a seated position with both the soles of the feet together. Hold both the soles with the hands, interlacing the fingers under the feet. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and gaze at the third eye. Gulpau cha vishanasyadah shivanyah pashve akshipet pada pashvenu padibhyam dhritam bhatva sunischalam. The next asana is Gwalipavasana. Now stretch the legs slightly away from the perineum and place the hands on the respective knee. Perform the Uddiyana Jalandhara Bandha, locking the chin to the chest and visualize Swamiji. Purvacharapata choka kyosoyi vahi vidyoki jisoyi. The next asana is Joni Asana. Now bring the soles of the feet back to the perineum and hold the soles with both the hands. Lean forward and down, placing the head in front of the soles as you place the elbows on the ground. Visualize the Yoni Mandala in your inner space. Do pagati samputakare edimedike dingadare ardhatako antararase latpagatalya uparadase. The next asana is Midiki Pavasana. Now stretch your legs again away from the perineum and place the forehead on the heels. Stretch the hands to the side parallel to the ground and visualize Swamiji. Purva Bividi Paripagatali Sampute Sole Edi Milirase Edyasu Mahili Kani Angulado Artre Lilatadati Lagave. The next asana is Siddha Samadhi Asana. Now bring the soles of the feet as close as possible to the perineum and insert the hands from underneath the shins. Place the forehead in front of the legs as you touch the toes to the back to the neck. Visualize Lord Surya and gaze at the nose. Do pagadali samput kare solmedike aga medare angula ata antaro rase edi ese vididase. The next asana is Chiniki Pavasana. Now open the leg, Bring the soles of the feet back to the perineum and open the legs like a book. Open the feet like a book, placing the back of the palms underneath the soles. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and gaze at the nose. दो पगटली एडी धरती मगिवा मेड लगावे पगतली माहिली कोर अंगुटा सुदीसा दिजोरे. The next asana is Charapata Chokasana. Now bring the soles of the feet as close to the perineum as possible and press the knees down. Perform the Uddiyana Bandha, pulling the stomach in and up, and visualize Swamiji. दो पगतली संपुट दारे आगाने करे जाने पसारे दो बूसदा लगदा रासे हाथ दो गोड़ा परिदासे. The next asana is Bhairavasana. Now lift the heels up and tuck the toes on the ground. Keep the knees on the mat if you can and place the hands on the respective knee in Bindu Mudra, touching the index and thumbs. Perform the Uddiyana Bandha and gaze at the third eye. Gulpo Sampidya Chanyonam Yudkramena Samahitaha. The next asana is Samanasana. Now place one leg by the perineum and raise the other leg, pulling it towards the chest with both the hands. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and start holding the new japa Mahasada-shivoham in your inner space. Samana asanama vakshe siddhamantadi sadhanat ekavaramado dadva guhyona linga vaktrake. The next asana is Apanasana. Now place the raised leg on the respective shoulder and stretch the opposite leg straight and up towards the sky. Keep the hands by the side for balance as you visualize Swamiji and gaze at the third eye. केवलं पादमेकं च स्कन्धे चारोप्य यत्नतः एकपादेन गगने तिष्ठेत दण्डवत्प्रभो. The next asana is Samanasana on the opposite side. Now place the other leg by the perineum and lift the opposite leg, pulling it towards the chest. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Samana asanama vakshe siddhamantradi sadhanadekamaadamano gatva guhyanalinga vatrake. The next asana is Apanasana. Now place the raised leg on the respective shoulder and stretch the opposite leg towards the sky, keeping the knee straight. Keep the hands by the side for balance. केवलं पादमेकं च स्कन्धे चारोप्य यत्नतः एकपादेन गगने तिष्ठेत दण्डवत्प्रभो. The next asana is Gomukhasana. Now stack the knees as you cross the legs, keeping the heels by the opposite hip. Interlace the fingers and place them on the top knee as you visualize a face of a cow and start performing the new Kumbhaka, which is Sitkari Kumbhaka. Inhale through the clenched teeth with the tongue touching the upper palate. Gaze at the nose as we perform Gomukhasana. Sabye dakshina gulpanto prishtapade niyoje dakshine tata sabyam gomukham yata. The next asana is Anusuyasana. Now continue to keep the legs in the same posture as you hold the opposite big toe in Prana Mudra with the index and middle fingers. Visualize Rishika Anusuya and perform the Uddiyana Bandha. Dachana Godoni Kotane Vamotage Uber Ane Goda Samada Milavara Bahi Adapase Punidesi Samdipasari. The next asana is Anusuyasana 2. Now continue to keep the legs in the same posture as you interlace the fingers behind the back in Parshamudra. Lean forward, placing and try touching the nose to the ground as you continue to visualize Rishika Anusuya. Jimana Goda ki sandhi Uparidava Goda ki sandhi Miliva Rase Goda Syole Pagatalya Lo the Advai Sudha Rase. The next asana is Garudasana 2. Now place one heel by the perineum and the other leg flat on the mat with the knee to the chest. Place the hands on respective knees as you visualize Lord Garuda in your inner space. Davo Pagamodi Yedi Mahilam Gulpa Mula Dwari Nichede. The next asana is Naradasana. Now sit on the heel which is touching the perineum and interlace the hands behind the head. Turn outside of the raised knee and visualize Sage Narada in your inner space. Pishtijuvam Pagadali Keri Bhuparita Hilaga Veperi Goda Sudo Pano He Joyi Dachipashitira Sesoi. The next asana is Matsyapitakasana. Now place the heel which was under the perineum on the opposite thigh and with the hand of the leg which is on the opposite thigh, hold on to the opposite shin. With the other hand, hold on to the respective big toe in Prana Mudra as you visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu. Vamena Vamangushtanto Grihitam Matsyapitakam. The next asana is Gomakasana on the opposite side. Now again, stack the knees, crossing the legs and keeping the heels by the opposite hip. Visualize the face of a cow as you interlace the fingers on the top knee. Savye dakshina gulpanto prishtapaje niyojaye dakshine pitata samyam gomakam yata. The next asana is Anusuyasana. Now continue to keep the legs in the same posture as you hold the opposite big toes in Pranamudra, holding them with the index and middle fingers. Visualize Rishika Anusuya and perform the Uddiyana Bandha. Dachina Godani Kotane Vamodage Uparane. The next asana is Anusuyasana 2. Now interlace the hands behind the back and lean forward, placing the nose on the ground. Visualize Rishika Anusuya in your inner space. Jimana Goda ki sandhi uparidava Goda ki sandhi milevara se Goda seole pagatalyalo advai sudara se. The next asana is Garudasana 2. Now place one heel by the perineum and the opposite foot flat with the knee to the chest. Place the hands on respective knees and visualize Garuda. Davo pagamodi yedi mahilam gulpamuladwari nichede. The next asana is Naradasana. Now sit on the heel which is touching the perineum and interlace the fingers behind the head, turning outside of the raised knee. Visualize Sage Narada in your inner space. Pishti javame pagadali keri bhuparita hilaga veperi. The next asana is Matsya Pitakasana. Now place the heel which was under the perineum on the opposite thigh. With the respective hand, hold on to the opposite leg, and with the other hand, hold on to respective big toe. Visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu. Vamena vamangushtanto grihityam Matsya Pitakam. The next asana is Matsyendrasana. Now stretch both the legs and place one leg on the opposite thigh. Bend the other leg and keep the hand of the leg which is on the opposite leg on the opposite thigh and touch the respective ear. With the other hand, place it behind you and keep the elbow straight as you turn backwards and gaze at the third eye. Visualize the great sage Matsyendranatha in your inner space. Udaram paschima bhasam kritva tishtati yatnataha namrangam vamapadam hi dakshajano parinyasete. The next asana is Kubasana. Now stretch the hand which is now currently touching the respective ear and raise the hand which is behind and touch the respective ear. Visualize a camel and gaze at the third eye. Asana Koguno Jolo Jaye. The next asana is Matsyendrasana 2. Now place the hand which is touching the respective ear back on the mat and continue to gaze backward as you visualize the great sage Matsyendranatha. Matsyendra Pitam Jhadra Pradiptim Mat Prachandaruk Mandala Kandanastram Abhyasata Kundalini Prabodam Dandasteditvam Hitadavi Pumsam. The next asana is Matsyendrasana on the opposite side. Now again stretch both the legs and place the opposite leg on the thigh. Bend the leg and keep the hand on the elbow and touch the respective ear as you turn backward and place the other hand flat on the mat and keep the elbow straight. Gaze backwards as you visualize the great sage Matsyendranatha. Udaram paschima bhasam kritva tishtati yatnataha namrangam vamabadam hi dakshajano parinyasete. The next asana is Kubasana. Now hold the big toe of the opposite leg and with the hand which is backwards, touch the respective ear. Visualize a camel and gaze at the third eye. Asana Kogona Jolo Jaye. The next asana is Matsyendrasana 2. Now place the hand which is touching the respective ear back on the mat. Visualize the great sage Matsyendranatha and gaze at the third eye. Matsyendra Pitam Jhara Pradiptam Prachandaruk Mandala Kandanastram Abhyasata Kundalini Prabodam Dandastaridvam Hitadahi Pumsam. The next asana is Padmasana. Now place the legs on opposite thighs as you place the palms on the respective knee. Perform the Mahamudra Bandha and visualize Paramashivoham. Asanam Dividam Proktam Padmam Vajjasanam Data Udhvar Parije Datte Ube Padatalayata. The next asana is Padmasana 2. Now cross the hands holding on to the respective big toes in Pranamudra with the index and middle fingers and visualize the goddess Parvati. Uttano charano kritva uru samstau prayatnataha uru madhye tato tano pani kritva tatadrisho. The next asana is Kukutasana. Now insert the hand through the gaps of the thighs and calves and lift the body off the ground. Visualize a rooster in your inner space and start performing the Sahaja Kumbhaka, which is inhaling, holding the breath and exhaling comfortably. Padmasanam sasamtapya nanorvorantare karo nivesha bhumau krityasya Kukutasanam. The next asana is Bhaddakeki asana. Now stand on the knees in Padmasana and place the palms flat on the mat with the fingers pointing towards the body. Lean onto the elbows as you slowly lift the legs off the mat and balance on your navel. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Dhanamavashtabhya karadvayena tatkur paristaniva tatvipashvaha. Relax. The next asana is Mayurasana. Now come to a kneeling position and continue to keep the hands on the mat. Slowly lean your navel onto the elbows and lift the legs backwards, visualizing a peacock in your inner space. Atavakshe Mahadeva Mayurasana Muttamam Bhumau Nipadya Hastaddo Kuprarupari Dehakam. The next asana is Makarasana. Now lie onto your stomach and stretch the legs apart with the toes pointing sideways. Relax your body as you visualize a crocodile in your inner space. Abhyasasete hridayam nidaya bhumau cha padau cha prasaryamano.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda.
Sorry for the technical glitch. Let's continue with the next asana, Shalabhasana. Now lie down on the back and place the hands by the shoulders. Lift the legs off the ground with the thighs also along with it. Visualize a locust in your inner space. Adhyasasete karayugmam vaksho bhumim avashtabhya karotalayostalavbhyam. The next asana is Ustrasana. Now bend the legs and pull them towards the ground beside the respective hip. Pull the legs as low as possible as you visualize a camel in your inner space. Adhyasasete padayugmam vastam prishte nidapyadyatam karabhyam. The next asana is Dhanurasana. Now from Ustrasana, hold the legs from the inside and pull them up as you simultaneously lift the chest also off the ground. Visualize the bow and gaze at the third eye. Prasarya pado bhuvi dandarupo karau cha prishte ditapadayukmam. Relax. The next asana is Bhagasana. Now come to a comfortable seated position as you sit on your heels and place the hands on the knees. Visualize Swamiji and start holding the new japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham for the rest of the asanas. Ulta modi pavado vese bahuro jagati kare aisi vese. The next asana is Gohyasana. This is an inverted asana, so you can take the support of the wall or a partner to perform this asana. Now, place your hands on the mat. Place your elbows on the mat and keep them shoulder width apart as you slowly interlace the palms and place the crown of the head between the interlaced fingers. Slowly walk your feet and stack your hips above your shoulders and then kick your legs off the ground as you balance with your knees bent. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. दो हाथ की करहुनी जोई पुनी कला वे जाने दो. The next asana, Shirsasana. Now slowly extend the legs as you balance and keep the knees straight. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Viparitam mandalam cha didevat viditam hinaha dandasanam diva proktam viparitopachayanase. The next asana is Podhyasana. Now come to a seated position and place your hands under the calves. Slowly lift the legs and straighten the knees as you bring the forehead to the knees. Start performing the Bhastrika Kumbhaka, which is intense exhalations, as we perform the following asanas and hold Swamiji in your inner space. Do hath paga basar aane goda tare kam se geetane. The next asana is Parigasana. Now relax your legs and cross your hands behind the back, touching the opposite shoulder. Then raise the legs and keep them in a 45-degree angle as you visualize a mace in your inner space. उत्तानं शयनं कृत्वा पादौ मिलित्वा प्रसार्य निदम्बं भूमौ स्पृश्य हस्ताभ्यां कन्दरात् धृत्वा. The next asana is Naukasana. Now relax your legs and keep your hands parallel to the ground or by the hips with the forearm on the ground. Then raise your legs up into a 45-degree angle and visualize a boat. Uttana shainam kurparabhyam bhumim avashtabhyam. The next asana is Rudrasana. Now bring the soles of the feet together and pull them towards the chest. Visualize Lord Rudra in your inner space as you continue to perform the Bhastrika Kumbhaka. Pagatali samput kare hastasyo paga ucha paga ki anguta do leyu parlita nitalave. The next asana is Unmukha Pitasana. Now lie on your back and keep the feet flat on the mat with the knees up. Touch the back of the respective heel and lift the hips up as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Udve jajanuni kritva shavitvodvamukam tatha uttapya hastau tishthetu pita unmukha namake. Now completely relax your body in Shavasana as you stretch your legs and keep the hands by your side with the palms facing up. Visualize Swamiji and see the Kundalini travel from the root center to the crown center in Shakti Chalana Mudra. Completely unclutched from your body and all the senses as you relax your body now. Ata Shavasanam Uttanam Shavavad Bhumau Shayanam Tu Shavasanam Shavasanam Shantiharam Chitta Vishrantikarakam. to your body. Start moving your hands and legs. And slowly bend your knees and bring the legs to the chest as you wrap your legs and rock from side to side. Slowly make some momentum and come to a comfortable seated position. We have beautifully finished the first 108 asanas, and now let's continue with the next asana, Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, which is Yathashanishtasana. Now come to a comfortable seated position and place your fingers in Bindu Mudra, which is touching your index and thumbs. Start performing the Samana Kumbhaka for the following asanas, which is inhaling, holding the breath, and exhaling as you visualize the intense fire. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and hold the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham for the rest of the asanas.
पर्यङ्कं तत्समाख्यातं यतसंस्थं यथा स्थितिः.
The next asana is Samasana. Now sit in a cross-legged position. Sit in a cross-legged position. Sit in a cross-legged position and continue to keep your fingers in Bindu Mudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु सुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तनेपथि.
The next asana is Muktasana. Now continue to keep the legs in the same posture and roll the hands, placing the palms on the respective knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and continue to perform the Samana Kumbhaka.
निपीड्य सीविनीं सूक्ष्मां दक्षिणेतरगुल्पतः वामं यां येन गुल्फेन मुक्तासनमिदं भवेत्.
The next asana is Siddhasana. Now continue to keep the body and hands in the same posture as you just switch the gaze to the third eye. Continue to perform the Samana Kumbhaka and also remember to hold the Mula Bandha throughout the whole sequence in every asana.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु.
The next asana is Siddhyasana. Now switch the gaze to the nose as you continue. Switch the gaze to the ground in front of you as you continue to perform the Mahamudra Bandha and keep the body in the same posture.
वामपादके इडीजानो सीवनिमथिता सुकोठानो.
The next asana is Rudrasana 2. Now keep the legs in the same posture as you roll your hands up into Bindu Mudra, placing the back of the palms on the respective knee and fingers touching the index and thumbs touching in Bindu Mudra. Visualize Lord Rudra and gaze at the third eye.
वामचरण परिदक्षिण राखे एकजुगति ऐसे विदिदाखे.
The next asana is Santadhunasana. Now continue to keep the legs and hands in the same posture as you switch the gaze to the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
आसन की गुणमन कीचन चलता मीट.
The next asana is Siddhasana 2. Now keep the legs in the same posture as you cup the palms in front of your navel. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and continue to hold the Mahamudra Bandha.
ऋजुकाज समासीन सिद्धासनमुदीरितम्.
The next asana is Bandhayoni Asana. Now continue to keep the legs in the same posture and visualize that you are the womb of creation, the center of creation. As you hold that in your inner space, we'll perform the Shanmukhi Mudra, which is locking the mouth with the little and ring fingers, locking the nose with the middle fingers, locking the eyes with the index fingers and the ears with the thumb.
यत्र मध्ये महादेव बन्धयोन्यासने शृणु.
The The next asana is Virasana. Now keep the hands back on the knees and the fingers in Bindu Mudra. Visualize that you visualize holding the space of bravery around you and continue to hold the Samana Kumbhaka and keep your fingers in Bindu Mudra.
एकं पादमथैकस्मिन् विन्यस्योरेण संस्थितः इतरस्मिन् स्तः चोरुं वीरासनमुदीरितम्.
The next asana is Valmikasana. Now continue to keep the legs and hands in the same posture as you switch the gaze to the third eye. Visualize the great sage Valmiki in your inner space.
डावा पग की पगतली पुनिएड़ी है जोज.
The next asana is Joni Mudrasana. Continue to keep the legs in the same posture as you place the palms on the respective knee. Visualize the Yoni Mandala and gaze at the nose.
वामपाद की पगतली जाहि माहिली कोर.
The next asana is Joni Asana. Now continue to keep the legs and hands in the same posture as you just switch the gaze to the third eye. Continue to visualize the Yoni Mandala.
योन्यासनं पर्वतेन योगं योगफले नीलं तत्कालफलनं तावत् खेचरो यावदेव हि.
The next asana is Bhadrasana 3. Now bring the soles of the feet together and place the hands on the soles of the feet. Interlacing the fingers on the feet. Perform the Udyana Bandha, gaze at the nose and visualize Veerabhadra in your inner space.
गुल्भौ च वृषणस्यादः सीवन्त्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत्.
The next asana is Aghorasana. Now keep your left hand on the left thigh and cover your mouth with the right hand. Perform the Abhyantara Kumbhaka, which is inhaling through the left nostril, holding the breath, inhaling through the right nostril, holding the breath, and then exhaling through the left nostril. Visualize an Agori and gaze at the nose as you perform the Kechari Mudra, which is rolling the tongue and touching the back of the throat.
पूर्वकहो भिश्रिका जोजी वाही विधियो की जय सोजी.
The next asana is Kaneri Pavasana. Now, keeping the legs together in front of you, place the elbows on the heels and rest your chin on the palms. Visualize the elephant drinking water and gaze at the nose. Start performing the Rechaka Kumbhaka, which is exhaling completely, holding the lungs empty comfortably and then inhaling as you perform the Udyana Bandha.
ग्वालीपाव आसन कक्ष्यो है जैसे याहू में जाने विधि तैसे.
The next asana is Parasana. Now bring the thighs to your chest as you insert the hands from underneath the legs and interlace them in front of you. Then visualize Swamiji in your inner space and gaze at the nose.
ततोर्ध्वम्रे च येत् वायुं मृदुनिश्वास संयुतम्.
The next asana is Gopi Chandasana. Now keep the soles of the feet together in front of you near the perineum and wrap the hands around the legs and pull the legs towards the chest. Rest the chin on the toes as you visualize a king.
पूर्व विधि पका का अंगूठा कंठ को पराशे.
The next asana is Uddharasana. Now again keep the legs back down and insert the hands from underneath the legs and then wrap the feet. Then pull the legs towards the chest and rest the chin on the toes. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and gaze at the nose.
दोवु पगदली संपुटटाने उभय हस्तकरियोरत हिताने.
The next asana is Bhishishtasana. Now from Uddharasana, slowly lift your legs and keep the feet in front of your face. As you keep the legs near the head, visualize excelling in everything.
दोवु पगदली जोड़ी संपुट करे.
The next asana is Bhujasana. Now place the legs on the respective shoulder and from the inside wrap the legs and try to interlace the fingers behind the head. Visualize a snake in your inner space.
शिरासनं तु विज्ञेयं कक्षासनमतः परं ग्रीवासनं च परमं भुजासनं इहोच्यते.
The next asana is Kalyanasana. Now continue to keep your legs on the respective shoulder. Bring your hands down and try to interlace the fingers around the legs and behind the back. Visualize a beautiful goddess in your inner space.
दो हाथ पगों बीच आने तिनको गोड़ा नीचे ठाने.
The next asana is Sankatasana. Now sit on one heel and cross the leg with the opposite leg. Placing the heel by the opposite hip, place the hands on opposite knees and visualize a beautiful goddess. Start performing the new Kumbhaka, which is Ujjayi Pranayama, which is inhaling and exhaling, making an ocean-like sound. Visualize a beautiful swan.
वामपादं चितैर्मूलं सन्न्यस्य धरणीतले.
The next asana is Dhenukasana. Now slide the leg which is under the perineum and keep it by the opposite hip. Keep both the hands on the top knee and visualize a cow. Perform the Uddiyana Bandha.
अनुषाकीनकरपञ्चटं ऋषीलिन्दगल्यम्नि.
The next asana is Machandrasana. Now place one leg on the opposite thigh and the other leg on the opposite knee. Now twist to the one side and hold on to opposite thighs as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
वामजङ्गभरदक्षिणटाने वामहस्तपृष्ठीति स आने.
The next asana is Machandrasana 2. Now untwist the body and hold on to opposite legs as you slowly lean forward and place the forehead on the mat. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथमजीवनाचरणजोजी वामजङ्गपरिराखे सोजी ताकि येडी कड़िसो लावे एक जुगति और करावे.
The next asana is Guru Asana. Now raise back up and interlace the fingers and place them on the top knee. Visualize Swamiji and perform the Mahamantra Bandha.
ऊर्मूलेतरपादस्य कनिष्ठिकाप्रदेशगुल्फं संस्थाप्य.
The next asana is Sankatasana on the opposite side. Now sit on the opposite heel and cross the leg which you are sitting on and place the leg on the opposite side with the heel by the opposite hip. Place the hands on opposite knees and visualize a beautiful swan as you continue to perform the Ujjayi Kumbhaka for the following asanas.
वामपादं चितैर्मूलं सन्न्यस्य धरणीतले पाददण्डेन याम्येन मुक्तासनमिदं भवेत्.
The next asana is Dhenukasana. Now cross the legs and slide the leg which is under the perineum to the side. Place the hands on the top knee as you visualize a cow and perform the Uddiyana Bandha.
अनुषाकीनकरपञ्चटं ऋषीलिन्दगल्यम्नि.
The next asana is Machandrasana. Now place one leg on the opposite thigh and the other leg on the opposite knee. Now turn to the opposite direction from which you turned last time and hold on to opposite thighs. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
वामजङ्गभरदशनटाने वामहस्तपृष्ठीति स आने बहुरोदशनपदः जोजी ताकि नलिजूपकरे सोजी.
The next asana is Machandrasana 2. Now untwist the body and hold on to opposite legs. Lean forward, placing the forehead on the mat in front of you and visualize Swamiji.
प्रथमजीवनोचरणजोजी वामजङ्गपरिराखे सोजी.
The next asana is Guru Asana. Now raise up and interlace the fingers and place them on the top knee. Visualize Swamiji and perform the Mahamudra Bandha.
ऊर्मूलेतरपादस्य कनिष्ठिकाप्रदेशगुल्फं संस्थाप्य.
The next asana is Pashasana. Now bring the knees and thighs to the chest and hold on to opposite knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and start performing the Kechari Mudra, which is rolling the tongue and touching the back of the throat, gaze at the third eye.
ततोर्ध्वम्रे च येत् वायुं मृदुनिश्वाससंयुतम्.
The next asana is Bodhashokasana. Now hold on to opposite wrists and tuck the chin between the gap of the knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and continue to perform the Kechari Mudra.
दोवो पगदली भूपरि धरे कोरमा हिलिए से करे.
The next asana is Kurakatasana. Now insert the hands between the knees and calves and thighs and hold on to opposite elbows. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and continue to perform the Kechari Mudra. Gaze at the nose.
दो हाथ पग बाहर लियावे गोड़ा नीचे लेट हरावे.
The next asana is Sumati Asana. Now cross the right, from the same position, cross the right ankle over the left and visualize the great sage Sumati as you gaze at the nose and perform the Kechari Mudra.
मूल द्वारी धरती पर ठाने डावा पग परि तछपद आने.
The next asana is Dandasana. Now come to a seated position with the legs straight and the toes pointing up. Interlace the hands from the inside out and raise them above the head with the palms facing outward and the elbows straight. Visualize Swamiji and gaze at the nose as you perform the Kechari Mudra.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघु सुख प्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तने पथि.
The next is Arambhasana. Now lean forward and down as you hold on to the respective big toes in Pranamudra, which is holding the big toes with the index and middle fingers. Visualize Swamiji and perform the Nadi Shodhana Kumbhaka, which is visualizing the prana going inside your body and traveling from the root center to the crown center. Sorry for the technical glitch. Let's continue with the next asana, Bhidokasana. Now place the legs far apart and the heels also far apart. Now bring the shoulders down and insert the hands from under the shins and hold on to the opposite respective sole as you place the forehead also on the ground. Visualize Swamiji and gaze at the third eye.
प्रथम वैसी दो पाव पसारी कछुक उर्द को कोरडो डारे.
Next asana is Jalandhari Pavasana. Now again bring the soles of the feet together and insert the hand from under the knees towards the sides. Place the forehead on the heels as you visualize Swamiji and gaze at the nose. Continue to perform the Ujjayi Kumbhaka.
दो वेड़ी में लिखे दीजिए हाथ पसारी.
The next asana is Urdhva Paschimottanasana. Now sit with the legs straight and lift one leg and place it on the opposite behind the neck. Slowly lean forward and place your forehead on the stretched leg and hold the stretched leg with both the hands. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and start performing the Pratyahara Kumbhaka, which is inhaling, visualizing the prana travel from the feet to the crown center and then exhaling.
पश्चिमता नवत्संसिं कृत्वा एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्.
The next asana is Anantasana. Now keeping the leg behind the head, slowly lie down on the back. Hold the leg with the opposite hand and keep the other hand by the side. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
उत्तानशयने एकैकं पायि ग्रीवायां विन्यस्य.
The next asana is Ankushasana. Now slowly roll onto the elbow of the hand holding the leg which is behind the head and visualize feeling completely supported and having complete control over your body. Gaze at the nose.
उत्तानछेदे एकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां कुर्वन्.
The next asana is Drishasana. Now bring the knees and thighs to the chest and wrap the legs with both the hands. Rock from side to side as you relax your back. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
उत्तानशयनं जानुनी हृदयपष्टम्बा जङ्घासहित उरूनिकरद्वये बद्ध्वा.
Next asana is Urdhva Paschimottanasana on the opposite side. Now raise the opposite leg and place it behind the head as you lean forward and place your head on the knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पश्चिमतानवसंस्थितिं कृत्वा एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्.
The next asana is Anantasana. Now slowly lie on the back with the leg behind the head. Hold the leg with the opposite hand and keep the rest of the leg which is behind the head by the side. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and gaze at the nose.
उत्तानशयने एकैकं पायि ग्रीवायां विन्यस्य.
The next asana is Ankushasana. Now roll onto the elbow which is of the hand holding the leg and place the hand on the head, supporting the head. Keep the other hand by the side and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
उत्तानशयते एकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां कुर्वन्.
The next asana is Yoga Nidrasana. Now release the leg from behind the head and lie down. Then place one leg behind the head and then the other. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and gaze at the third eye.
पादाभ्यां वेष्टयेत् कण्ठं हस्ताभ्यां पृष्ठबन्धनं तन्मध्ये शयनं कुर्यात् योगनिद्रा सुखप्रदा.
The next asana is Atma Ramasana. Now bring the knees and thighs to the chest and then insert the hand from under the knees and try to interlace the fingers behind the head. Visualize Lord Vishnu blessing you from inside and gaze at the nose.
आत्मा राम आसन प्रथमसो धसो वे.
The next asana is Kochikasana. Bring the knees and thighs to the chest and keep the legs upwards. Stretch the hands to the side with the shoulder width and visualize Swamiji as you gaze at the third eye.
दो हाथ जीदा सा करे तेन सो बेसपा करे.
The next is the sequence of Jatara Parivritti 1, 2 and 3. Now lie down straight and bring both the knees and thighs to the chest. Stretch the hands to the side and visualize Swamiji throughout this sequence. For Jatara Parivritti 1, now bend one knee to the ground and keep the other leg extended straight. Jatara Parivritti 2, keep both the knees bent to one side, and Jatara Parivritti 3, stretch the legs to the side and hold the legs with the hand on that side. Gaze to the opposite side of the leg. Now we'll perform Jatara Parivritti on the opposite side. Now again bring both the knees back to the chest and bend one knee to the ground and keep the other leg extended. Then bend both the knees to one side and Jatara Parivritti 3, stretch the legs to the side and hold it with the hand. Visualize Swamiji throughout this sequence as we perform the Jatara Parivritti.
परिवृत्ति कुक्षि भागे धृता हि परिकीर्तितः बद्धकोणं सुप्तकोणं ऊर्ध्वकोणमथापि च.
The next asana is Dvipada Pitam. Now lie on the back and hold on to respective the heels. Then slowly lift the hips up as you tuck your chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha and start inhaling and exhaling in Murcha Kumbhaka, which is inhaling and exhaling through the Jalandhara Bandha. Visualize you're a sturdy bridge and gaze at the nose.
प्रतिक्रियायुधं द्वन्द्वपीठः सर्वबलप्रदं गर्भिणीनां दुर्बलानाम् इति गार्गी जगादनु.
The next asana is Paryankasana. Now keep your feet flat with the knees up and raise the hands and place them next to the head with the fingers pointing towards the body. Then slowly lift the body up as you bend your back as much as you can and stand on your hands and legs. Visualize a stone furniture in your inner space.
उत्तानशयनं हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिमष्टभ्यः पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा.
Relax. The next asana is Shottanasana. Now lie on your back and bring the thighs and knees to the chest. Hold the respective shoulder with the hand and start rotating your hip. Visualize you're a playful dog lying on its back.
शरीरं संस्थाप्य जानुनी सम्मील्य नाभौ निज.
The next asana is Viparita Karani 1. Now lie on your back and slowly kick your legs up towards the sky as you keep your hand on the lower back for support if you need, or else keep the hands flat on the mat. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Murcha Kumbhaka, which is inhaling through the Jalandhara Bandha as your chin is tucked to your chest. Start rotating your legs in a circle again and again.
भूतले शिरो दत्त्वा घेनये चरणद्वयम्.
The next asana is Jatra Parivritti 2. Now continue to keep the body in the same posture. Continue to keep the legs in the same posture as you just stop rotating the legs. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
करणी विपरीताख्या सर्वाधिव्याधिनाशिनी नित्यम् अभ्यासयुक्तस्य जाठराग्नि विवर्धनी.
The next asana is Langalasana. Now from Viparita Karani, slowly lower the legs behind the head. Continue to keep the hands behind the back and interlace the fingers. Visualize a flow in your inner space.
नरकासने स्थित्वा नासिका प्रदेशे भूमौ पादपृष्ठे स्थाप्य.
Next asana is Shaita Paschimottanasana. Now continue to keep the legs and body in the same posture as you release the fingers from behind the back and hold on to the respective big toes in Prana Mudra. Visualize Paramashiva in your inner space.
तानं शयित्वात् कुर्वीत शयितपश्चिमदानकम्.
The next asana is Supta Konasana. Now maintaining the body in the same posture, slowly extend the legs apart from each other. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
परिवृत्य कक्ष भागे धृताहि परिकीर्तितः बद्धकोणं सुप्तकोणं ऊर्ध्वकोणमथापि च.
The next asana is Chakrasana. Now roll onto your back and try to keep your legs on the ground simultaneously. Hold the respective big toes with your index and middle fingers and visualize a wheel.
शवासनस्तद्वौ पादौ कुर्यान्मस्तकतः परो व्युत्क्रमेण ततः शीघ्रमेतत् सर्वस्य साधनम्.
The next asana is Supta Prasarita Padangushtasana. Now lie on your back and stretch your legs up towards the sky. Hold the legs with the respective hands in Prana Mudra and slowly extend the legs to open the legs to the side as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
परिवृत्य कुक्ष भागे धृताहि परिकीर्तितः.
The next asana is Supta Padangushtasana. Now from Supta Prasarita Padangushtasana, just bring the legs back together and keep them vertical. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
The next asana is Matsyasana. Now lock the legs into Padmasana, placing the legs on the opposite leg and rest the legs on the mat. Raise the hands and place them behind the head as you hold on to opposite elbows. Now place the hands behind the head as you hold on to opposite elbows and visualize the Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu. Start performing the Ujjayi Kumbhaka, which is inhaling and exhaling, making an ocean-like sound.
मुक्त पद्मासनं कृत्वा उत्तानशयनं चरेत् कूर्पराभ्यां शिरो वेष्ट्या मत्स्यासनं तु रोगः.
The next asana is Parasharamasana. Now continue to keep the legs and body in the same posture as you just place the right hand on the left palm. Visualize Rama in your inner space and gaze at the nose.
प्रथमकरे पद्मासन आचे सुधो सोवे भूपरिपाचे.
The next asana is Sarvangasana. Now place your hands under the hip and lift your legs up as you continue to keep your hand on the hip for balance. Visualize Swamiji and gaze at the nose.
अथवा क्षेत्र संक्षेपात् सर्वांगासनमुत्तमम्.
The next asana is Vrishchikasana. Now relax your body and remove the Padmasana. Place one leg on the opposite thigh as you lift the other leg towards the head. Then raise the hands and keep them behind the head as you hook the fingers forward and raise the head up. Visualize a scorpion and perform Jalandhara Bandha as you continue to perform the Murcha Kumbhaka.
प्रथमशेन सुदो शीर्षकेशकी सन्धि सुदाखे.
The next asana is Vrishchikasana on the opposite side. Now place the other leg on the opposite thigh and bend the leg towards the head. Keep the hands hooked behind the head and facing the body as you visualize a scorpion.
प्रथमशेन सुदो शीर्षकेशकी सन्धि सुदाखे.
The next asana is Vrishabhadakshepasana. Now lie down on your back and interlace the fingers behind the head. Alternate bringing one knee towards the chest and touch the knee with the opposite elbow. Repeat this again and again as you visualize Swamiji.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा अङ्गुलिभिः कन्दरां बद्ध्वा.
Asana is Maruttanasana. Now bring one knee towards the chest and try touching the respective ear. Repeat this again and again on both sides as you perform the Saja Kumbhaka.
श्रोतानवत्संसिद्धि कृत्वा जानुद्वयं पर्यायेन कर्णयोः संस्पृशेत्.
The next asana is Brikasana. Now lie down on your back and bend the knees, keeping the feet flat. Then get up without the support of the hands and stand up. Then again sit down and lie down on the back and repeat this again and again as you visualize a wolf.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा.
The next asana is Luthasana. Now lie on the back and quickly roll the legs over, performing a tumble backwards. Visualize Swamiji and perform the Saja Kumbhaka.
उत्तानशयनं पादौ शिरो लङ्घ्य भूमौ स्थापयित्वा.
Relax. The next asana is Saratasana. Now lie down on your stomach and keep the hands by the chest. Visualize a chariot as you start performing the Sarata Kumbhaka, which is inhaling as you make a flute-like sound and then exhaling through the nose.
निब्जशयनं कृत्वा नाभिं भूमौ निधाय.
Next asana is Dehalyulanghanasana. Now come to a plank position and jump the feet between the hands and then backwards. Repeat this again and again as you visualize Swamiji and perform the Sajakumbhaka.
हस्तद्वयं बद्ध्वा तन्मध्ये चरणद्वयम् उड्डानैव बहिरानीयाम्.
The next asana is Jatyasana. Now come to a standing position and lean down, placing the hands flat on the mat. Walk on all four limbs as you visualize an elephant and continue to perform the Sajakumbhaka.
अथ जात्यासनं वक्ष्ये येन जाति स्मरो भवेत् हस्तान्द्रिभूमौ च गमनम् आगमनं ततः.
The next is Lolitika Karana. Now stand tall and then come to a half squatted position. Then stretch your hands to the side, parallel to the ground, and tilt your head back. Now simultaneously rotate your head in all directions and bring one hand at a time towards the chest and then straightening it back out. The next asana is Sarpasana. Now if you have a rope, you can tie or a cloth, quickly tie your legs, the ankles, and stand tall. If you don't have, just stand tall and keep the hands by your side. Visualize the Kundalini traveling from the root center to the crown center.
अथ सर्पासनं वक्ष्ये वायुपाणाय केवलं शरीरं दण्डवत् तिष्ठेत् रज्जुबन्धस्तु पादयोः.
The next asana is Ushtrasadhanasana. Now stand tall and lean forward. Place the hands under the soles of the feet from the front. Walk back and forth in the mat as you visualize a camel.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिका प्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय उपरि पादतले संस्थाप्य.
The next asana is Ashwasana. Now stand up again and lean forward. This time place the hands under the soles of the feet from the side. Walk back and forth in the mat as you visualize a horse.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिका प्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय उपरि पादतले संस्थाप्य.
The next asana is Kapotani Takasana. Now stand tall and interlace the hands behind the back. Then slowly pull the hands down as you open the chest wide and tilt the head back. Visualize a soaring bird diving as you continue to perform the Sajakumbhaka.
पादतले भूमौ निधाय पृष्ठभागेन हस्तौ जङ्घापर्यन्तं नीत्वा.
The next asana is Talapushpaputam Karana. Now stand and come to a half squatting position. Now bring your hands together in Namaskara Mudra. Gently bend one knee and keep the toes pointing outwards. Simultaneously open the palm and raise the heel off the ground, slightly lowering the waist and shoulders of the respective heel. Visualize offering flowers to Paramashiva. Relax. The next asana is Khadgasana. Now come to a plank position and then lie down. Then again come back to a plank position and jump the feet forward. Then keep the hands together, visualizing the hands as the horn of the rhinoceros. Visualize a rhinoceros in your inner space.
नुच सरतमासनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा.
The next asana is Uttanottanam. Now hold the opposite elbows and sit down and stand up, performing squats. Visualize Swamiji and gaze at the nose.
पुनः पुनः उत्थातव्यम् असितव्यम् इति उत्थानोत्थानं भवति.
The next asana is Musalasana. Next asana is Musalasana. Now stand tall and raise the hands above the head, keeping the palms parallel to each other. Jump again and again as you visualize a mace.
सरलं स्थित्वा ऊर्ध्वं बाहु नयेत् वारं वारम् उड्डानं कृत्वा.
Relax. The next asana is Uchirshakasana. Now raise one leg and place it near the stomach as you hold the leg with both the hands. Sit down and stand up and then perform on the opposite leg. Visualize Swamiji and gaze at the nose.
एकैकं पादतलं कुक्षौ निधाय तिष्ठेत् उच्छीर्षकं भवति.
The next asana is Parshvajanukarana. Now stand tall and bend one knee towards the chest. Hold the raised knee with the respective hand with the palm Arms The next asana is Tandavasana. Now stand tall and stretch one leg forward. Then sit down on the stretch standing leg and then stand up. Visualize Paramashiva dancing intensely and perform the Saja Kumbhaka.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
The next asana is Brahmanasana. Now place one leg on the opposite thigh and keep the hands by the knees. Keep the hands by the knees and visualize being blessed by Lord Brahma.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्ष्ये यत्कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत्.
The next asana is Garudasana 3. Now, with one leg, wrap the other leg and keep the leg by the opposite calf. Wrap the hands also and try to keep the palms together as you visualize Lord Garuda in your inner space.
उत्तानकूर्मपीठं च सिंहस्गारुडमेव च वातायनं गोमुखं च भारद्वाजं त्रिविक्रमम्.
The next asana is Ekapadasana. Now, again place one leg on the in front of the opposite thigh and keep the hands by your side. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरि निधाय च.
The next asana is Dhruvasana. Now stand on one leg and stretch the opposite leg to the side as you hold the leg's big toe in Prana Mudra. Rotate your body on the standing leg as you visualize the pole star.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्याग्रं धृत्वा.
The next asana is Trivikramasana. Now place one leg behind the head and sit down and stand up, visualizing Lord Vishnu blessing you.
ग्रीवायां पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति.
The next is the Parshvajanukarana on the opposite leg. Now stand tall and raise the opposite leg towards the chest and hold it with the respective hand. With the other hand, place it on the hips as you visualize Paramashiva. Next asana is Tandavasana on the opposite side. Now stand on one leg and stretch the opposite forward. Sit down and stand up on the standing leg as you visualize Paramashiva.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
The next asana is Brahmanasana. Now place one leg on the opposite thigh. Keep the hands by the knees and visualize Brahma.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्ष्ये यत्कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत्.
The next asana is Garudasana 3. Now wrap one leg over the other and keep the leg by the calf. Respectively, wrap the hands also and keep the palms together. Visualize Lord Garuda in your inner space.
उत्तानकूर्मपीठं च सिंहस्गारुडमेव च वातायनं गोमुखं च भारद्वाजं त्रिविक्रमम्.
The next asana is Ekapadasana. Now place the one leg in front of the opposite thigh as you relax your hands by your side. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरि निधाय च.
The next asana is Dhruvasana. Now stand on one leg and stretch the opposite to the side. Hold Hold the leg's big toe in prana mudra and rotate the leg on the standing leg. Visualize the pole star in your inner space.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्य आक्रं धृत्वा
Is Trivikramasana. Now place one leg behind the head and sit down and stand up on the standing leg. Visualize being blessed by Lord Vishnu.
ग्रीवायां पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति.
The next asana is Samanaka Karna. Now stand tall on both the legs as you keep the heels touching and toes slightly pointed outwards. Visualize Paramashiva in your inner space. The next asana is Gorakanjali Asana.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Kneel under the buttocks, visualize Swamiji in your inner space, and perform the Jivachala Kumbhaka. In your inner space and gaze at the floor.
दो पग की थैलिया की माहिली को और मिला जी.
Raise your hands up and above your head, and then bend the elbows, placing your hands behind the head with the palms facing down. The next asana is Pripitasana. Now stand tall and then slowly lower your hips to the knee level. Hold your and shoulder width apart and place the knees by the side of your hands. Slowly lift the legs off the mat as you visualize Asana. So you can take the support of the wall if you need. Now place your hands wide apart and place the head
आसन को गुण कपाल आछो होई.
The next asana is Guptasana.
गोपजेत.
The next asana is Brikshasana too. This is an inverted asana, so you can take the support of the wall or partner if You visualize a tree in your inner space.
सप्तचक्रक्षालनाद्य वृक्षासन विशेषकान्.
The next asana, Shibu Asana. Now is Matsyasana 2. Now come to a plank position and hold the hips with the respective hand. Raise the chest up lightly and move from side to side as you visualize a snake in your inner space. Slowly raise the upper body up and place the elbows on the mat, resting the chin on the palms. Visualize your body is completely supported. The upper body as much as you can and then bend the legs. Bend the back as much as possible and try touching the legs to the head as you visualize an umbrella. Keep the toes flat. Stretch your hands as far away from your body as you can and place the forehead on the mat. Visualize Vajra, the intestine. And walk your feet forward, raising the hips up. Alternate striking one hand to the mat, visualizing yourself as a powerful ram. Kick your legs up into a handstand, slowly bringing the forehead to the mat.
गजासन संस्थितो पादद्वयमन्तराणि.
Hands on the knees and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पूर्व विधि परिहाता की.
Muscles and joints. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and perform the Ujjayi Kumbhaka.
हस्ते.
On the ground as you keep the heels by the side of your body. Place your hands on the respective knee. Ananta Mandirasana. Now sit on. Okay.
अथ वक्षे वीरनाथ आनन्दमन्दिरासनं यत्कृत्वा अमरो धीरो भवत्येवेह साधकः.
The next asana is Mandukasana. The frog in your inner space.
पृष्ठं संपीड्य गुल्फाभ्यां जान्भङ्गे सबलयाकृतिः हस्तौ पादतले क्षिप्तो मण्डूकं पाद.
Gaze at the nose and visualize Lord Narasimha.
दो फणा पाणी होय वैसे एडी.
The thumbs inside under your teeth and inhale. Perform the Bishruka Pranayama, which is inhaling through the nose and exhaling through the mouth. Visualize to the chest and start scratching your body as you visualize yourself as a playful monkey. Gaze at the third eye. And hold on to opposite elbows. Visualize a diamond and gaze at the nose.
प्रथम फणा पाणी होय वैसे.
Cross the ankles and sit on the crossed heels. Place the palms on the side of the mat and visualize perfect health for your body. Perform the first as you place your hands on the respective knee. Gaze at the nose and visualize a tortoise.
गुल्भौ च वृषणस्याधो व्युत्क्रमेण समाहि. बुधं नियम्य गुल्फाभ्यां व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितः योगासनं भवेदेतदिति योगविदो विदुः.
The next asana is Vijogasana. Now stand on the knees and third eye.
घोड़ा वामो बहोई घोड़ा आड़ा राखे दोई.
The next asana is Ushtra.
मेरुदंड ग्रंथि दाढ़्य संविवादयिषु पुमान्.
The next asana is Jatyasana 2. Now sit nose.
दो एड़ी संपुट करे 16 मूलद्वारी तरि धरे.
The next asana is Viratasana. Now
गङ्गापृष्ठभूमौ निधाय जङ्गोत्तरयोः ऊर्ध्नि संस्थाप्य
The next asana is Kapota. Between the feet. Visualize yourself as a beautiful dove and continue to perform the Ujjayi Kumbhaka.
मेरुदण्डग्रन्थि दाढ्य संविपादयिषु पुमान्
Asana is Varasana. Now stand up on the knees with the toes. The next asana is Varahasana 2. Now keep both the knees together and tuck the toes. Lean forward and place the forehead on the ground and hold the head with both the hands. Keep the elbows Mundasana. Now kneel down and place the forearms on the mat. Then interlace the fingers and place the forehead.
अधो मुण्डासनं वक्षे सर्वेषां प्राणिनां सुखम्.
The next asana is Andhasana. Now come to a seated position as you sit on your heels. Place your forehead The next asana is Viparita Shalabhasana. Now lie on your stomach and stretch the hands forward. Slowly and simultaneously raise the legs. Now place your forehead on the mat and keep the hands by your hip. Lift your legs alone and visualize a skull in your inner space. Slowly bringing the legs over the head and placing the legs beside the head. Visualize a beautiful dove in your
अष्टभ्य जानुनीनाभो संकुञ्च्य
The next asana is Vrishchikasana. Now place your
शिवपुच्छप्रतिमाङ्घ्रिपार्श्वने धृत्वा स्वशीर्षे चिबुकं विधार्य कौ.
The next asana is Vrishasana. Now sit
पदेतरं विपरीतं स्पृशेत् भूमिं वृषासनमिदं भवेत्.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva.
Next, mat. लोलासनं सदा कुर्यात् वायुलोलापघातनात्. Next, we'll be repeating the Vrishasana. याम्यगुल्फे पादमूले वामभागे पदेतरं विपरीतं स्पृशेत् भूमिं वृषासनमिदं भवेत्. Towards the chest. Palms on respective knees. Maintain an upright position. Visualize yourself as Balagunahai, one of the Siddhas in your inner space. Now squat with your feet flat on the mat and bring elbows under the thighs and wrap the hands around your shins. Hold onto the ankle. पादतले भूमौ संस्थाप्य जानु मध्ये कुर्परौ स्थाप्य हस्ताभ्यां गुल्पप्रदेशौ धृत्वा. Next, we'll be repeating towards the chest. Keeping your palms on the respective knees, maintain an upright position, visualizing yourself as performing the Utkatasana. Next is the Utkatasana. Now squatting on your toes with your heels up and युजास्पिजोस्ति यत ऊर्वजानु यत्रासने पादतलद्वयोपरि. The next is the Vajrasangarasana. Engage the Mula Bandha and visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Squat with the feet hip width apart. Hands under soles of the feet from inside and palms down. दोवो हाथ भूमि परिटाने कहुनी जाडिना बिलक आने. The next is the Padukasana. हस्ततलयोः पादतले कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् गच्छेत् पादुकासनं भवति. Visualize yourself as a rooster and engage the Mula Bandha. हस्ततले भूमौ कृत्वा पादतले च ऊर्ध्वमुड्डानं कृत्वा भूमौ पतेत्. All the participants who have serious injuries to consult your physician and then practice this asana. So now भ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य ऊर्ध्वपादाग्रे कुर्वन्. The next asana visualize Swamiji in your inner space as he perform the japa of the Mahavakya Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham in your inner space. Perform the Sahaja Kumbhaka, which is inhaling deeply and exhaling slowly. The Kunjarasana on the other side. Now, maintaining the same position, bring the opposite hand to the head and the other hand down. The next is the Kadambasana. Now, sit on the ground with the feet flat and heels close to the body. भूमिं वष्टभ्य हस्तद्वयेन गुल्फौ धृत्वा तिष्ठेत् कदम्ब भवति. Next, we'll be performing the Sahaja Kumbhaka, engage the Mula Bandha and perform the japa of the Mahavakya, which is Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Chakorasana. Now sit and lift one leg behind the head. Place both the hands flat. चतुष्पादपीठं वज्रासनं तथा चकोरक्रौञ्चशलभभुजङ्गमपि वृश्चिकम्. Next will be keeping it straight. Hold the big toe with the right hand. Visualize yourself as Paramashiva's bow as you perform the Dhanurasana too. Raise left leg and place the hands flat on the ground. Visualize yourself as immortal, able to exist solely from prana in the pranasana. एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यस्य चामरः एकपादमुरो बद्ध्वा स्कन्धेऽन्यत्पादरक्षणम् एतत् प्राणासनं नाम सर्वसिद्धिप्रदायकं वायुमूले समारोप्य ध्यात्वा कुञ्च प्रकारयेत्. The next is the Parshva Matsyendrasana. Now, placing the right foot at the root of the left thigh, then the left leg by the side of the right knee. Hold the left hand by the right and twist the body and remain steady. वामोरुमूलार्पितदक्षवादो जान्वो बहिर्वेष्टितदक्षदोष्णा प्रगृह्यति चेत् परिवर्तिताङ्गः श्रीमत्स्यनाथोदितमासनं स्यात्. Now we'll be repeating the Chakorasana on the opposite side. Now sit and lift one leg behind the head. Place both the hands flat on the ground and extend the opposite leg up with the knee straight. Lift the entire body off the ground and keep the chin up as you perform the Chakorasana. पूर्वतानं चतुष्पादपीठं वज्रासनं तथा चकोरक्रौञ्चशलभभुजङ्गमपि वृश्चिकम्. Next, we'll be performing the Dhanurasana too. Now, sitting on the ground, hold the right toes with the index and middle fingers and pull the foot towards the right ear. Extend the left leg out, holding the foot with the left hand. Visualize yourself as Paramashiva's bow. पादाङ्गुष्ठौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि धनुराकर्षकाकृष्टं धनुरासनमीरितम्. Next, we'll be performing the Ashtavakrasana again on the other side. Next is the Ashtavakrasana. Now, lifting the right leg over top of the right shoulder, Bring the left foot across and hook on top of the right foot. Lean forward and down while extending the legs out to the right. Lift up the head and chest and find balance. वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यमूर्धकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्थानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
The next asana is Pranasana. Now place the right foot on the left thigh and bring the left foot flat on the ground. Have the left shoulder underneath the raised left leg and place the hand flat on the ground. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यः स चामरः.
The next asana is Paramashivoham. Now place the right foot at the root of the left thigh and the left leg by the side of the right knee. Hold the left hands with the right hand and twist the body. Remain steady as you visualize the great sage Matsyendranatha.
पार्श्वाभ्यां नृत्यते यास्तु पार्श्वमत्स्येन्द्रमुत्तमम्.
The next asana is Ardhavachimatanasana on the opposite side. Now keep one leg stretched and press the perineum with the other heel. Lean the chest forward and down, holding the front leg with both the hands. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वनासीवनी सम्पीड्य.
The next asana is Kraunchasana. Now place the heel of the bent leg by the side of the hip and stretch the opposite leg towards the sky. Bring the knee towards the forehead and visualize a crane.
उत्थानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
The next asana is Ardhapachimatanasana on the opposite side. Now keep one leg straight and press the other leg with by the perineum. Lean forward and place the forehead on the knee and hold the leg with both the hands. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वनासीवनी सम्पीड्य.
The next asana is Kraunchasana. Now place the bent leg by the side of the hip and stretch the leg towards the forehead. Visualize a crane in your inner space.
उत्थानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
The next asana is Swastikasana. Now place the legs between the thighs and calves. Keep the spine straight and palms on the respective knee. Visualize peace, good fortune and prosperity.
जानुर्वोरन्तरे सम्यक् कृत्वा पादतले उभे.
The next asana is Gorakshasana. Now maintain the same posture of the legs as you cover the respective heel with the hand. Visualize the great sage Goraknatha and gaze at the nose.
जानुर्वोरन्तरे पादौ उत्थानो व्यक्तसंस्थितौ.
The next asana is Bhagasana 2. Now continue to keep the legs in the same posture as you visualize Swamiji and gaze at the third eye. Now we'll perform the Shanmukhi Mudra, which is locking the mouth with the little and ring finger. Lock the nose with the middle finger. Close the eyes with the index and the ears with the thumb.
वामपार्श्वमुदं संस्थाप्य दक्षाङ्घ्रिवामजगने.
The next asana is Yogasana 2. Now sit in Padmasana, placing the legs on opposite thighs. Keep the palms by the side with the back of the palms on the mat and the palms facing up. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and start performing the Kakachan Chukumbaka, which is inhaling through the contracted lips with the tongue touching the back of the teeth.
उत्थानौ चरणौ कृत्वा ऊरुसंस्थौ प्रयत्नतः.
The next asana is Urdhva Kukutasana. Now roll the hands, placing the palms on the mat and lift the body off the ground, balancing on the hands. Visualize a rooster in your inner space.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
The next asana is Siddhaharatilyasana. Now insert the hands to the gap of the thighs and calves and be seated. Don't lift the body. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथमपद्मासन कोकरे हस्तुतो वो गोडासन निधरे.
The next asana is Hamsasana. Now from that position, lift the body off the ground on the hands as you visualize a beautiful swan and gaze at the nose.
कुक्कुटासने स्थित्वा स्कन्धपर्यन्तं मूरोनि नीत्वा
The next asana is Karmukasana. Now from Padmasana, place the hands through the gaps of the thighs and calves and lift the back of the body as you lean forward. Insert the hands and interlace the fingers behind the buttocks as you visualize a bow.
प्रथम पद्मासन को करे घोड़ा संधि माही करी धरे.
The next asana is Kurmasana 2. Now from Padmasana, insert the hands through the thighs and calves and hold on to respective shoulders. Visualize a tortoise in your inner space.
बाई जंग पर दक्षिण बामा दाई जंग पर बाई ल्यावा.
The next asana is Granthi Bedasana. Now continue to maintain the same posture as you tuck the chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha. Keep the hands on the respective shoulder.
अथ पक्षे नीलकण्ठः ग्रन्थिभेदासनं शुभम्.
The next asana is Uttana Kurmasana. Now maintain the body in the same posture as you slowly roll onto the back. Visualize a tortoise and gaze at the nose.
कुक्कुटासन बन्धस्थं कराभ्यां धृतकन्धरम्.
The next asana is Pangu Kukkutasana. Now come back to a seated position and keep the legs in Padmasana. Insert both the hands through the gaps of the thighs and calves and hold one wrist with the opposite wrist. Lift the body off the ground on one hand. As you balance, visualize a rooster.
कुक्कुटासन स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यस्य मणिबन्धं धृत्वा.
The next asana is Pangu Kukkutasana on the opposite side. Now raise the body on the opposite hand as you hold the hand, lifting the body with the opposite hand. Visualize a rooster.
कुक्कुटासन स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यस्य मणिबन्धं धृत्वा.
The next asana is Gridrasana. Now place the elbows on the opposite soles and interlace the fingers. Rest the chin on the knuckles and visualize going beyond greed.
जानोर्भोरन्तरे सम्यक् कृत्वा पादतले उभे.
The next asana is Padmasana 3. Now stack the palms and place them in front of the navel. Perform the Mahamudra Bandha and gaze at the nose as you visualize Swamiji.
उत्तानौ चरणौ विधाय विधिवत् शक्तिस्थितो योगिरात्.
The next asana is Padmasana 4. Now continue to sit in Padmasana as you place your palms on the respective knee. Visualize Paramashivoham and gaze at the nose.
एतत् पद्मासनं कुर्यात् प्राणवायु प्रसिद्धये.
The next asana is Karmukasana 2. Now place the right hand on the right knee and hold the right toes with the left hand. Roll the left toe around and around few times and then perform on the opposite side. Place the right hand on the right knee and hold the right toes with the left hand and rotate the toes. Visualize a bow.
अथान्यासनमावक्षे योगपूरकरक्षणात्.
The next asana is Karmukasana 3. Now tighten the Padmasana as you wrap your hands behind the back and hold on to the respective toe from the behind. Visualize a bow, gaze at the nose and perform Mahamudra Bandha.
कार्मुकासनमाक्षित्य उदरे पूरयेच्छुकम्.
The next asana is Dhridasana. Now continue to maintain the position as you release the Mahamudra Bandha, gaze at the third eye and visualize Paramashiva's third eye.
पूर्वभ्यामुपरि स्थाप्य पादयुग्मं प्रयत्नतः.
The next asana is Nagrasana. Now slowly lie down from Karmukasana. If you can't hold on to your toes, leave the toes and let the hands be crossed behind the back. Keep the legs in Padmasana as you visualize a snake and gaze at the nose. Perform Saja Kumbhaka.
प्रथम पद्मासन को उठाने दो हाथ बाझाने आने.
The next asana is Kandukasana. Release the Padmasana and bring the thighs and knees to the chest. Wrap the legs and interlace the fingers as you visualize a ball.
वेत्रासने स्थित्वा हस्तपादान् निष्कुष्य.
The next asana is Urdhva Pavanasana. Now lie on your back and interlace your hands behind the head. Keep the feet flat with the knees up and gaze at the third eye. Gaze at the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथमे सूधो सैन करावे घोड़ा उभा राशि मिलावे.
The next asana is Markata Pitasana. Now place your hands underneath the respective heel and lift the hips up. Visualize a ape in your third eye.
उत्तानशयनं पादतले उत्तानहस्तयोः स्थापयेत्.
The next asana is Uttana Shikipitakasana. Now place your hands under the hips and raise the hips up. Stretch the legs straightening the knees, and visualize Swamiji as you gaze at the nose.
जङ्घोरुबलहीनश्चेत् उत्तानशिखिपीठकम् अप्रमत्तः प्रकुर्वीत भुक्तेः प्राग्विजितेन्द्रियः.
The next asana is Narakasana. Now from Uttana Shikipitakasana, kick the legs up and straighten them towards the sky. Keep the hands on the lower back for support if needed, or else stretch the hands flat on the mat. Balance here as you visualize blissfully traveling through hell.
ग्रीवाकण्ठेन भूमिं विष्टम्ब पादाग्रद्वयमूर्धमुन्नयेत्.
The next asana is Tiriyan Naukasana. Now place your hands on the lower back and slowly angle your legs forward. Visualize a boat in your inner space.
नौकावत् स्थित्वात् ऊर्ध्वं पादाग्रद्वयं नयेत्.
The next asana is Dvajasana. Now bring your legs straight again and place your hands on the mat if you can, or else you can keep it on the lower back for support. Balance here as you visualize the Kailasa flag in your inner space.
तिर्यन्नौकावते ग्रीवापृष्ठकोर्परैः भूमिम् अष्टभ्य मस्तकलाक्षेन पादाग्रद्वयमूर्धमुन्नयेत्.
The next asana is Mritasana. Now slowly lie down on your back. Completely relax your body. Keep your hands by your side. Unclench from all the senses. Unclench from every muscle. And intensely visualize Swamiji and see the Kundalini travel from the root center to the crown center.
उत्तानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तोषवासनं शवासनं श्रमहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारणम्. back into your physical body, bringing awareness to your physical body. Start moving your fingers and toes. Sit up into a comfortable posture. As we end with the Purna Mantra, coming to the conclusion of this Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, the 308 asana sequence, blessed by the supreme point of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam. Let us now conclude with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamadah Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat. Sarvam Bhagavat Sri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you, Nithyanandam.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्याधिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वधी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Nithyanam, I welcome all the Paramashivoham participants to the third day of the program. Now today we are going to be manifesting the power of the third eye reading. We have just completed the Prathama Vinyasakrama and the Dvitiya Vinyasakrama Yoga, the powerful yoga sequence, establishing ourselves in the space of oneness with Paramashiva, with Swamiji. Now, let us get ready to do the power manifestation. Please get your eye bands and be seated in front of the camera. Please go get your eye bands now. You have a few moments to get your eye bands and be seated in front of the screen where the image is going to be projected to all of you to scan and see through the third eye. Please get your eye bands and be seated in front of the screen. Now tie your eye bands around your eyes. Do not tie it too tight. Make sure that you are comfortable. Just tie your eye bands around your eyes. Sit in a comfortable position. If you can sit in the Padmasana with your legs crossed, that would be best. Or if you cannot sit like that, you can just sit with your head, neck and spine in a straight line in any comfortable position. And we are going to be projecting the image soon. So let us start chanting the Mahavakya, visualizing Swamiji in our third eye. Close your eyes. Keep your eyes closed and your eye bands on. Start chanting the Mahavakya, visualizing Swamiji in your third eye. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Intensely chant the Mahavakya, visualizing Swamiji in your third eye. To show whatever is being projected on the screen, and you will start seeing that you continue to manifest the power, chanting the Mahavakya and visualizing Swamiji in your third eye. You have 3 minutes to manifest it. Let's continue the power manifestation.
bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda.
Yes. Now relax. Take your eye bands off and slowly open your eyes. We have manifested the first round of the power manifestation now. Please go ahead and write down everything that you saw in your third eye. Whatever Swamiji projected to you in the third eye, when you closed your eyes and saw through the third eye, whatever you saw, go ahead and write that down. Do not think, okay, this can be what it is, this can be what it is. Do not try to apply your logic to what was projected. Just scan through the third eye, whatever you saw. Now go ahead and write that down. Everything that you saw, make sure to write all of it down. Go ahead and write everything down. We are going to be verifying the image as well, what was projected. In a few moments, I'm going to be projecting that. Go ahead and Write everything that you saw, the colors, shapes, images, objects, whatever you saw in your third eye. Make sure to write all of it down. Yes, now I'm going to project the image. Yes, so this was the image that was projected. You can see now. This is the beautiful image of a deity, of the Devi deity. You can see Devi, the female goddess. There is a crown, the golden crown, which is studded with gems and also some garlands, and the tilak, which is the kumkum on the third eye area, and the nose ring, and the background is like some kind of stone pillars, you can see. Yes, so this was the image that was projected. So whatever you saw, you can verify with this image and you can see how much you got it right. Now we'll be moving on to the second round of the power manifestation. Please close your eyes. Put the eye bands back on now. Take your eye bands and close your eyes again. Keep your eyes closed. Do not open your eyes now. Tie your eyes back. Close your eyes. Start chanting the Mahavakya intensely. Intensely visualize Swamiji and chant the Mahavakya. Intensely do the chanting of Mahavakya now. I'm going to be projecting the image. Please keep your eyes closed. The image is now projected to you in the screen. Please go ahead, chant the Mahavakya, visualize Swamiji, and just request Swamiji to show whatever is being projected. Let us continue to do the power manifestation for the next 3 minutes.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Yes. Now relax. Slowly take your eye bands off and open your eyes now. You have successfully manifested the second round of the power manifestation. Please go ahead and write everything that you saw in your third eye. We will also be verifying what the image was projected. So quickly write down. You have a few moments now to quickly write down, and I'll be projecting the image for you all to see and verify what was projected as well. Just in a few moments. Continue to write down everything that you saw in your third eye. I'm projecting the image now. So you can see this is the image. Swamiji is standing in the foothills of Arunachala, in the Tiruvannamalai. You can see this image. Swamiji is wearing a red color traditional dress with golden kandi and with some other armbands and wristbands as well. And there is greenery in the background and the Arunachala hill itself. So with this, we come to the end of today's power manifestation. Please go ahead and share your experience in the social media as well. Please go to SPH Nithyananda Paramashivam, the SPH JGM Nithyananda Paramashivam Facebook page, and share your experience of the power manifestation and the yoga session as well. Please go ahead and share your experiences over there. And we will be moving on to the next session shortly. So you can go ahead and share your experience now. Thank you. Nithyanandam.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Shiva. Inhale and exhale deeply with 25 heads and 75 eyes and 50 hands. Visualize, meditate, connect with him. He is a living, alive being. Drop your form into his form and dissolve. Remember, you are a Sarupya Mukta, means your form is dissolved into his form. All my disciples, now I am initiating Salokya Mukti, Samipya Mukti, Sarupya Mukti, Sayujya Mukti. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyanandam Sukadam
केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं
तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं
नित्यं विमलमचलं
सर्वसाक्षिभूतं
सर्वदिसाक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं तद्गुरुं तं नमामि.
Nithyanandam to all the viewers that are joining us today for the day 3 preparation for the Paramashivoham level 3 program. The Paramashivoham level 3 program is starting on 4th of October, and this time it's going to be a real special one, especially celebrating the Navaratri celebrations, the 9 intense nights where we celebrate Devi Parashakti, Paramashiva Shakti. So it's so exciting to have all of you. Nithyanandam, Juan Robles, Manitya Dahanananda, Nithyanandam to each and every single one of you that are here with us. It's so lovely to have you all here, and hope all of you are doing well, and hope all of you are having a great day. Today, as we explore into very, very powerful topics, like we are going to be learning about some of the most mysterious cognitions, concepts, and we are going to experience very high level spiritual experiences.
And most importantly, today the deity being Mahasadashivamurti, we're going to be learning how we can train our brain to reflect the cosmos. Yes, there's a very beautiful word in Sanskrit. It's called Brahmanda and Pindanda, which means the macrocosm, the universes. It's called as Brahmanda. Our brain, we are called as Pindanda. The reflection of the macrocosm, we are called as a microcosm, the Pindandas, which means we are the building up particles of the whole universe. Like how atom exists, atoms builds up to become molecules. Similarly, we build up together to become the universe. We are the hologram of the universe, which means the whole universe exists inside of you. Our innate energy, our inherent quality is all-powerfulness, the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate oneness with the universe. If we, by our nature, are so powerful, then what stops us from harnessing that power? What stops us from accessing these superpowers? Imagine if you could just create the space and declare, and your office things manifest exactly the way you want. You just say, today I want to be able to have, I want to be able to generate so much wealth, and that wealth happens in front of you. If things are so easy, how blissful would the whole world be, where everyone is focused on conscious evolution? There are no wars, no conflicts. But for us to get to that, it is very important that we start understanding the cosmos. We start understanding our true nature, what we are, how we exist. That is what we are going to be learning today.
So let's all get ready. Start at the very first session, and all the viewers that are there with us, Nithyanandam, to every single one of you, may I request all of you to let us know where exactly are you joining us live right now from. Please take a moment and head to the YouTube live chat section and share with us where are you joining us live right now from. And I just wanted to tell all of you today, participate as much as possible. Be here, be fully here, and involve yourself. Intensely participate. You can ask your questions, post your questions, post the powerful clicks you have, the powerful cognitions that you're getting. The more and more interaction that you're doing, the more and more you yourself would become so clear with these cognitions. So the experience that you would start having would be much more powerful, a lot more deeper. We have someone named E from Canada. That's wonderful. Nice to have you here. Please, could you also let us know what your name is? Thank you so much for telling us that you're from Canada. And all other viewers, where exactly are you joining us live right now from? Please do take a moment and post that here in the chat. And now let's enter into the very first session.
In the first session, we are going to be learning about the power of the thoughtless inner space which we have inside us. Whenever you connect yourself to that absolute unclutched space, right, you fall into a space called Sarupya Samadhi, where you start embodying the divine even in the physical attributes, not just space, but even reflecting the divine in your body language, in the way you exist. Have you ever noticed sometimes people tell you, hey, when you do a particular action, they'll say, oh, this just reminds me of this person. What you just did, the line you spoke reminds me of this famous personality or someone like that. But to manifest the divine, you don't even need to act like it. Just this one technique will put you in the space where every action you take automatically comes from that space of that divine embodiment. And that is what is Swarupa Samadhi we are going to be learning about now. Let us all listen to the revelations on what is Swarupa Samadhi.
Thought is nothing but your inability to cope up with reality. The definition of a thought as per Paramashiva, inability to cope up with the reality. Whenever you are complete with the reality, you just function without something called thought. If you know you are thinking, there will be an incompletion and itching, irritation. If you are acting out of completion, there will not be any thoughts. There will be signals, there will be instructions, there will be orders from your consciousness to you. But there will not be thoughts. Understand? Signals coming from your consciousness, instructions, orders, commands coming from your consciousness to function, to be alive, to be active, to do something is not to be confused with the irritating, itching, confusing, incomplete, internal incompletion thoughts or thought currents. Listen. Thoughts are not needed for the consciousness to own, possess your intra-organ, internal organ and your body and move your life. You need to know, you confuse between your thoughts and the instructions of your superconsciousness to your consciousness, to your consciousness, to your intra-organs, from your intra-organs to your internal organs, from internal organs to your body. Don't confuse that and this. Listen carefully. Paramashiva moves this whole universe without thoughts, being in the state of Paramashanta Swarupa. That shows thoughts are not needed to run your existence as Paramashiva manifested it. Thoughts are your feeling something is missing, inadequate, not enough, incomplete. That insecurity, suffocation, incompletion, that generates something cranky, worms going in your brain. Parasites running in your intestine. That crankiness. The thoughts and thought currents generated by that crankiness is not needed to run your life. This is the most powerful, important cognition you need to cognize. Understand, Hinduism fundamentally does not believe in belief system or faith system. it very clearly explains the methodology of powerful cognition based functioning system. I am not going to tell you, believe, you don't need thoughts to run your life. No. I am going to say Shravana, listen, Manana, internalize, Nididhyasana, start living this powerful cognition. So the powerful cognition I am giving you now, Paramashiva, running the whole universe, much more than what we are running in our life. He is running it from the space of Paramashanta Swarupa, without any thought currents, out of pure intelligence. When he can run, you can run. Decide, you will be in the space and state of Paramashiva, Paramashanta Swarupa, and live your life. You will see thoughts and thought currents become redundant. They just fall off from you. Like a old skin getting peeled off and falling. The old hair falling. Old nail falling. Just like old things fall off from you. The ideology you need thoughts and thought currents to run your life will fall off from you. Meditate on this powerful cognition. Internalize it, manifest it. Do Shravana Manana Nididhyasana of Paramashanta Swarupa, Paramashiva, who is so big, he does not need thoughts even to run this whole universe. Even to run this whole universe, he does not need thoughts. Why do you need thoughts to run your life? Too small. Decide to be in his space by listening, internalizing and manifesting this powerful cognition in your inner space. Live and experience thoughtless space. There is a space below your heart center, above the navel center, Anandagandha chakra, where all the 21 chakras, above 7, middle 7, below 7, all the 21 chakras merge in. In that Anandagandha space, remember, you are Paramashiva. What you feel as Paramashiva, what you feel as I and Paramashiva is one and the same. With that decision to cognize Paramashivoham, Paramashanta Swarupa, Paramashivoham, he will manifest more and make you cognize you don't need thoughts and thought currents to run your life. Without thoughts and thought currents, just by directly manifesting his intuition and Paramashanta Swarupa, you become more and more efficient, more and more energetic, more and more alive, more and more spiritual, more and more strong, more and more enlightened. Your breathing and his breathing is one and the same. Please understand, this is the real good news he wants to tell you. If you are breathing, he is breathing inside you. Your breathing touches his breathing and comes back. Every time when you are inhaling, goes in and turns to come out, it touches his breathing and then comes out. So where your inhaling breath takes a turn as exhaling breath, that is where he is residing, he is available to you. His breathing and your breathing connects, only then takes a turn. That space is Paramashanta Swarupa. We may think, why do we need to know all this? If you know these basic understandings, you can map them in your life in multiple level, and it can strengthen your balance sheet. Understand? It can make you healthy, wealthy, happy, blissful, because many of these understandings awakens those dimensions of your brain. Already, if you are feeling too much is happening in your brain, raise your hand. Good. Those electrical signals, understand? When the owner is introducing his home and you are sitting in front of him, his neurons, brain neuron activity mirrors in your brain. Bindu is life, Amrtatva is life which cannot be dulled, reduced, diluted by length, breadth, depth, time. Kala. Amrtatva is the space on which time does not have a say. A cloth, even if you lock it inside a vacuum box for 10 years and then take it out again, you will see it has already withered. No weather would have operated on it, but time operates on it. If you do not allow the time to operate on you, you don't die. If you don't remember you are aging, you will not be aging. That's the truth. A remembrance of aging ages you. The number of time you remember you are aging makes the aging effects on your system. Sadashiva gives an instruction in Agama. Remember, Sadashiva is ever 16, and remember you are he. In those days, that 16 is something like a peak health and peak possibility. Even if you are brought up in a Gurukul way of life, by 16 you will manifest all the powers. So that is the reason that 16. Now, length, breadth, depth, time, space, all these are called dimensions of universe. The Shabda, which is byproduct of depth, Nada and Bindu, which is byproduct of time, Nada, Bindu, Amritatva, it's called Amrita Kala. These things, these heads above, they are called multi-dimensions of the universe. Understand? You cannot call Shabda as the fourth dimension of universe. No. Third multi-dimension of the universe is Shabda. Fourth multi-dimension of the universe is Nada Bindu. Fifth multi-dimension of the universe is Nada Bindu Amritakala. How many of you are understanding this statement?
First dimension is first dimension. Second dimension is second dimension. Third dimension is not third dimension. Third multi-dimension. Because with the third, the new dimension of Shabda is introduced. Which cannot be called as dimension because we are using the word dimension for 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th. Third multi-dimension is, see, for example, the third multi-dimension depth has length, breadth, time and depth all together. Sorry, not time. Length, breadth, Shabda and depth together is third multi-dimension. You should know why our masters describe gods with multiple heads. Fools are those who criticize the forms of our Hindu gods, who do not know the universe. They say, why so many heads, so many hands? You don't know. You know only handicapped persons. You do not know multi-handed persons. You know only headless chickens. You do not know multi-headed beings. Third multi-dimension holds length, breadth, depth and Shabda. The fourth multi-dimension holds length, breadth, depth, time, nada and bindu. I do not want to use the same word Shabda for nada, because nada with quality of life is no more Shabda. For example, Shabda can be called as a raw, precious metal you have. Nada is like you sold that metal and have a currency, cash in your hand, which is more active and useful and available for you. Shabda is raw, nada is refined. And when it comes to the next space multi-dimension, there that nada also I don't want to call as nada kala. It is no more just nada, it's nada kala. It is not only the cash you have, it is become an object or a product what you want to have directly. It's like a 3D printer. Out of nada kala, you can just directly do 3D printing of anything you want. Above the nada kala is bindu kala. Above the bindu kala is amrita kala. The qualities, units, understandings about this multi-dimensional universe as two important use. One, please understand, all of you are now going to meditate. What meditate? Going to remember your original Svabhava Swarupa of Mahasadashiva. I am not just introducing me, I am introducing you to you. I do not talk to anybody who is less in my stature. Understand? This science is called Rajavidya, means a king does not talk to somebody who is less than his stature. This Vidya cannot be taught to somebody who is less than my stature. If I am teaching you, understand you are same of me. The moment you decide to learn, you are same of me. I have a Shastra Pramana where Mahadeva Mahasadashiva says, eternal age of 16 years. That's a beautiful word he is telling. He is not saying the 16 which comes after 15 or before 17. He says eternal age of 16. If he says meditate me as 16, you may think before 17 and after 15, that's 16. No. Just pick up the 16 and freeze it into eternity. That is why he is using the word eternal age of 16 years. The quality of the 16 should be absorbed and frozen into eternity. Let me read out the original verse for all of you. Panchasyam dasadur tandam spatigabam trilochanam shantam chandrakala chutam sarpasannada satchatam mantrasimhasanasinam swetapadmo paristitam kundalaihi karanai haraihi katistutro darabantanaihi keyuraihi kataikaishchaiva channa viraischamut samyutam shodasap yutam kantam suprasannam smitananam sulam parasu katkancha vajram vagnim cha dakshine abhayam pasamanyancha kantam nagankusautata vamahasta katam dhyayet anyatacha nigatyate prasalpaya katvanka shakti stulastu savyata vame damaru sarpaksha malendivara purakaihi. Eternal 16 means the 16 which comes before 15, before 17, after 15 has its innate quality of becoming 17. He does not want the 16 which will become 17. He says the 16 should be picked up and made it into eternal.
That is going to be eternally 16, not the 16 that can become 17. Shodasapta Yutangandam Suprasanna Smitananam. So beautifully Swamiji explained to us first what is Samadhi, what is the state of Samadhi, how Paramashiva is creating universes, multiverses without having thoughts. Swamiji explained to us what are thoughts and what is the space of thoughtlessness, how to experience Samadhi, and what is this Swarupa Samadhi, and what is the form of Paramashiva, which when you meditate upon, you would also start manifesting Swarupa Samadhi in you. May I request all of you to take a few minutes and please share with us What exactly did you understand? What did you click with when Swamiji explained about Swarupa Samadhi?
The viewers that are watching us on YouTube to please go ahead and post. What did you understand as Swarupa Samadhi? What Swamiji explained and defined as Swarupa Samadhi? Actually, please understand the moment we sit and we connect to the cosmos, when we connect to Paramashiva, as per the description that he has given about himself, like Swamiji was saying, the whole Dhyana Shloka, Swamiji chanted beautifully. All of it are the different attributes of Paramashiva that are described to us. How he is supremely charming. His form is eternally 16. Each of these are the different attributes of Paramashiva, which is described. And the way we see, the way we experience that space, when you just meditate upon it, you become that. When you connect to it, you start manifesting that space. And that is what all of us are experiencing today. So I request every one of you to take a few minutes and post. One of the key things, like Swamiji revealed, is to have a thoughtless space, samadhi. The word samadhi means experiencing oneness with the source. Whenever you are absolutely thoughtless, the frequency of Maya, the delusion which makes you believe you're separate from the whole, reduces. You start tuning in with the existence. You start tuning in more and more deeper with that existence. And whenever you tune into that space, you start experiencing Swarupa Samadhi. What you meditate, what you ferment in your inner space starts becoming a reality and an experience for you. Like Swamiji beautifully explained, just sitting and meditating on Paramashiva in his form as eternally 16, meditating on Paramashiva as he is, will make you experience Paramashiva. Now, can I request every one of you to just sit, close your eyes for a few minutes. Meditate on Paramashiva, the form which has that eternally 16 and which is completely supremely auspicious. Just visualize and sit in that space. I request each of you to connect. Sit now. Sit with your head and neck and spine in a straight line. See, you may have different visualizations. Like, for example, whenever I remember Paramashiva, I just remember Swamiji sitting in his beautiful smile and that jatas flowing. Whatever way you remember, whichever form you connect to, remember that and close your eyes. Meditate upon that form. You will see automatically your whole inner space will tune into that thoughtlessness. Now, in the same space, see, whenever you unclutch, whenever you settle down, in the space of that Paramashanta Swarupa, in that space, you will be able to manifest anything you want. So, like Swamiji said, Paramashiva runs the whole universe in that thoughtless space. He's absolutely thoughtless when he runs the whole universe. He doesn't have any thoughts, and there's nothing that stops Paramashiva, and there is no stress, there is no such thing. Paramashiva manifests the whole Srishti, the whole universe, the creation, just out of his simple, sweet, conscious will. Now, all of us can manifest this exact space when we bring in that space of completion in us, when we bring in the space of complete oneness in us. Now, just sit as all of you were sitting in this thoughtless space. Bring a cup of water and keep a blade of grass or a needle in that. You're going to empower your conscious will to manifest the exact thing as you command. Now you can move the blade of grass exactly in the direction that you want. Just declare that space of complete oneness with Swamiji. Declare that the conscious will in your inner space is powerful enough to move. And connect to Swamiji, chant the Mahavakya. I request all the participants to post on YouTube how many of you have set up, how many of you are starting to manifest. Von Robilsaya, Ma Dhahanananda, and EE from Canada. I request all the others, everyone who's watching us as well, to please post. This is a very, very powerful process which can literally give you the complete experience of being established in the space of consciousness, thoughtlessness. Actually, whenever you manifest powers, automatically you fall into that thoughtless space. So just sit. Please place a cup of water with a blade of grass. You can write down which direction you want the grass to move in. Like, for example, you can say you want it to go straight, you want it to go left, right, in any direction that you want it to go in. Just write it down. Sit. Do not physically touch. You're not going to keep your hand on that. You're going to place it in a stable surface and consciously will for it to move in the direction that you want.
So all of you come on, sit, hold on to just that intention, how you want it to be moving. And with that decision of yours, you're just going to look through your third eye and you're going to direct the grass to move. And this is for all the viewers that have already been initiated. If you have sat in any darshans, you have received the initiation. And anyone who is completely new, we request you to be here, stay tuned, learn all these cognitions. Today during the darshan, you will be receiving the initiation. So let's start manifesting the power now. Please chant the Mahavakya. We are playing the Mahavakya, so you all can chant along with it.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Now, please relax. Slowly, please settle down. Now, we will be entering into a very, very important session where we will be understanding about the 25 states of consciousness. And this is a very important basic lesson for all of us to understand as we progress further towards understanding deeper aspects of Mahasadashiva. Let us enter into the session.
You have two levels of existing. Listen carefully. Two levels of existing. One with the thought currents, without the thought currents. With the thought currents means an active inner image, constantly spitting thoughts. Without thoughts, in deep sleep, where I think some of you are in that state now. If you are not hearing me, you are in that state. If you are hearing me, you are not, fortunately. I'll repeat, listen. With thoughts, without thoughts. With thoughts, all of you know, constantly picking fight with everyone, everything. Actually, with thoughts is nothing but constantly picking fight with everything. When you stop picking fight with everything, there will be no thought. Thought is Tan in your existence. When there is uneasiness and you decide to pick fight with some part of you or the other, then comes thought. Without thought, you know, deep sleep in the night time or sometimes in the daytime. Whenever you are in the deep sleep, no thought. So these two, same way, listen. With thought, without thought. Same way, with your existence, remembrance of your existence, without the remembrance of your existence. Listen.
Listen, you need to listen to these words very carefully. With the idea, I exist, I consciousness. Without the idea, I exist. These two states, how many of you are able to understand? See, now, all of you have the idea, I exist. Am I right? The deep sleep, do you have that? That is why it is sleep. So, there are two ways and two states. Two ways is with thought, without thought. Two states is with the idea I exist and without the idea I exist. How many of you understand that? Projector. Listen. With the idea, I exist, and with thoughts, listen carefully, because you need to understand this unit. This is the fundamental unit. How the states of consciousness is formed in you. Why you go through what you go through in your life. Understand, ignorance is not cute. Ignorance of traffic rules is not going to save you from the traffic ticket. Ignorance of traffic rules is not going to save you from ticket. Ignorance cannot be a reason for not following. Same way in the cosmos, ignorance is not cute. Yes, you can be victim, singing song, oh, I am ignorant, innocent devotee. Who is going to care? No. A devotee cannot be ignorant. Jnana varishta bhakti, devotion established on knowledge and understanding. That is devotion. Understand, I am talking about the fundamental units of life. So let me go to the next word. I am introducing these 4 words. With thoughts, without the idea that I exist. That's called swapna. You may say, no. In dream also I remember I exist. No, listen carefully. In the dream, you will be writing your college examination sitting with your son. How can that be? College exam you wrote much before the marriage. How many of you had this kind of a completely overlapping dream? You need to know the identity I you feel in the dream does not have independent understanding. It is just overlapping, crisscrossing of few thought currents. See, like laser beam, if 4 or 5 beams cross, that point looks like a independently shining, which is not. Same way, in the dream, few thought currents crossing, You feel as if your identity exists, but it is not. It does not have consistency. In one dream itself, that will change 20 times. How many of you have observed? In the waking state itself, it changes. Why dream state? How many of you say that? But in the waking state, at least little decent. In the waking state, it's more like an unstable spouse. Every half an hour divorce. And every 1 hour patch up. But in the dream state, it doesn't even behave like an unstable spouse. It behaves like a 10 minutes son, 10 minutes boss, 5 minutes brother, 5 minutes enemy. You just don't know how it behaves. Listen carefully. The number of thoughts gives idea that you exist for a spark. That's what happens in the dream state. How many of you are able to understand what I am saying? That is why the idea of I in the dream state is so illusory. Many times you don't even remember you when you come back from dream. What was your idea about you? Seen but does not exist. That's a direct translation of the word swapna. Seen but does not exist. Where the idea of I does not exist, but the thoughts exist. Means the frequency of the thoughts is much higher. The idea of I, it has no existence. That frequency is almost like a zero. Then third word I am introducing, listen, where neither the idea I exists nor the idea thoughts exist. That is what is called deep sleep, sushupti. These three all of us experience in our day-to-day life. The fourth word I am going to introduce, it has no word. That is why it is called turiya. Turiya means fourth in Sanskrit. In Sanskrit, the word turiya means fourth. That's all. Because there is no word for it. Where the idea that I exist is there. I am there, but there is no thoughts. That is called the fourth state, turiya. With the idea I exist, but without thoughts, is turiya. With I plus with thoughts is waking state. Without I but thoughts is dream state. Neither I nor thoughts is deep sleep state. Only I, no thoughts is turiya. Now I want you to remember these four words. Let me repeat. Jakrat means waking state. Swapna means dream state. Sushupti means deep sleep state. Turiya means fourth state, awakened state. There is a fifth word Mahadeva introduces in Agama called Turyatita, means not only you are awake, you are alive, you can move anything you want. See, if you have manifested the powers of moving a matter, how many of you are successfully able to move a matter? You have seen the glimpse of Turyatita. Turyatita is the state where awakening becomes power manifestation. All these 5 states, deep sleep, dream, waking, awakened, alive. All these 5 states in Sanskrit, Sushupti, Swapna, Jakrat, Turiya, Turiyatita. All these 5 states cross each other. You may ask, how? Because you are no more a single integrated being. All the time, one part of you is planning, strategizing about your future and possibilities. The other part of you is just interested in denying you, which is strategizing. The part which goes on strategizing about you and your future is called mind, head, intellect, logic. The part which goes on denying you does not want the direction. Not because it is right or wrong, just it does not want. It's like a tantrum throwing child, what you call as heart emotion. Please understand, you have been given a very wrong idea, your heart and emotion is always right. No. Both are corrupt. Understand, both are corrupt. Both carry deep incompletions. Heart wants something just because it does not want that. Heart denies something just because head wants it. It's not that always heart is right. No. If you feel heart is right, no. You are wrong. Head is wrong. That does not mean heart is right. Head is wrong does not mean heart is right. Sometimes head is right. That does not mean heart is wrong. Sometimes head is wrong. That does not mean heart is right. Both have their incompletions, both have their problems. Because you are no more a single being. See, invariably when the whole humanity has started experiencing this dual being, two-part, that is when our masters declare the Kali started. So two parts of you experiences two different states at a time always. Please understand. If your head, which is strategizing about your future, is now awake, your heart is in dream state, sitting somewhere and doing something else. If you have to put your head and heart together, keep yourself in the waking state, you feel stressed, tensed. Oh, I can't be like that for a long time. Maybe few minutes, okay. Not more than that. How many of you understand what I am saying? How many of you experientially feel, yes, I go through this? Understand, the line, vertical line is a heart projector. Vertical line is heart's line. Horizontal line is logic's line. Head's line. So listen, when your head is in Sushupti, heart is also in Sushupti. It is called Sushupta Sushupti. Deep sleep, deep sleep. Very rarely you experience this. Even in your deep sleep, if you are lying on your bed for 8 hours, Maximum you may experience this deep sleep for 20 to 30 minutes, not more than that. Please understand. Head, heart, both parts of you experiencing sushupti and sushupti, deep sleep and deep sleep. It may happen just for a few minutes in the whole 6 hours or 8 hours. You are lying on your bed. When your head experiencing dream state and your heart experiencing deep sleep, you can perceive this experience. When you dream and just fall asleep without even waking up, you will dream something and you will fall asleep without waking up. Again you will dream something, you will fall asleep. Maybe third time or fourth time when you dream only you will wake up. How many of you have experienced this? When you wake up you will remember all the 3-4 dreams. That is what this state, the Sushupti and Swapna.
How many of you are understanding? State is not bad. Understand? All these 25 states of consciousness is 25 dimensions of you. You are 25 phases. You are 25 dimensions. In the waking state, how you are able to control larger part of you. You can control your hands, you can control your legs. Many things you can control in your waking state. When you want, you can get up and go and pick up a cup of tea. When you want, you can go and use the restroom. In the dream state, if you find a restroom, don't use, it's a trap. Once more, I am repeating, if you missed it. In the dream state, if you find a restroom, don't use, it is a trap. When your bladder is full, it is capable of sending instruction to your brain and the whole restroom will be built. And you will be made to feel comfortable. Only things are a little wet or hot, you realize what has happened. Understand your ability to have power over your internal and external things makes certain state is good or bad. That's all. If you are in delusion, don't be afraid. Kicks you to the next level of liberation. See, 3 seconds of nightmare not only gets you out of nightmare, it pushes you to the next level of state of consciousness called waking state. From dream, you are just kicked to the waking state. High. From dream, moving to waking state is like an enlightenment in dream state. So, if you had a very sweet dream, normal dream in your dream state, you would have just gone again back to dream state or deep sleep state. But if you had a nightmare, you can neither go back to dream state or deep sleep state. You have to be kicked to waking state. So, delusion in the delusion in the dream state is nightmare. But ultimately that nightmare does a great good thing that you are enlightened, pushed out of the dream state to the waking state. From waking state, if you are pushed to the Turiya, that is enlightenment. Same way, from dream, if you are pushed to waking, that is enlightenment in this level. Understand? Enlightenment means getting pushed to the next higher state of consciousness. From deep sleep, if you are pushed to the dream state, that's one level enlightenment. From dream state, if you are pushed to the waking state, that is one level of enlightenment. From waking state, if you are pushed to the Turiya, that is next level of enlightenment. From Turiya, if you are pushed to Turiyatita, that's the next level of enlightenment. So understand, the nightmare in your dream state is not as bad as you always think, because just the 3-second nightmare, and you need to know, no nightmare can be longer than 3 seconds. It's a law of life. In the dream, it will look like a long time, but actually, in chronological waking state time, it is only 3 seconds. So, all nightmares are enlightenment in the dream state, because it has pushed you from dream state to the waking state, which is a level of enlightenment in the, as far as the dream state is concerned. I should call there are 4 levels of enlightenment. From deep sleep, when you are pushed to the dream state, it's called dream enlightenment. From dream state, if you are pushed to the waking state, it's called waking enlightenment. From waking state, if you are pushed to Turiya, it's called awakened enlightenment. From Turiya, when you are pushed to Turiyatita, it's called live, living enlightenment. Sometimes people ask me, what's the difference between various states of consciousness and various planes of the universe? Understand? If you go to dream state and come back, what you see in the dream state, what others see in their dream state will not be same. Both of you may be sleeping in the same room. But when you go to dream, the world will be different. When he goes to dream, the world will be different. But conscious planes, the multi-dimension planes of the universe means like a Tapoloka, Satyaloka, Kailasa. If he gets into Kailasa and you get into Kailasa and come back, description will be same. The scene will be same. Listen carefully. The various states of consciousness is more like the subjective truths. Planes of the universe means subjective truth becoming reality in the universal plane. Understand? How? Now all of you experience the same in this Jakrat plane. This wall is same for all of you. This mic is same for all of you. The interpretations about the mic will be different. The knowledge about the wall will be different. Perception about the wall will be different, but wall is same. Understand? Truth is same. The facts you derive will be different. So this is the plane of Bhu. If you enter into the planes of Swa, Tapa, Satya, exploring those planes through the various states of consciousness, I should say, if we need to send the rocket to Mars, the fuel we need to fill is states of consciousness. If we need to reach Kailasa, we need to fill our being with Turyatita. The fuel is the states of consciousness. The place to reach the plane is those lokas. Sadashiva has given a very elaborate, detailed science. He has not left us orphans. Understand? If you leave your cell phone to your child and tell the child to call whenever he or she needs, and you have the capacity to appear the moment even he tries to type your number, you can't say you left your child orphan. No one can say your child has been left orphan. He has left us his cell phone number and he appears even if you start typing the number. Understand? He left the signs to us. He has not denied it to the humanity. He has not denied it for the human beings. When the science is available, it's our responsibility to explore it. Of course, it's my responsibility to make it user-friendly for all of you. Yoga has religion, that is Hinduism. It is from the Hindu culture, Hindu tradition. Yoga has evolved. Hindu thought current. Yoga has evolved. It's a gift we gave it to the world from the Hindu thought current. The original Vedic and Agamic description, definition of yoga, 3 levels: the science of exploring various powers, science of exploring various states of consciousness, science of exploring various dimensions of the universe. Understand? Some of the planets, the base material of the planet is diamond. You should know some of the planets are 80% diamond material. When we have access to the planets and able to transport, what will happen? Nobody can describe. Whether diamond market will collapse or value of our wealth will go up, we don't know. Access, possibility opens new doors which can't be described. You do not know the result and end result. You do not know what all other doors can open through this. Same way, access to the multi-dimensions of the universe, you do not know how many new possibilities and doors open. And not only Hindu tradition talks about access to other lokas, other planes of universe, it was a very common practice. In Hindu tradition, human beings having access are those beings contacting human beings. I don't even want to say in the modern day people are not doing it. No, we have enough of people who are doing it even now. The body which is fueled only by Sushupti, Jakrat Swapna means deep sleep, dreaming and little waking state once in a while because of cup of coffee. The body which was being dragged, functioning only with these states, if even little Turyatita is mixed, it is like, oh, wow. Today I'll put little Turyatita. You will see the kind of a alchemy change in the system. God, what is going on? What is he doing to my system? I am just changing the fuel. Multiple things will happen. One, a thorough healing of the body. All the repaired parts get healed. All the friction disappears. Then, ability of your mind to see, perceive, cognize Jiva, individual self, Jagat, universe, Ishvara, Sadashiva. Ability to cognize Jiva, Ishvara, Jagat. ability to connect with the Jiva, Ishvara and Jagat becomes high when you are fueled with the Turyatita space and state. That is why these 25 states of consciousness, knowledge about it and experience about it is very important. When the Turya and Turyatita gets into your system, the Karana, the organ-based projection of the world dissolves into your original state. So the original state becomes reality. Then the organ-based projection universe. Listen. Organ-based projected universe, as long as you are perceiving it, you are pursuing it, it will all be love, hatred, good, bad, right, wrong, jumps in the life. But when Turya and Turyatita is added to your biomemory, bioenergy, suddenly you will realize yourself is a much deeper and higher reality than the organ-based projected universe. Listen, what we call parallel universe, unmanifest, avyakta, the delusion component of Mahadeva, Trobhava, cannot be exactly translated as delusion. It should only be translated as ununderstandable, ununderstood or unknown. Trobhava is not, the precise word is not delusion. Precise word is unknown. The various permutation combinations of the 5 units, 5 unit principles is length, breadth, depth, time, space. 5 tattva, principal tattvas. The various permutation combination of these 5 principles forms 11 dimensions. Length, breadth, depth. These 3 dimensions operate in Bhu, the pure space where all other things merge into the space is Kailasa. The 14 lokas. Atala, Vitala, Sutala, Talatala, Bhatala, Bhur, Bhuva, Suva, Tapas, Satya. All those 14 lokas come under these 11 dimensions. Understand this 11 dimension, then I will initiate all of you. Not just educating, I will initiate also. Just I need to change the fuel in your body. The fuel with which you are functioning now needs to be changed. You will automatically have your eyes pulled by the third eye during the initiation. I will also teach you guys to teleport and materialize antimatter. See, all teleportation has to happen only through the antimatter. Vibhuti has to become antimatter, only then it has to become a Vibhuti again. So if I just ask you guys to stop in between, that's all. You have antimatter and billions of dollars. Cosmos cannot just brush you aside, push you aside, saying, okay, you throw tantrum, I'll do my job. No. Understand, if you read the Vedic literature, so many references will be there. A rishi is sitting in one forest, corner of the forest, under a tree and meditating. Indra's throne burns. Mahadeva's Kailasa shakes. Vishnu wakes up from his Vaikunta snake bed, rushes to attend. Have you not read these stories? What it means? Your tantrum cannot be neglected. Be a strong seeker, intense seeker. Never allow the worship of ignorance. Never allow worship of ignorance. I tell you, whatever you lost, wealth, time, energy, youth, I am telling you, everything is useless. Gain 10 times, 100 times more. Anything you lost, just if you acquire one thing, seeking. If you stop worshipping ignorance, losing the spiritual seeking is the biggest curse. If you have not lost the spiritual seeking, don't worry, nothing is lost. It means you know how to throw tantrum and make the cosmic mother open the treasury, go down for us. Seeking is nothing but your ability to throw tantrum and get the attention of the cosmic mother. I am telling you, just sit under one tree with a depth and decision of seeking. Simply Kailasa has to shiver. Kailasa will shake. Don't try to be Ravana, trying to shake the Kailasa. You will be caught under. Just be a yogi. Vishnu cannot sleep there. Vaikunta will have a tsunami. He has to come down and attend to you. Because after all, Vaikunta, Kailasa and all is nothing but a parallel universe of you. Your Anagata Chakra. The parallel universe of your Anagata Chakra is Vaikunta. Parallel universe of your Anya is Kailasa. If you shake your Anya, Kailasa has to wake up and Mahadeva has to appear in front of you. Don't be arrogant out of your seeking. Actually, when you are seeking, arrogance will not even happen. Now when I am explaining, don't see this as arrogance. Very pure, clear, confident and the straight, right guidance I am giving you. It's not arrogance. When I say, if you sit and open your third eye, the parallel universe of the third eye, Kailasa has to shake and Mahadeva has to appear. I am not arrogant. I am just revealing some of the very deep, sacred secret to you. If you sit and open your Anahata Chakra with the depth of seeking, simply the Narayana has to wake up from his Yoga Nidra and appear in front of you. Oh my son, what do you want? Indra's throne will burn. Have you not heard these stories? These are not stories, they are truths. They are truths. Paramashiva's message directly from Kailasa on this auspicious Nithyanandotsavam, Avatara Brahmotsavam, Avatara Dina Brahmotsavam, second day. Listen. Listen. Surrender is the parallel universe synergy trigger. Let me repeat. Surrender is the parallel universe synergy trigger. Means, I'll try to expand. Please listen intensely. Even you listening about surrender, internalizing, trying to cognize, do manana about surrender, even thinking of doing surrender or planning, strategizing to do surrender, everything is parallel universe synergy trigger. Means Paramashiva has already decided and he has picked you up. You are handpicked, chosen. That is why you can even hear about surrender. Shravana about Saranagati happens only if Paramashiva has decided you are his. You belong to him. It is parallel universe synergy trigger. It has multi-layer meaning. It's not that you surrender and Paramashiva accepts. He decided to accept you, then he triggers the surrender in you, the idea of surrender in you, thought of surrender in you. Kailasa decided to accept your surrender. Only then the surrender idea gets triggered in you. Bhakti, Saranagati, feeling connection, love, all of this towards the divine, Paramashivan Guru, is parallel universe synergy trigger. The sync you and the parallel universe is synced continuously, consciously, spontaneously, simultaneously. Listen. Surrender is parallel universe synergy trigger. Let me expand. Listen intensely. Even you listening, hearing about Saranagati, Saranagati to Paramashiva or Guru, the ultimate. Even you are listening or manana, thinking, or nitidhyasana, manifesting. See, whether you try to listen and cognize or contemplate and strategize to manifest or manifest. Shravana, Manana, Nidhityasana. In all three levels, even you Hearing about Saranagati, listening about Saranagati is parallel universe synergy trigger. Means only when Paramashiva decides to have you for himself, he triggers the idea of Saranagati in you. Don't ever think you decide to surrender, then Paramashiva accepts it. No. Understand the principle of time in parallel universe. In parallel universe, there is no past, present, future. It's a synergy. Synced energy manifestation is synergy. He decides, Kailasa decides, Paramashiva decides to have you for himself, then the idea of surrender gets triggered in you. Let me repeat. It is not that you decide to do Saranagati and then he accepts. No. He decides to have you all for himself, then he triggers from the parallel universe as a synergy trigger. Saranagati is triggered in you.
revealed just now. Understanding the 25 states of our existence. Our body and mind transcends through several states of existence in each level. And as we go to each state, our body and mind falls into a certain state of existence. For example, when your mind is in deep sleep state, but your body is in wakeful state, we call that as sleepwalking. Every one of you that are sitting here, each of you are we all transcend through these different states of consciousness, and we will have the experience of this highest space of oneness. Now, every one of us, let us all take a few minutes to go through what Swamiji revealed. Here is the mapping of the vertical time zones, the 14 lokas and the 25 states of consciousness. Here we can see there are 4 main states: with the I consciousness, without I consciousness, here we can see the Jagrat, the wakeful state. So when you are awake with I consciousness and with thoughts, you're in wakeful state, what we call as Jagrat. When you are awake, which means you have the I consciousness, but you're not having thoughts, you're in Turiya. That is why whenever you are in the space of Samadhi, you go to the space of Turiya. Next, without I consciousness, but with thoughts, which means, see, when we all fall asleep, right, we actually don't have the I consciousness. If you notice, when we fall asleep, we don't have the I consciousness, but we have thoughts. That's what we call as dreaming. But without I consciousness, without thoughts is Sushupti, deep sleep. Typically, whenever we are in deep sleep, we don't really cognize anything, correct? Now, this is the main states of consciousness, and there are 5 major states that we navigate through. The permutation combinations of these 5 states makes up the 25 states of consciousness. First one being Jagrat, waking state. Second one being Swapna, dream state. Third one being Sushupti, deep sleep state. Fourth one being Turiya, alive, awakened state. Fifth one is Turiya Atita, the awakened state. I'll give you all a few minutes to write down this table. It's a very important one. Swamiji had projected this as well. So please take a few minutes and you all can write this table as you all can see. Each state, Sushupti, Sushupti, which is the deep sleep, then dream, waking, awakened, alive, which is Sushupti, Swapna, Jagrat, Turiya, Turiyatita. The permutation combination of these 5 crisscrossing with the 5. So when your body goes through the 5 states and your mind goes through the 5 states, these permutation combinations of the 5 states is what forms the 25 states of consciousness. As we all can see, here's the 25 states of consciousness and the 14 lokas, the parallel universes. In each of these layers, we can see the Kailasa, Mahakailasa, the 14 lokas, which state we are in from there that corresponds to that particular loka. For example, if you are in Turiya, which is awakened and alive, Turiya Tita, all the permutation combinations of Turiya and Turiya Tita allows you to travel to any of the higher lokas above Bhuloka. Any of the Swapna, Sushupti and Jagrat, permuting, combinating with Swapna, Sushupti and Jagrat allows you to travel to all the lower lokas. Now, each of these bodies that we exist in, we are all in one respective, we all travel to that particular higher loka. Actually, you all should know, one of the most interesting things is every loka, the thought current you cherish, right? The parallel universe synergy trigger that you create has an impact in that particular loka. Each of the higher lokas, that's what Swamiji was saying, right? When you surrender, you create a parallel universe synergy trigger for Mahavishnu who is lying down, or Kailasa. When you give a command with seeking, each of those parallel universes shake. Each universe, the state of consciousness that you exist in, it's very tightly connected. In Bhuloka, whenever you are in Jagrat, you are in Bhuloka. At all the other times, you transcend to the higher, lower lokas based on your experience, based on the state that you are in. The vertical time zones, each of them, each of the states of consciousness, you are in the respective abodes. Which state you are in, if you are all the things related to Turiya, puts you in Swargaloka. All the things related to Turiya Tita puts you in Maharloka. Like that, every state of consciousness, when you do not have self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial, you travel to the higher lokas. Are all of you getting it? Actually, right now, whenever you manifest powers, each of us can experience that particular loka, that particular higher parallel universe synergy trigger. Right now, when you manifest powers, you are going to be triggering your existence in Maharloka, strengthening the space where you are completely thoughtless, empowering you to manifest a higher frequency of existence. Right now, yes, Ma Sahana DH, I know this Mahavakya is something very, very beautiful. So it is available on YouTube as well. It's called the Mahavakya. We'll have the digital security post the link for you, Ma. You can enjoy it. Sunil Yadavji, Nithyanandam. Okay, so now let us enter into the power manifestation where you're going to be manifesting this powerful cognition as an experience for you. Remember again, whenever you manifest powers, you are literally creating, empowering your existence in the parallel universe of Maharloka. So now I request each of you to bring an object. Please keep an object in water and you all can levitate that object, which means consciously through your, from the space of oneness, give a command for that water to raise. And it will simply raise the object. You just tell the water, okay, please raise the object. Give a command to the water to raise it. It will simply listen to you, transmit that experience and manifest. Let us start.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Mahamahavaagya, spiritual lullaby for Samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. This Mahamahavaagya is spiritual lullaby for you to fall into Samadhi. Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva to wake up in you. Just remember this one powerful cognition. This Mahamahavaagya puts me in Samadhi. This is spiritual lullaby for Samadhi. And Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva in me. For Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahamahavaagya. Mahamahavaagya, spiritual lullaby for Samadhi. And Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. For Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahamahavaagya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Please relax. Slowly, please settle down. As all of us manifest this power, as you keep manifesting, you keep adding yourself the experience of expanding your inner space consciously, what we call as a conscious elasticity. Now, let us listen to the next session where we learn about the sacred secrets of conscious elasticity. Let us now listen to the powerful revelations.
Paramashiva's message from KAILASA. Understanding the multiple dimensions of your existence can coexist without chaos and prioritizing simultaneously, spontaneously in you makes you chaos free, stress free, tiredness free, incompletion free, worry free. Listen, I'll explain. Very simple thing I can tell you. Visualize yourself with the 25 heads of Paramashiva, 75 eyes. Now decide all your problems, difficulties, business, everything. You will think through these 25 heads and find solution. Please listen. These visualizations like 25 heads of Paramashiva, 75 eyes of Paramashiva, 50 hands of Paramashiva, all these expands
your conscious elasticity. Mark these words. Mark this word. Conscious elasticity means capacity to conceive larger ideas, ideologies, principles, theologies without getting broken or damaged, feeling consistently all the multi-dimensions of your existence and the cosmos is organized, centered on you, your consciousness. Listen. If you feel in the waking state who you are and in the dream state who you are is absolutely unconnected and not even able to have connection, be very clear, it means you are highly stressed and almost broken inside. The multiple parts of you, dreaming part, visualization part, thinking part, emotional component, feeling component, deciding component, all this, if it is connected in sync, synergic, that is what I call conscious elasticity. It just gets pulled, pushed, dragged, but never gives way, breaks. Falling into dream state, falling into deep sleep, getting out of it should be almost like a sweet vacation. Paramashiva's message directly from Kailasa. Conscious elasticity is ability to unclutch and operate. Ability to unclutch and operate. In Sanskrit, we use the word called Sahaja Samadhi. Ability to be absolutely stress-free, but alive, active, vibrant. I can sit in Nirvikalpa Samadhi whole day in this Batmasana and go on releasing the ideas about Kailasa, Reserve Bank of Kailasa. Usually presidents, prime ministers, head of states, if they want to reveal something, announce something to the world, they will call for a press meet. There will be a formal press meet, they will announce and the media will ask questions and they will answer, then it will be taken to the world. But here, I did not even make the announcement. I said, I will make the announcement on Ganesh Chaturthi. That's it. It is all over media and social media, internationally, globally. I finished the satsang, went and sat in Samadhi, attended to some of my puja and all the spiritual activities. When I came out and saw just Reserve Bank of Kailasa, 200 videos are up there. Actually, we are ready to announce, we are going to be announcing. And I am already ready with all the policies, very elaborately the economic policies and economic strategies. And actually, I was planning this 10 days Brahmotsavam itself. I will detail out all the economic policies and principles,
strategies with Shastra Pramana in English and in Tamil, both languages. In both languages, I'll use Sanskrit. Fundamentally, the policies are formed based on Sanskrit scriptures. So the policies are in Sanskrit, translated in both the languages, English and Tamil, both languages. But only I was wondering, still I am not able to logically understand why this Reserve Bank of Kailasa became so popular, viral. Because I am talking every day, so many things. Understand the principle of conscious elasticity, then you will be able to understand what I am trying to share with you all. Conscious elasticity means ability to completely unclutch and ability to fully involve both. This ability gets built in your system when you start enjoying unclutching more and more. There was a great saint, Ramalinga Vallalar, in South India. He gives a beautiful 3 instruction. Pasittiru, Danittiru, Velittiru. Means always body should feel hunger. You should never dump the body with food and seal it up to this. Pasittiru. Always body should be functioning, alive, hungry, burning. Jataragni should be burning. See the Homagni also in Yagunda also. If you dump the whole thing, the fire will be choked and it will not even be able to burn whatever you offered as ahuti. So you should do it in such a way that the fire should not be overloaded. Same way the Jataragni, the fire in your stomach, responsible for hunger, digestion. It should not be overloaded. It should be kept alive, constantly burning, alive. Excited, inspired, burning. Listen carefully. Pasittiru means keep your body hungry. Always, always a level of hunger should be there. Tanittiru, be unclutched. Vizhittiru, be fully alive in the state of Turiyatita and Turiyatita. That's the essence of this great saint's teaching, Ramalinga Vallalar. Pasittiru, Tanittiru, Vizhittiru. These 3 will make the conscious elasticity happen in you. I tell you, human mind is capable of manifesting everything in the life. Listen carefully. You are absolutely capable of manifesting all the powers and possibilities of Paramashiva. Your delusion, I should say, the delusion forcibly dumped on you by society, your brainwashing education system, actually, society does not want classy people. It wants middle class, mediocre. Because only then it can continue to exploit you and you will be like a sheep. That is why the brainwashing, materialistic education teaches you, if you are absolutely silent, unclutched, you will not be active, enjoying life. If you are active, outgoing, you will not be indrawn. That is stupidity taught to you. This is taught in multiple levels. You should always be outgoing, and if you learnt only outgoing, you will collapse in depression. If you learnt only going inside, you will not collapse in depression. Maybe you will be a little impractical with the outer world. But I tell you, real unclutching is neither only going inward nor only going outward. It is expanding your conscious elasticity. The more you learn unclutching, you will have the ability to go inward and you will have so much excitement and deep involved thinking through. So many celebrities who are absolutely outgoing are depressed and suicidal in their personal lives. Celebrity suicide is not accident. By the fundamental design of the binary logic and Macaulay education and materialistic brainwashing, only outgoing person has to be suicidal. It's not something rare, whether comedians or stand-up comedians or all celebrity, the film actors or even the celebrity journalists, stage actors. The only outgoing, and you see, if you are brainwashed, you are capable of only one thing. That is all is needed to destroy you. Either you die as a mediocre forever, or you live as conflicted genius and collapse. I tell you, conscious elasticity, capacity to be in absolute turyadita, in nirvikalpa samadhi, and Jakrat, involved. Conscious elasticity means you can catch a thought before it gets formed inside you. microscopic, and you can see the stars telescopic and know the path it is traveling. Understand? You can catch a thought before it forms inside you, microscopic. You can see the stars and its path telescopic. Is what I call as conscious elasticity. I tell you, you are simply capable of it. Visualize you with 25 faces. I tell you, every day you are also doing all these 25 actions. You are creating something, you are maintaining something, you are rejuvenating something, you are pulling yourself out of delusion sometimes, you are liberating yourself sometimes. All these 25 actions you are also doing, but with a lot of conflicts, stress, friction, fight, internal chaos, because you do not understand all these 25 can coexist in a very orderly way. If you can organize your inner space and understand this 25 constantly is happening in you in a very orderly way. Please understand, this next 24 hours, I want to dedicate it to this one principle. All of you sit and pen down, think, do Vakyartha Sadas on this one principle. How you are doing all these 25 actions of Paramashiva in your life every day. Understand? Macrocosm is Paramashiva, microcosm is you. You are the microcosmic version of macrocosm Paramashiva. Brahmanda is in Pindanda. Brahmanda is Paramashiva. You in your body, in your Pindanda, is direct version, reflection, representation of that Paramashiva in all its glory, capability, possibility and powers. You are blueprint of Paramashiva. Conscious elasticity. If you visualize you with all these 25 phases of Paramashiva, the different aspects of your life, your capacity to keep everything integrated to your consciousness is conscious elasticity. If you feel these 25 phases, heads of Paramashiva is on your head, the neck muscle actually keeps all the heads integrated to your body. Same way, the conscious elasticity is the neck muscle keeps all these 25 phases and paces of you, keeps integrated to your consciousness. Understand? All of us are doing these 25 activities. You are creating, maintaining, maybe in small scale, destroying, putting in delusion, pulling out of delusion, liberation. All of us are doing. See, when you give a consolation, a loving smile, or a simple loving hug to a friend, you are liberating that person from suffering. So every day, knowingly, unknowingly, all of us are doing all these 25 activities. If you are in chaos, disorganized, you suffer as bandha jiva, bound soul. If you become organized, understand these 25 phases of you, is part of you, and integrate them by building a conscious elasticity, you become Paramashiva. Unclutching strengthens your conscious elasticity. Your ability to be a creator or rejuvenator or liberator or destroyer or deluder, all your dimensions will be in sync if you know how to be unclutched. By more and more unclutching, build conscious elasticity. That's the essence of today's satsang. When you actually unclutch, not just your thought currents, your liver, your kidney, your intestine, the very elasticity and plasticity of your brain changes. Listen. Youth means whose brain still retains the elasticity and plasticity for the new, exciting, enlightening life, intense life. Youth has nothing to do with based on your date of birth, year of birth. Youth means whose brain is plastic enough, elastic enough to manifest the grooves, to radiate enlightenment, excitement, intensity, joy, life positivity is youth. So when you unclutch, sit in unclutching, your liver changes, your intestine balances, the elasticity and plasticity of the brain, the ability of your brain to develop the new grooves changes. It's no more a dead, frozen stone. It's a living clay in which the new grooves can be formed. Youth is a person who can get inspired, who can get excited, who can really awaken himself for developing the grooves of enlightenment. Simplest way, as it happened in my life, I tell you. I just know my Guru is Paramashiva and I am committed to him. I'll do it. That's it. Understand? But I know I will be integrated to my Guru and my commitment to my Guru, and not even one second iota of doubt or idea of not doing even appeared. Forget about that thought appearing and then me consoling and denying and saying, no, there is no internal struggle. I just know I am committed to my Guru and I will do it. He may not be physically available to me now. That does not mean my commitment to him changes. When your commitment to your Guru changes, even if your Guru is physically alive, even if you are living with your Guru, you are Guru widower. If your commitment to Guru has not changed, you are Dirgha Sumangali, Nitya Sumangali. I am committed to my Guru and his word to revive the enlightened civilization, KAILASA on the planet Earth. I'll do it. I will continue to strategize, and I also know very strongly I cannot be destroyed. I am Akshaya. Because my Guru is Akshaya. I am committed to him and he is in me. He has given me that oneness. I am Akshaya. I cannot be destroyed. I'll do it. And I am successful in making it happen. I tell you, fundamentally, enlightenment is too simple. The identity you cognize as you just needed to move from pi of destructive individual identity to pi of Paramashiva. See, your foundation software, that binary code is destructive, powerless ideas, concepts, cognitions. If we wake up to the powerful cognitions, I tell you, the whole being you will move in right direction. Understand? If you are moving in wrong direction, even your success is a struggle. If you are moving in right direction, even if your struggle is success. Even your struggle is success. Whether life is a struggle or success is all about the direction, not about the speed or what you face during the journey. Understand? The word struggle or success, failure is defined by the direction you are moving, not by the incidents, situations, things you face during the journey. No. If your identity is right, if your Akshaya Guna, the pi, the cognitions are right, even your struggles are biggest success. Even if people feel you are struggling, you are grand success. If your Akshaya Guna, core existence is delusion, even if people feel you are successful, you are only struggling. Fail. I can negotiate with whole world for my Guru, but no question of negotiating with my Guru. I'll conquer the whole world for my Guru. No question of even looking up to see his face, only feet. Understand? Pi of Paramashiva is Guru. If you negotiate with the core concept Akshaya Guna, then when are you going to reach and be integrated and strategize for it? Strategizing for your enlightened identity is living enlightenment. Strategizing to live and manifest your enlightened identity is living enlightenment.
Nithyanandam, let's hope all of you are able to hear me. So beautifully, Swamiji explained to us about conscious elasticity, how our very brain grooves get changed, affected, and it becomes more and more powerful when you start cognizing, visualizing like these subtle truths. Conscious elasticity means your conscious ability to become everything. Ekam becoming anekam, and anekam continuing to remain as ekam. Can I request all the viewers that are there with us right now? Please take a moment and please post what exactly you understood so far. What did you understand so far from this session? What did you understand as ekam becoming anekam and anekam continuing to remain as ekam? Actually, if you are looking at it from a very binary logic, it will seem impossible to even cognize or impossible to even understand. Just take a few minutes, spend a few minutes and type. What do you understand by this? What is ekam becoming anekam and anekam becoming ekam? Understand macrocosm is Paramashiva, microcosm is you. You are the microcosmic version of the macrocosm, Paramashiva. Brahmanda is in Pindanda, and that Brahmanda is Paramashiva. Conscious elasticity. Let's understand this a little deeply. Yes. Understand? Conscious elasticity is your ability to unclutch and operate, ability to be absolutely stress-free but alive, active, vibrant. Like how Swamiji is mentioning, it's actually a very, very wrong cognition that society has instilled inside us, where we think that, oh, if you're unclutched and you're in nirvikalpa samadhi, you should be always quiet, you can't do anything, you can't be active. That's actually a delusional cognition that's instilled inside of us. Visualize you with 25 heads, 25 faces. Every day you are also doing all these 25 actions. You are creating something, you're maintaining something, you're rejuvenating something, you're pulling yourself out of some delusion. Sometimes you're liberating yourself. All these 25 actions you're also doing. But the problem, the only difference is we do it with a lot of conflict, stress, and friction, fight, internal chaos, because we don't understand that all these 25 phases can coexist in a very orderly way. If we can organize our inner space and understand these 25 constantly is happening in us in a very orderly way, we manifest Paramashivam. Conscious elasticity is your ability to be in Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Actually, it just reminds me whenever I see this, I'm just remembering seeing how Swamiji operates. Absolutely unclutched from everything. Like, you would never see Swamiji to be as stressed or getting agitated, angry. You would never see these qualities ever. And at the same time, the amount of activism, involvement that Swamiji would have would just blow your mind. Like, because we keep thinking that, okay, if we are conscious and like, if we are unclutched and we are living a very spiritual life, we always think that should be, quiet and like, just unclutched. Like you think that it's peace as a silence. Swamiji is very vibrant. Otherwise, how is it possible that Swamiji is just 46? He is just 46 years old, and already he's established a Hindu nation. The amount of work, Swamiji is the largest collector of deities in the whole world, largest collector of Rudrakshas in the whole world, and he is the largest Rudraksha chariot in the whole world. And has the Guinness World Record for the largest Malakamba Yoga and Shivastamba Yoga and Kundalini Raja Yoga classes. And he has the Guinness World Record of like largest human-made Om. And he has Guinness World Record.
Largest number of Brahmotsavams celebrated in a year.
Exactly.
And also the largest number of books to be authored by a single author.
Exactly, like everything you see, like as you were mentioning, right? Like largest number of books authored by a single author means it's all authored by Swamiji. 1,300 plus books.
Discourses available, public discourses available, like recorded, live recorded of an individual person is Swamiji's.
The longest hours ever. Like all these things, you see, it's Swamiji. You'll keep seeing. Actually, what I'm mentioning is not even the tip of the iceberg. If you just delve even a little bit into Swamiji's autobiography, you would be mind blown, because the amount of work that Swamiji has been doing, and what he has accomplished. And at the same time, what kind of an inner space, no matter what attacks, no matter what persecution, despite of everything, Swamiji remains unperturbed, unclutched, yet active, vibrantly active. If you need to cognize conscious elasticity, just see Swamiji's life, because that's the way he lives. It's not just something to get inspired by. Your biomemory will itself understand only when you see someone living it. It's just mind-boggling. How many of you have had an opportunity to meet Swamiji physically, or get connected to Swamiji physically when or you got to witness how Swamiji works? If yes, I request you to please let us know in the chat.
Performs these actions, right? There is no stress you can observe on Swamiji. You will never see Swamiji getting stressed. You will never see him say, "Oh God, I can't handle this so much." Nothing. You will only see him with a simple, beautiful smile on his face, moving like water from one to another, flowing freely. See, most of the times, we have to juggle between our office, our work commitments, and our home. And in between, sometimes doing one or two of our passions, like things like playing hockey, if you like cricket, or each of us, there are different hobbies that we take. Very rarely we drift through each of these without stress. Almost always we are stressed. We say, "Oh God, I have to do this, I have to do that, I can't handle." But if you just notice Swamiji's life, I have never seen Swamiji. I've almost been with Swamiji for 10 years now. I've never seen Swamiji ever have stress, saying, being tensed, angry. Never. I've only seen Swamiji being, so passionate. He'll keep saying, oh God, there's so much to do. There's so much we have to achieve. But never he's been very, what do you say? Like if we have, let's say, if you organize a large function, how would you be? You will be like, oh my God, it was just such a thing. And then finally off my head. But Swamiji will be the complete opposite. Whenever a grand scale festival happens, right? You know what is Swamiji's response? Swamiji will say, come on, we should do this every day. This is one thing I can somehow it just my brain just doesn't process how Swamiji cognizes this way. I'll give you all an example. If Swamiji gives a grand program, let's say Paramashivoham. Swamiji said, start. During the pandemic, Swamiji wanted to start an online program, and it's a 16-hour program being available and for people to come and experience the basics. Swamiji started that, and it was a grand success. More than 6,000 people around the world attended in one season. So which means there were more than 15,000-20,000 people have attended just 2-3 seasons. We had thousands of people coming in. It was a grand success, and it was not a joke. We had it in US timings, India timings, and we had continuously the acharyas were available, the things were running, happening. Swamiji would come and give darshans. If it were us, right, normally human beings, we would have said, oh God, next year I'll announce one more program like this. But you know what Swamiji did? When we told Swamiji, the statistics, how people are enjoying and people really felt empowered by this, Swamiji said, make this available. It is helping people. People are benefiting. Make this available completely free of cost every single day. It's been more than 2 years plus. To this day, the program is running without a single day break.
I think almost 3 years easily. It's like non-stop running.
And every single time, whenever we get stuck, whenever we are having the cognition of getting enamored by life, whenever you feel, oh my God, it is too much for me to handle, we get stuck. That's where Swamiji tells Paramashiva also does the Panchakritya. We also do the Panchakritya. The only difference is we get stuck in stress, incompletions, we get loaded by things, and we fail to take further actions and steps. We only constantly, we feel so enamored by 1 or 2 actions, and we get stuck in what is called the decision fatigue. Now, just a change in this one cognition will completely change our perspective of life itself. You just need to understand the 25 actions of Paramashiva, bring in that same understanding in your inner space. You will never again be stuck. You will never again be feeling overwhelmed, powerless, and just barely 1 or 2 things we do. You will just beautifully glide through from one to another. This is actually the technique. See what Swamiji is explaining. Visualizing the 25 heads of Mahasadashiva. The calculations. Our nature is to do. Gahano karmano gatihi. It's one of my favorite lines from Bhagavad Gita. Krishna tells, universe by its nature functions, works. Gahano karmano gatihi. The whole cosmos works. Its nature is to work. It never gets enamored. You will never see cosmos saying, oh God, I can't handle all this. Hell with it. I don't want all this. That vocabulary doesn't exist in the cosmos. That is why it runs the whole universe, yet there is no chaos. There's so much of chaos, but there's order in the chaos. You can see galaxies, universe, black holes spinning. At the same time, never once accidents happen. Everything happens as per its life cycle. That is the nature of existence. Cosmos functions with absolute stresslessness. And all of us as extension of cosmos carry this energy in us. Getting it? Now, let's do a very powerful exercise. A process through which you will be able to experience this instant stress-free space of Paramashiva. Now, each of you are going to be bringing any one object, okay? And you're going to be keeping it in front of you. You're going to visualize, you're not going to do anything with the object. You're not going to try and move it, nothing. Just keep your whole inner space completely surrendered, visualizing the 25 faces of Paramashiva. Just sit in that space. The only thing you will do is be continuously manifesting that space. Keep a water bottle, something of your choice in front of you. You are only going to visualize the 25 heads of Mahasadashiva and see your whole inner space expanding. From there, you're going to manifest the next aspects. Okay? So listen very carefully. You don't need to focus on moving the bottle. What you're going to be doing is you're going to keep the bottle, you're going to be toppling the bottle. But you're not going to be focusing on that result. You're going to be focusing on the visualization of you sitting as Mahasadashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands. You're going to visualize your dimensions. Don't get overwhelmed. Don't say, oh God, it's too much to visualize. Come on, sit. Intensely visualize and manifest. I request every one of you to sincerely do. Please understand, it's not a normal power manifestation. It's a very powerful process. Please close your eyes. Connect to Swamiji.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Now, all of you can slowly settle down. We're going to be now entering into one of the most beautiful sessions where Swamiji is going to be explaining to us about how we can rewire our brain. Let us listen to the revelations now.
From monkey to man, the whole breakthrough started just by one simple act. One monkey started walking with the two legs first time. Surely he must have felt very awkward. Other monkeys would have made fun of him. They would have teased him. A lot would have happened. They would have even boycotted him from the community. He would have faced social boycott, whatever. For some reason, he decided to walk with two legs. Understand? That brought the first breakthrough. When monkey started walking with the two legs, the intense blood flow to the brain started going with less speed. Less speed means more possibility for the subtle grooves to develop. More subtle grooves means more subtle activities, possibilities opening up. Means more subtle abilities manifesting. That is the way the perception of consciousness became possible for the brain. Understand? The perception of consciousness became possible for the brain because the subtle grooves started developing in the brain due to less blood flow. Please, you need to understand, the word less blood flow should not be understood wrongly. The speed and the force gushing, all that was less, but whatever is needed continued to be available. It is this simple act made the breakthrough of monkey to man possible. Spiritual growth means your ability to experience consciousness, your expertise in experiencing consciousness. Your expertise in experiencing enlightenment is spirituality, nothing else. The subtle mind with tremendous awareness, the whole blood flowing into the brain, what your brain can catch as the experience of consciousness, subtlety of that experience, your expertise in catching the experience of enlightenment, pure consciousness, that defines how much you have grown spiritually. Understand, your spiritual growth is not defined by whether you have become brahmachari or a swami or a kotari or a tanedar or a mahant. No. it is defined how much you can catch the experience of consciousness, your expertise, the ability of your brain's power, ability of your brain's expertise, the subtle grooves of your brains, its ability and expertise to catch the experience of consciousness. The experience of consciousness, that makes experience of that makes you spiritual. I tell you, all spiritual practices are just to develop that subtle brain grooves in you to catch the pure consciousness. Whether you sit in the banks of Ganga in silence in Haridwar, or you sit in the silence of Manikarnika, Mahasmashana in Varanasi, or you sit in the silence of Gomukh, Tapovan, understand, when your brain grooves, the subtle brain grooves, are able to catch the concept of consciousness, the spirituality is awakened in you.
The other concept that, if I try and think about it too hard, really scares me, is because I can't wrap my mind around it, is the idea of infinity. Like the idea of...
You don't have to think, you can't grasp unless your brain grows that subtle grooves which gets awakened by Kundalini. Once the Kundalini gets awakened, then God, the word will become so real for you. The I word will become empty for you. See, when I utter God, it has so much meaning for me. When I utter the word I, it has no meaning other than the word I am uttering. For you, when you utter the word I, it has so much meaning for you. When you utter the word God, it is just emptiness. So the shift will happen when the Kundalini reaches Sahasrara.
Listening is the first, most powerful step to increase your participation with life. Understand? When your participation with life increases, many of the pleasures which makes you powerless when you run behind it or after you get it will start losing its power over you. Many pleasures, when you start running towards it, it keeps you powerless. After you get it, you are kept powerless. Those kind of pleasures will lose power over you when your participation with the life increases. Listening heals you. Listening brings health to you. It brings health to you because you will start listening to your body before even you develop any disease or complication. By listening it, you will complete it. By listening it, you will complete it. Your body is like a child. Sometimes I have seen these kids will complain. The grown-up kids also. I have both kids and grown-up kids. I don't want to do this. I'll say, okay, then. After 2-3 minutes, I'll say, no. I just told, but I'm going to do. I just wanted to show that I can say no to you, that's all. That is a kind of a silly pleasure. After a few minutes, they understand, no. This is not right. Just by providing listening, I awaken to their intelligence. You can do it. Bring this one quality, listening. That's all. You will see so much good thing in your life. So much good in your life. Such beautiful, wonderful things in your life. Just listening. Whether it is office, anywhere, wherever you are, listening. It's a listening which develops many of the subtle pleasure grooves in your system.
Paramashiva, does manifestation, maintenance, rejuvenation, pulling out of delusion and liberation, Satyojata, Tatpurusha, Vamadeva, Ahora, Ishana. These are the 5 phases. He resides in his supreme Paramashiva Swarupa as Ajomuha or Adhomuha, unborn, beyond formlessness. His Paramashiva Swarupa. That Paramashiva Swarupa manifests with these 5 phases. As Sadashiva, Tatpurusha, Vamadeva, Ahora, Satyojata, Ishana. 5 phases he manifests and does the Panchakritya, Srishti, manifestation, Sthiti, sustenance, Samhara, rejuvenation, Trobhava, pulling out of delusion, Anugraha, liberation. Understand? He does all these 5 jobs. Through these 5 phases. Listen carefully. Creation. The creation dimension of Paramashiva has 5 phases because creation need to be created, manifestation need to be manifested, then sustenance need to be manifested, then destruction, rejuvenation need to be manifested, then pulling out of delusion need to be manifested, then liberation need to be manifested. Then same way, the sustenance phase of Paramashiva, creation itself, manifestation itself need to be sustained. Only then it can exist. See, the creation, even for it to happen, kind of a sustenance is needed every micromillisecond. Sustenance is needed even for creation, even for destruction. For destruction to happen, the destruction need to be sustained when the destruction is happening. Pulling out of delusion need to be sustained when that is happening. Liberation need to be sustained when that is happening. Understand? I'll repeat, listen. Creation created. Manifestation manifested. One phase. Sustenance manifested. Second phase. Destruction manifested. Third phase. Pulling out of delusion manifested. Fourth phase. Liberation manifested. Fifth phase. Then manifestation sustained. Sixth phase. The sustenance is sustained. Seventh phase. Destruction, rejuvenation is sustained. Eighth phase. Pulling out of delusion is sustained. Ninth phase. Liberation is sustained. 10th phase. Listen. Then rejuvenation, destruction, rejuvenation is manifested. 11th phase. Rejuvenation is sustained. 12th phase. Rejuvenation is rejuvenated. Is 13th phase. Rejuvenation is pulled out of delusion. 14th phase. Rejuvenation is liberated. Is 15th phase. Same way, continue. Pulling out of delusion. Prabhava. Prabhava manifested. 16th phase. Prabhava sustained. 17th phase. Prabhava rejuvenated. 18th phase. Prabhava is pulled out of delusion. 19th phase. Prabhava is liberated. 20th phase. Then again, listen. Anugraha. Liberation manifested. 21st phase. Liberation sustained. 22nd phase. Liberation is rejuvenated. 23rd phase. Liberation is pulled out of delusion. 24th phase. Liberation is liberated. 25th phase. Listen. These are the dimensions of Paramashiva. Understand? Meditate on this. That is enough. If your inner space can meditate on this, that's enough. All negativities will be burnt away. The most subtle grooves which will be formed in your brain by meditating on this will manifest the state, space, powers of Paramashiva. Keep Paramashiva as a screensaver with the 25 face, 50 hands, Parashakti Manonmani in his lap, Jatadhari as Paramashiva. Keep him as your screensaver. Go on meditating. Listen to this satsang. Listen to this description. Listen to this satsang and listen to this description. Go on be meditating. Listen. All these 25 is happening now without time gap. There is no time gap. Universes are manifested, sustained for zillions of years, rejuvenated, pulled out of delusion, liberated, all this without time gap. Without time gap, with the period of zillions of years. This too is important line. Without time gap, with the period of zillions of years. Meditate on it. You will understand time as you understand does not exist. Kala exists as existential reality. Time is deluded comparative reality. This one understanding will liberate you. When Paramashiva becomes your fuel and health is built, knowledge is built, life is built, energy is built, you simply radiate Parashakti. It is eternal, I tell you. Just this one understanding. Do not have time-based fear and greed as your fuel, and do not be lazy, dull, dead, bored, depressed. Neither be negative nor be neutral. Fly, come on. It is time. Fill Paramashiva's fuel to you. Paramashivatva's fuel. Let's fly. Understand? Running due to money or lust or fear or greed, Maya matrix, is also stupidity. It is negative. Same way, not running, just dull, dead, depressed, bored, tired, lazy, that is also wrong. Fill yourself with this understanding of Paramashiva. How? All the Panchakritya, 5 actions in the 5 phase, PHASE. So 5 action in 5 phase. 5 PHASE is FACESS. So 5 phases of Paramashiva put together is 25 phases. So listen. When you meditate, all this is happening now. The kind of the energy awakened in you, power manifested in you, I tell you. Only for the Blessed One, Paramashiva reveals himself this detail. Even if you hear, only if you declare integrity to Paramashiva, he will make you understand it visually, even be able to cognize this. Whoever is able to cognize this and feel connected, you are initiated by Paramashiva. Paramashiva is directly blessing you and manifesting through you. Understand? Meditate on this Paramashiva Swarupa. Paramashiva beyond forms and formlessness, manifesting as Mahasadashiva Swarupa with 25 heads and 50 hands and 75 eyes and beautifully with Parashakti, Manonmani. Meditate on this being with this understanding of 25 dimensions of Paramashiva. Creation created, creation maintained, creation rejuvenated, creation pulled out of delusion, creation liberated. I can repeat this like a song again and again and again, tirelessly. Type at least once by your own, either by handwriting or type. Type on your own, because you need to meditate on it. You need to grasp it. Bow down to Paramashiva. Understand? Pray to him, please reveal these truths. Fill me. Reveal these truths. Manifest in me. Even if you understand, you will realize how each moment cells are created in you, sustained in you, rejuvenated in you, pulled out of delusion and liberated. You will see how in your life all these 25 happening. You will become Lord of your life. When you become Lord of your life, you will simply connect with the Lord of all lives. Paramashivatva will manifest in you. Please understand, meditate on this. Meditate on this Paramashiva Jnana. You will manifest Paramashiva Vijnana. Understand? Meditating on this trains your brain, awakens the most subtle brain grooves for me to infuse Kundalini in you. See, when that subtle brain grooves are created through this meditation, see, when you do Pratyahara Dharana Dhyana, means concentrating, centering, and oneness with these concepts and visualizations I presented to you. When you do that, I can pour Kundalini in you and put you in Samadhi. Then, naturally, simply Paramashiva manifests in you. Understand? I am requesting you to meditate on these principles, on this truth, so the vessel is created. I can pour the Kundalini Shakti in it. This Paramashiva Dhyana, try to do this continuously. You will see the Kala Bhairava and Mahakali manifest and bless you. Bless all of us. The fundamental principles of existence, your existence as individual self, or your existence as part of the society, your existence as part of your family, your existence as part of your community, your existence as part of your country, your existence as part of the humanity, your existence as part of the cosmos. In every level of existence, there are some fundamental principles to manifest what you want as reality. Mahadeva, Sadashiva explains this science as Agama. So fundamental principle today you need to know for this today's initiation. Understand? See, in the Mahadeva Leelarnava, Shiva Leelarnava, there is a beautiful compilation of Shiva's Leelas, Shiva Leelarnava. One is about Madurai, one is about Tiruvarur, one is about Tiruvannamalai, the various chapters. This whole Shiva Leela Arnava Beautifully Sadashiva reveals, in every time he assumes the form to manifest certain power, he exemplifies the expression of certain sacred secret. For example, he comes to Madurai and exemplifies the truth and manifests a power. I'll give you one example of one story recorded. Mahadeva comes to eat, which is called puttu in Tamil, a breakfast, roughly equivalent to dry idli or powdered idli. That's the way I should call it. Powdered idli. He comes down to eat puttu from a old lady devotee, and then he demonstrates the power of all pervasiveness, where the Pandya tries to beat Mahadeva with his ruling staff, which still has the mark. During that incident, Mahadeva manifests, demonstrates the power of all pervasiveness. The stick which has hit Mahadeva's back hits the back of all the animate, inanimate beings. Stavaram jangamam vyaptam. Animate and inanimate. Whole thing experiences that stick. Understand the power he manifested in that Leela is Stavaram Jangamam Vyaptam. And the sacred secret he demonstrated in that Leela. He comes down to eat the love. Understand, not the pity, but the love. In your life, if you decide, you will eat only, you will perceive, enjoy, receive only the emotions, not the objects. You won't care about the matter, but about the experience. You will always be radiating the all-pervasiveness. Understand? Whoever decides, I have nothing to gain from this world, I am here only to receive and give the love, nothing else. He receives the love of the Vandi, gives her the completion of feeling fulfilled. Neither pity is big thing for him, nor the work he is supposed to do he is doing. He does it in a different way. The story beautifully says, he puts the semmad, means his turban, for his head and lies down. But the ministers are asking him, hey, put the sand and stop the Vaigai, build the embankment. He says, fools, you don't know from where the water is coming. I am covering from where water is coming. Hey, I am covering the source, fools. I am doing my job. You don't understand. It's coming from here, so I have to cover it here, not there. He does the job exactly how it should be done because he knows the source of the problem. He is stopping the water from the source. But these fools are forcing him to work as they think what is the solution. They think dumping the sand on the banks of Vaigai is the solution. That is the job he is supposed to do. But only he knows where it has to be tied. He demonstrates perception as useless, immaterial. Listen carefully. If you decide to operate only based on the pure emotions, not matter based, means you are the force which drives you. Instead of fear and greed, if you change the fuel to love, you will manifest the power of all-pervasiveness. Love is the fuel for you to experience oneness. That is what he is showing in that one incident. Each incident, he personifies one sacred secret and he manifests that power which is expressed by that one sacred secret. If you want to manifest the power of all-pervasiveness, practice the sacred secret of love being your driving force, not fear or greed. That will establish you in oneness and that will manifest the all-pervasiveness power. Listen carefully. I'll not only logically establish, I'll establish it experientially. If you just internalize this thought current, you will experientially experience how all these are modifications of your own Atman, self. Your own existential experience is only one, your Atman. Everything else is your perceptual experience. Listen carefully. Gold, in its pure metal form, maybe in the form in which it is available for all of you guys to get to see, the biscuit form, pure 999.999 purity, something will be printed on it, it will be like a biscuit form. That is the existential reality, existential experience. Everything made out of it, whether it is a crown or the earrings or the chain or the udyanam or the ring, everything made out of it is a perceptual reality, not existential reality. understand, when you understand the fear and joy, pain and pleasure are illusion and delusion, that very understanding will make a huge change in you. You will feel like the earth on which you are standing is removed. Almost everything will collapse. Allow that collapsing. Allow that understanding to happen. See that the whole thing tumbles down. Whatever you build as your identity suddenly will change. All your strategy planning for your future will suddenly change. All the logic with which you build your life will completely be shaken. Allow that. Do not have the fear. Then what is reality? Allow this tumbling to happen. Allow this shaking to happen. By understanding that our courage, our fear, our greed, our pains and our pleasure all are illusion and delusion. Yesterday I was giving you a beautiful example. Many times life actually tests you. Life actually wants to test your stability, your understanding, your strength. But in a very foolish way, you respond and react and create whole thing as a mess. Please understand. Many times life really tests you. Do you stand this fear, which is delusion? Do you stand this greed, which is illusion? Or are you going to react in a foolish way and create bigger problems, bigger mess? Whenever fears take over you, or greed takes over you, when courage takes over you, when the pain takes over you, look into it. What is the percentage of it is real and what is the percentage of it is illusory or delusory? It may not be in the Oxford dictionary. Let's add in our dictionary. See what is the percentage of it is contributed by the illusions and delusions, and what is the percentage can be attributed to the real incident may not happen in your life. Let me give you a story. I have a story for you. The FBI had an opening for an assassin, so they started interviewing people. After all the background checks, interviews and testings were done, there were 3 finalists, 2 men and a woman. For the final test, the FBI agents took one of the men to a large metal door and handed him a gun. We must know that you will follow your instructions, no matter what the circumstances. Inside the room, you will find your wife sitting in a chair. Kill her. The man said, "You cannot be serious. I can't shoot my wife." The agent said, then you are not right man for the job. Take your wife and go home. He was sent. The second man was given the same job. He went inside and all was quiet for 5 minutes. The man came out with tears. And to the agent he said, I cannot kill. Then the agent said, you are not the right man. Take your wife and go back home. Finally it was the woman's turn. She was given the same instruction to kill her husband. She took the gun, went into the room, shots were heard, one after another. They heard screaming, crashing, banging on walls. Then all was quiet. The door opened slowly. There stood the woman, wiping the sweat from her brow. Agent asked, what happened? She said, this gun is loaded with blanks. So I had to beat him to death with the chair. Many times life gives you the gun with blanks to test. But unfortunately, you make mess. Stand and see when the wave of fear takes over you, when the wave of greed takes over you, when the wave of courage takes over you, when the wave of pain takes over you, wait, look, see, what is the percentage, the possibility of delusion and illusion? What is the possibility of the real incidents which may not happen, and how this fear is going to impact your ability to handle the real incident if it happens. The ability to face, the ability to look, the ability to see. Please understand. Ability to look without being bothered what is reality. Please understand, the moment you have the fear, the questioner, the fear which this questioner is having, what is reality, Swamiji? Means you don't want to let go these delusions and illusions. Don't bother. Let go. Let go. What is reality will flower in you. Allow that flowering. Now don't bother. Now don't worry too much about it. Allow the delusions and illusions to be removed from your inner space. You will see the real incidents, which is reality, will never hurt you.
Yes. So beautifully, Swamiji had explained to us. One, Swamiji explained to us about how this 25 into 25 is happening. And Swamiji also explained to us what is illusion, what is delusion, how to understand this, and nuances with which the perception, cognition, all of these work. How did you all enjoy this particular session? Can I request all of you to please take a moment and please share your understandings?
And Swamiji revealed a very important truth. Swamiji revealed to us about how we create Maya, the delusions, and how we fall into the trap many times when life presents us with blanks. We take it to the completely different way and we just make it into an accident, a complete mess. Now, every moment in life, whenever you are stuck with patterns, incompletions based decisions pushes you into powerlessness. Completion based decisions moves you from pattern to powers. Every pattern inside of you is literally a power which is yet to manifest, which means a power that is waiting to manifest. So each of our patterns is bound, each of the powers is bound by certain patterns inside of us. Whenever you break free from that, whenever you manifest that space of Paramadvaita Anubhuti, where your patterns don't drive your decisions, instead, you manifest it as power. You manifest that intense space of life positivity in you. This whole inner space that we all carry, which is generally that we all carry, which is filled with doubts, denials, we experience the individuality. Swamiji tells individuality is always violence because we restrict ourselves just to that small part of us. And every moment that you sit in the delusory and illusory cognitions and patterns, you bind the patterns you bind your powers with patterns, which means even your ultimate possibilities or resources are not used by you. That's why Swamiji introduced this very beautifully. Sthavaram Jangamam Vyaptam. Experiencing the all-pervasive inner space of Paramashiva, going past the fear and greed. The moment you break free from that fear and greed component in you, you literally have a breakthrough in life. Which means you are not anymore bound by the restrictive, addictive patterns in you. You instead move towards a breakthrough. And only one thing you need to do for this, like Swamiji revealed, breaking your fear and greed. The moment you break free from your fear and greed, you will experience the all-pervasive inner space. Now, we're all going to be understanding this exact thing in the form of a beautiful meditation. Swamiji has revealed a very powerful meditation technique which will make us experience the space of Sthavaram Jangamam Vyaptam, the all-pervasive manifestation of our inner space. And all the participants that are here watching us on YouTube, like Koko V, Ma Anandeshwari, Ashish Rana, Bhaskar Gaudaya, Nithyanandam Bhaskaraya from Hyderabad Kailasa. Okay, see, all of you, it's very important that you cognize what Swamiji revealed. Experiencing your manifestation of all pervasiveness as Paramashiva, how you exist everywhere, is what this meditation will give you.
So we request all of you to take a few minutes and during this entire process, make sure you are sitting, being fully here and just sit. Swamiji will do the process for you. Please, let's begin now.
Please sit straight and close your eyes.
Let your head, neck and backbone be in a straight line. Intensely pray to the ultimate energy to give the experience of this meditation to us. First thing, visualize all your senses are completely shut. Visualize your eyes are completely closed. Your eyes are shut. Don't allow any visualization to happen inside your being. Not only closing the eyelids, close the eyes. Visualize your eyeballs have become completely dark. You are seeing only darkness in front of you. Visualize your ears are shut. Visualize your sense of touch is shut. Visualize your smelling capacity is shut. Visualize your taste is shut. Feel deeply. All the five senses are shut. Inhale and exhale as slowly as possible. Inhale and exhale as slowly as possible. Let your consciousness reside between the two eyebrows. Let your consciousness reside between the two eyebrows in a very relaxed way. Let you be aware of the space between your two eyebrows. Don't concentrate, don't tense yourself. Very relaxed, deeply relaxed, awareness. Let your Mooladhara be relaxed. Root of the spine. Let your root of the spine be relaxed. Let your Swadhisthana be relaxed. Let your whole consciousness come up to the Ajna chakra, which is between the eyebrows. Let you concentrate in the space between the eyebrows. Let you relax in Ajna chakra between the eyebrows. Visualize cool, soothing light in the Ajna chakra, in the space between the eyebrows. Relax in the same Ajna chakra between your two eyebrows. Forget about the world. Forget all other parts of your body. Forget everything about your mind. Let you forget the body, mind and the world. Remember only Ajna chakra, the space between the two eyebrows. Relax in the same space, your Ajna chakra. your Agnya Chakra in the space between the two eyebrows. Visualize beautiful, cooling, soothing light in that Agnya Chakra. Let you experience beautiful, blissful light in Agnya Chakra. Don't tense yourself. Let your awareness be on the Agnya Chakra in a very relaxed way. Let your consciousness rest in the space between the two eyebrows. Let you rest in the space between two eyebrows in a relaxed way. Let you relax. Let you relax in that same space of eternal consciousness. Let you be beyond the body, mind. Let your intelligence be awakened. Let you work through the eternal consciousness. Let you have the pleasant awareness of Agnya Chakra.
Let you be established in the eternal consciousness. Let you all be in, become one with and radiate eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Tat Sat. Relax. Slowly, very slowly, you can open your eyes. Let you start staying in the same mood at least for next 10 days. Understand, don't concentrate by force, but the pleasant awareness. When you keep that pleasant awareness around the Anya Chakra, your whole energy will be directed towards the eternal consciousness. You will receive energy from eternal consciousness, from immortality, Amritatva. You will not be driven by fear or greed from below. You will be driven from eternal consciousness from above. From below, if you are driven, you are man. From how to connect yourself with the divine energy, how to be driven by the divine consciousness. Let you function through the eternal consciousness. Let you be in and on, become with and radiate eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Vasudeva Sudam Devam Gam Sachanuramardhanam Devagi Paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagadgurum.
Please relax, settle down. How do you feel now after this powerful meditation process that all of us just did? How many of you are enjoying this?
Actually, right after this process, the experience that Swamiji has gifted us, to be able to experience ourselves in every cell, every atom of existence in this universe, experiencing the Stavaram Jangamam Vyaptam, the all-pervasive quality of consciousness. Every one of us are literally having this as an inherent core part of us to be able to experience, to be able to manifest as reality. Now, every one of you that are sitting with us here today, Swamiji has literally showered us with that experience through this particular meditation process. Now, as you sit in that complete space of relaxed oneness, let us now enter into the power manifestation. All of us, every one of you that are sitting here right now, we're going to be manifesting one of the most beautiful powers. See, the moment you understand you are the consciousness that pervades everything, everyone, everywhere, you manifest that space of Paramadvaita, where applying the science of oneness, you will be able to any object you want, just through your conscious will, you will be able to move it. For example, we all can start with something very easy, very simple. Take a deity, any deity, your Ishtadevata, and please place the deity on a silicon surface. Like when we say silicon surface, we mean either a tab, a phone, or a laptop, something, right? And what you're going to do is you're going to be connecting to Swamiji from the space of oneness, and you're going to apply the principle of oneness, the quality of consciousness, which is Thavaram, Jangamam, Vyaptam. And from that space, you're going to manifest the ability to literally move the object, the deity, in the direction that you want as per your will. We're now playing a Sakshi Pramana for you all. Actually, you all can see here, this is one of the participants of Paramashivoham. Just after one initiation from Swamiji, she started manifesting this power very beautifully, and we all can see how clearly the object, the deity, is moving. Please chant the Mahavakya.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om
slowly settle down. Now we're all going to be entering into the next session where we understand about how you can train your brain to develop the subtle brain grooves, where you can manifest the superpowers by developing the subtle brain grooves in your brain.
Many people come and tell me, Swamiji, you just tell me what meditation I should do, I'll do it in the house. I tell them, you will never start. You will never start. Attend a meditation workshop. In the whole group, you are forced to do. Naturally, what I'll say, tie your eyes, close your eyes, tie the ribbon. You can't do anything. You may be feeling lazy, but you can't do anything. I've seen these fitness instructors. They don't care. They don't even look at your face that you are expressing your tiredness. No, this hand is paining, that hand is paining. They don't look at you. They just say, do 1, 2, 3, 30 seconds, 2, 30 seconds, 30 seconds, 30 seconds. Right attitude. You are here saying, no. They don't bother. They just turn their face that side. Up, down, up, down, up, down. Only in the end they look at you and ask, are you all right? Here you are crying, you are asking this in the end. Same thing I also do. Only in the end I'll ask, did you enjoy? The whole day I know, because I have to create the positive abhyasa. Never miss a chance to live in the Sangha. Understand? Abhyasa means creating positive habits, positive things inside you so that it can go from conscious to unconscious, from unconscious to your body. Making all the good things as part of your life is what I call abhyasaha. Patanjali very beautifully says, I just wanted to repeat that word. Tatra stitau yatnobhyasaha. The effort to remain constantly in that elevated state of awareness is abhyasaha. Understand? Many times when you listen all these words, you get completely inspired. I have decided from tomorrow, I am not going to miss Nitya Dhyan. And you buy Nitya Dhyan CD, DVD, ACD, audio CD, book. Sometimes I have seen husband will buy one set and wife will buy one set. Wife will say, no, if you are reading that book, in that page, I don't want to interfere you. I want my own set. And all kinds of things. And everything is ready except you. Except you. In the initial level, you need to go to a spiritual place. I can say this is a positive pub, where you see the body language of the people who drink divine, who drank the divine, who are enjoying, who are radiating it, who are dancing with it, who are living it. You need to see their body language. You yourself need to be in that space. You need to be encouraged. You need that positive abhyasa. He says, effort to remain constantly in that elevated state of awareness. The big problem is, your body is unconscious. It has learned many habits earlier for so many years. So when you suddenly experience some higher truths, one glimpse, one strong experience, but your brain grooves are not habituated to hold on to that experience or to hold on to that high state of consciousness. The brain grooves are created only in a usual unconscious way. So what happens? You come down. Even I came down. Understand? Still human beings don't know. To store electricity without reducing its intensity. It is still a blind spot for human beings. Because from the ancient texts, when they translated and tried to grasp and grab, these guys who were trying to grab and grasp, their brain was not that evolved. The brain grooves were not that evolved. Understand? Only a brain grown in vegetarian body. When I say vegetarian body, at least last 3-4 generations the body should have been vegetarian. Understand? I am not trying to create any conflict. As a scientist, I have to tell you the truth. If you are born from a family where hereditary vegetarians, you are the most blessed body. You have the best body for this kind of experiments. I am telling you. I am not trying to put others into depression, and I am not trying to put others into low mood and all that. When I need to reveal the truth, I have to reveal the truth. If you are born from a vegetarian family, at least where few generations they were all vegetarians, and you are also a vegetarian, I tell you, if the Vedas are inserted into your system, the agamic circuits are inserted into your system, without any blind spots, it becomes reality. I tell you, all the Hindu gods and goddesses, their forms are nothing but the circuits seen by our rishis when they manifest those powers. The light circuit appears in the brain. For example, the knowledge, the light circuit appears in their brain is Mahasaraswati. So the same dhyana sloka which they delivered, if you meditate, that same light circuit will be awakened in you. That is why the dhyana should be done with the dhyana sloka, not some shunya. All dhyana should be done with the dhyana sloka. Anybody who does dhyana without dhyana sloka falls into shunya, depression. The shunya meditations are the most dangerous. Never get into that, as if already you are not depressed. It is like a pig feels too dirty smell and puts the nose into the drainage. Only if you take the face out, head out, the nose can smell the dirty smell. So put the nose into the drainage, no smell is felt, you see. That is what is depressed people putting themselves into shunya meditation. Understand? What I will call an organic brain, you know. When you read a dhyana sloka and understand, just if that form you are able to carve it in your brain without missing a leg or a hand or a neck or a ayuda or any part, you are an organic brain. Just you recite the dhyana sloka and you are able to just visualize and keep the visualization alive. Your brain is organic brain. This is a definition of an organic brain. Even Nirahara Samyama helps in a big way to make your brain into organic brain. If you do Nirahara, your ability to retain that energy circuit of Dhyana Sloka in your system drastically goes up. That is why Upavasa during the Vratas, and as you are asked to meditate with the Upavasa, with less food or less job for the stomach, you will be able to, your brain is capable of retaining the energy circuits and manifesting the powers. That is why the higher the energy, more hands and more heads are described, because your brain needs to hold on. Your brain needs to grow such subtle way. I tell you, on banana leaf, apply the ghee and eat the pure Kaveri organic ponni rice. The ability of your brain to grow subtle grooves, an ability to hold the higher understandings and visualizations. It is not a joke. 47% of Indian IAS is from Tambras, one organization. You think it is an accident? And 50% of Microsoft is Tamil, Telugu, Kannada Brahmins. You think it is an accident? In my days, what was my entertainment? The elders will read Mahabharata and tell the stories. That intensity, my brain can keep it as continuity for whole, however long I want. My brain will not be tired, my body will not be lethargic. Intensity kept continuity is usage, intensity not kept continuously is abusage. This is the definition in every level. Go and work out this definition in every level. Any brain grown with the entertainment of intensity continuity thanks to late invention of television. If I am revealing the power manifestation science to all of you, thanks to late import of television. Our kids should be taught by reading the Dhyana Sloka, visualizing the deities. And drawing them or carving them or making them with your own hands. Biology is you, chemistry is the Dhyana Sloka and visualization, making them or carving them or painting them is physics. And I tell you, whenever I made deities out of clay, my body shapes will get shaped in the same way I have seen. I have seen that happening in my life. So just reading the Dhyana Sloka or seeing the statue, imbibing it in the brain and reproducing it back, your body will get carved. These are all the ways. Basic education is this only. This is what is called primal education, not primary education, primal education. Where a child, by the simple instruction of words, is capable of visualizing and holding and reproducing that in the form of painting or art or a carving or anything. This is fundamentally the primary organic brain growing exercise and education. This kind of brain can cut across chemistry, biology, physics, anything, geography, anything. See, fundamental of the Vedic education is D. D means capacity to cut across and understand anything in the universe. That is what is given to you as an initiation as Gayatri. Bhurbhuvasvaha tat saviturvarenyam pargo devasya dhimahi diyo yo na prachodayat. Let me meditate on that which awakens my ability to cut across everything and see. If you are given this Gayatri by the brain which cognizes the intensity and continuity is one and the same, you are blessed. Because this seed will work in you with this Saktipada. Intensity and continuity is one and the same. When your body is filled with sexual hormones, especially when your body is getting sexually matured between 14 to 21, if you do the tyaga of sex, between 14 to 21, renounce sex, I tell you, you will build the best body and mind, and the kind of the natural selection process your DNA will go through and the kind of a system you will build, oh God, you will have an amazing capacity to receive information, process and make decision. Something called the Meda Buddhi gets awakened in your system. Brain develops some most subtle grooves which receives information from multiple direction, processes them and reveals the reality and gives you the decisions, I tell you. Anyone renounces sex and sexual fantasies between 14 to 21. I am not saying renounce for your whole life, no. I am only saying at least 14 to 21. Renounce. Your DNA will go through its natural selection process with a quantum jump. It knows what kind of a jump it need to take, especially the cognition with which you sacrifice sex. That powerful cognition will attract multiple powerful cognitions from cosmos and insert all of that powerful conscious decision making in your cognition, in your conscious decision making system. You will create such an amazing body. That is why celibacy between 14 to 21 is called science of living like God, Brahmacharya. Science of living like God. After 21, I am telling you, till 60 give birth. 3 kids per 2 years. Need to give more birth. I am not saying be celibate forever. But this 14 to 21, when that whole gushing happens, you see, your internal organ, intra-organ, everything develops the way it is going to respond, that it's almost like your inner software gets written, that 7 years. During that time, Tyaga of sex does something extraordinary to your body, internal organ, intra-organ, and superconsciousness. In every level, the Tyaga, actually Tyaga is not moral lesson, it is a scientific lesson. In my Gurukul, Tyaga should be added under the classification of science, not moral. It's a science of living, not morals of living. No. The best body, best mind, you manifest with Tyaga. Understand? Between 7 to 14, body develops. Unfortunately, nowadays, even by 10, boys and girls become physically matured. So when I say 14 to 21, I meant in those days. If I have to precisely tell that from the time you are physically matured to 21, that's the way you should put it. Because nowadays kids become physically matured due to the altered food and various reasons and social pressure to become sexually active, all that stupidity. By 10, they become sexually mature. From the time you become sexually matured till 21, every time you sacrifice the pleasure and visualization of sexual experience in multiple level, not only not allowing the pleasure, not allowing the fantasy, not allowing the pornography being fed into your system. If you just do Tyaga of sex completely, every time you renounce, do Tyaga, your DNA in the natural selection process takes a quantum jump and selects next level. That develops kind of a very powerful ability to cognize the existence, because the sexual hormones are the most powerful hormones. When you are able to do Tyaga of the instincts invoked in you by the sexual hormones, you develop certain energy, strength, grooves in your brain and the whole system, which is beyond normal survival, multiplication, instinct based existence. See, unfortunately, this survival and reproduction, this instinct based existence is an animalistic existence. It is the Tyaga you do at that time makes you divine. After 21, give birth 2 kids per year or 3. It is necessary you to evolve a brain, completion, patience, when I use the word patience, you can read it as will persistence, where the pure consciousness can reflect. The mirroring of the neuron can happen. It is necessary. One of the most powerful methodology to develop the subtle grooves in the brain and clean up all the toxic and parasite effects on your brain, try to do some visualization related activity like doing alankara to deities, carving deities, doing deities in clay or painting deities. Do something where you need to hold certain visualization in your head and your hand needs to express it. Hand or leg, anything is okay, because even in 64 arts, the painting through the leg is one of the art. Just by dancing, making the paintings, rangoli through the leg, anything. See, visualization should be held in your brain and your actions should express that. If you talk to my mother, she will tell that at least 300 to 400 clay deities I have made with my own hand. My mother used to scream. Now she is very happy I have done all that. In those days, she and my grandmother both will scream because I will not eat. Once I sit to do that, sometimes for 1 week I will not eat. She will be sitting with food, begging, come and eat, come and eat, come and eat. I will be just lost. And those days, you get only 2 big publications, Ramakrishna Mission and Ramakrishna Tapovanam. Ramakrishna Math has published Chandi, Devi Mahatmyam, the book name is. There all the Dhyana slokams of Devi will be there. I was actually a fanatic Shakta. You guys cannot believe. All the Devi I have, I carved it. In that all the description will be there, how she looks and how she has all the hands and everything. I'll get Ramakrishna Mission books. In that only the Dhyana Sloka and the Tamil meaning will be there. And after making, I'll get Gita Press books. Gita Press Chandi will have the diagram also. I will not see the diagram before making. I'll read and make the deity, and then with the Gita Press book, I'll verify whether what I made is right or wrong. In those days, only 2-3 of these publications you will get. And all this really helps a lot to understand and grasp the higher truths. So I'll try to explain about these circuits. Like Sri Chakra, Sri Mandala, there are many mandala structures which are, just by staring at them, your DNA structure will get aligned to that. And certain power manifestation will start happening in you. I tell you, 21 minutes, if you just stare at Sri Mandala every day, your third eye will start functioning. Because that Sri Mandala itself is so beautiful, it directly represents the cosmic DNA. The cosmic DNA is in the Sri Mandala, Sri Yantra, Sri Chakra, with the 43 triangle and 2-layer lotus and 3-layer avarana. It's called Navavarana Mandala. Actually, it's a line diagram of cosmic DNA. So if you stare at that through your third eye, your DNA will get aligned to the cosmic DNA. And you start manifesting powers.
Like this, there are multiple various mandalas which can do the mirroring of the neuron in your brain and make you realize and manifest powers. I should tell you, biggest enemy in your life is taste for anti-life. Break every time you go through anti-life taste. Every time when your mind is trying to tell you, this is the way I am, what can I do? How can anything move? What can anything happen? No! You are not yet end. That's the good news. You are only a seed. As long as you consider you are only a seed, you need to manifest you are Sadashiva. Because understand, Sadashiva constantly considers himself as a seed which need to manifest, yet to manifest, yet to manifest. Even after manifesting this whole Jagat. Even after manifesting this whole Jagat, making all the human beings walk straight, developing the most subtlest brain grooves, still he comes down to make you manifest all the powers, to push you to the next level. Align your responsibility and align your enriching. Recognizing makes you manifest the state of Sadashiva. Understand? State does not need to be achieved, you have it. If Sadashiva is 100 unit integrity, you have 100 unit integrity. He is integrated to Turyadita, you are integrated to Sushupti, that's all. But the integrity unit is same. Recognizing the integrity to Turyadita builds an extraordinary, beautiful brain grooves. Is equivalent to recognizing $1 billion is more worthy than the bag full of pennies. That recognition is what I call recognizing. Listen, I'll repeat once more. Alchemy is nothing but using the 11 dimensions of the universe, tuning the 25 states of consciousness and achieving, radiating the 5 aspects of Sadashiva. Multiple things are used in the alchemy science. It starts from preparing the ground on which the meditation, alchemy process is going to happen. From there it starts. A solidified mercury. Mercury solidified without chemistry, chemical being added, just by the energy, means an enlightened incarnation, his body is capable of dismantling any molecule and assembling it as any other molecule in any place and space and time he wants. Understand? An enlightened incarnation is capable of dismantling any molecule
assembling it back as any other molecule or same in any place, time as he wants. With this power, dismantling the liquid form of a mercury and retaining its Mercurian quality in it, assembling it back as solid. I don't know how much of you. This is what is science of solidifying mercury. In this body I did this 3 times. One is under the Dakshinamurti, one is under the Bididi Garbha Mandir, present Garbha Mandir. One is under the Vaidya Sarovar, Nithyananda Lingam. It starts from preparing the ground and installing the solidified mercury and installing proper yantras, mandalas as per the instructions of Sadashiva. Even the breathing space where the people who go through the spiritual alchemy process, even the breathing space is purified by the traditional powerful incense and perfumes. The highest understandings about life, highest understandings about the universe, highest understandings about the Sadashiva, all that becomes a permanent experience. It is like a making the most powerful subtle grooves in the system. Making the most powerful subtle grooves in the system, which can retain the subtlest but most powerful experiences of Sadashiva and goes on radiating it. Enjoy. If not, don't worry. Next 1 week, every night before going to sleep, take 1 spoon of Haritaki powder that has a capacity to make your brain grow subtle grooves which will make you understand these great truths. It is called ojas. See, the subtle grooves in the brain is called ojas, which needs high level of oxygen in your body, which has a capability to make you understand these great truths.
Nityanandam. So beautifully, Swamiji had taken all of us through a very powerful understanding about how to awaken the subtle grooves in our brain for the Kundalini to be awakened in us, and how you can infuse your brain with that Kundalini Shakti. May I request all the viewers to please share, what did you understand so far? What did you click with? What did you understand? Swamiji explained about how to reflect the cosmos in our brain. Once the Kundalini gets awakened, then the God, the word will become so real, and the I will become empty. For us, all of us right now, we all only see, we all exist more. For us, the identity I is more real than God. God is more like a word. But when our Kundalini gets awakened, God becomes much more real than the experience of I. Now, take a few minutes. Write the most powerful cognition that you have received, with which you would be able to start cherishing that, so that you would be able to awaken the subtler and subtler grooves in your brain. Now, we're going to do a quick practice. Like, you're going to do this at least type once fully. This whole thing, do not do any copy paste or autofill technique. Do it as you either writing or typing, but do this completely, at least one full round you need to do. And please get some sheets of paper and a pen, and please settle down. Start writing each phase of Paramashiva. Creation, getting created. Manifestation, manifested is one phase. Sustenance, manifested, second phase. Destruction, manifested, third phase. Pulling out of delusion, manifested, is fourth phase. Liberation, manifested, is fifth phase. I'll give you all a few minutes. Please quickly write. Now, let's go to the next set of phases. Manifestation, sustained, sixth phase. Manifestation, the sustenance is sustained, is seventh phase. Destruction, rejuvenation is sustained, eighth phase. Pulling out of delusion is sustained, ninth phase. Liberation is sustained, 10th phase. Please take a few minutes and write it down.
Now, manifest, the sustenance is sustained, the seventh phase. The destruction, rejuvenation is sustained in the eighth phase. Pulling out of delusion is sustained in the ninth phase. Liberation is sustained in the 10th phase. The maintenance goes through creation, the maintenance goes through sustenance, the maintenance goes through rejuvenation, the maintenance goes through delusion, and the maintenance goes through liberation. Next, the rejuvenation dimension of Paramashiva, the rejuvenation phase of Paramashiva, where the rejuvenation is manifested. For the rejuvenation to happen, it needs to manifest. Rejuvenation is sustained, rejuvenation is rejuvenated, rejuvenation is pulled out of delusion, and rejuvenation is liberated. This forms the 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, and 15th phases of Paramashiva. You all can see from the 11th to the 15th phase, Paramashiva does the creation, Paramashiva does the sustenance, Paramashiva does the rejuvenation, Paramashiva does pulling out of delusion and liberation, each of them crisscrossing with the 5 phases. So, the permutation combination of these 5, Srishti, Sthiti, Samhara, Throbhava, and Anugraha, Paramashiva does all this 5 and he runs the whole universe. In each of these phases of Paramashiva, he performs the Panchakrityas of the whole cosmos. Next is pulling out of delusion, the Throbhava. See, there's a phase through which he manifests the Throbhava, there's a phase through which he sustains the Throbhava, there's a phase through which he rejuvenates Throbhava, there's a phase through which he pulls out of delusion, he pulls delusion out of delusion, and a phase in which he liberates delusion itself. This is the 20th phase. So in the 16th phase, he pulls out, he manifests delusion. In the 17th phase, he sustains the delusion. In the 18th phase, he rejuvenates delusion. In the 19th phase, he pulls out delusion out of delusion. And in the 20th phase, he liberates delusion. What an amazing truth, isn't it? Even Paramashiva, the Panchakrityas also need to go through their Panchakrityas. The next is Anugraha. Liberation is manifested, liberation is sustained, liberation is rejuvenated, liberation is pulled out of delusion, liberation is liberated. This happens from the 21st to the 25th phases of Paramashiva. Now, when you continuously meditate, do samyama on this, go on doing samyama on this, you will see how Paramashiva continues to manifest as that ultimate reality for you. Now there's a very beautiful, powerful meditation Swamiji himself takes us through, which will make us experientially understand this truth, how we can rewire our brain. This process is a very powerful Kriya which Swamiji initiates us into, through which we will be able to see and manifest the permutation combination of all these 5 phases of Paramashiva, the 25 phases of Paramashiva through which he does the Panchakrityas. Let us now enter into that process.
Listen to this great truth. Declare your integrity to Paramashiva. Request Paramashiva. Only with His grace you can even bow down to Him. Ask Him to give you the grace to bow down to Him, connect with Him and have devotion and manifest Him. That's enough. That's enough. He will manifest and bless all of us. So now, sit straight. Let's dissolve into Paramashiva. Let Paramashiva manifest now in all of us. Sit straight with the original verses, original words of Paramashiva. Understand, Paramashiva himself uttered these words in Agama to describe himself. I am going to utter the original words of Paramashiva and invoke him in all of us. He is going to manifest now. Sit straight. Close your eyes. Om Satyo Jatam Prabhatyami Satyo Jataya Vai Namo Namaha Bhave Bhave Nati Bhave Bhavasvamam Bhavodbhavaya Namaha Vamadevaya Namo Jyeshtaya Namah Sreshtaya Namo Rudraya Namah Kalaya Namah Kalavigaranaya Namo Balavigaranaya Namo Balaya Namo Balapramadhanaya Namah Sarvabhuta Damanaya Namo Manonmanaya Namaha Akorebhyo Takorebhyo Gora Gora Darebhyaha Sarvebhyo Sarva Sarvebhyo Namaste Astru Rudra Rubebhyaha Tatpurushaya Vitmahe Mahadevaya Dhimahi Tanno Rudra Prachodayat Ishanas Sarva Vidyanam Ishwaras Sarva Bhutanam Brahmatibatir Brahmanotibatir Brahma Shivo me astu sada Shivom. Meditate on Paramashiva with 25 heads.
ஏகதயாநிதி ஈஸ்வரனாம் நம ஈன்றவள் சூருக்கு காவலனாம் சாஸ்வதமானவன் ஈஸ்வரனாம் நம் சாகச செயலுக்கு மூலவனாம் சிவபெருமான் யுக சுகம் தருவான் வழியுரைத்து நல்ல வரம் தருவான் சன்னதி வந்தோர்க்கு நிம்மதி தந்தாளும் ஈசனை நேசனை போற்றிடுவோம் நடன சபேசன் திருவருள் நாடி நடப்போம் நடப்போம் மதுரை பதி தேடி நஞ்சுண்டநாதர் சிவன் போற்றி அந்த சந்தியா காலத்து சனி போற்றி நவசந்தி தாண்டவ குரு போற்றி அந்த மகா பிரதோஷ நாள் போற்றி தேய்பிரையில் அந்த வளர்பிரையில் தேடிச் சென்றால் அருள் கூடிடுமே நர்த்தனம் காட்டும் ஆடிய பாதம் திருமுகம் கண்டால் நலந்தானே தேடிடும் கண்களில் ஆடிடும் பாதம் தெரியும் தெரியும் இது நிஜமே கனலென மூழ்வது சிவன் தேகம் பெரும் கருணைக்கு ஈடு அவனாகும். ஐந்தனானது பிரதோஷம் நல்ல சுபிட்சத்தை அருள்வது பிரதோஷம். பௌர்ணமியில் சிவ பூஜை செய்தால் சிவனவனின் அருள் நம்மை சேரும். ரிஷபத்தில் தோன்றும் ஈஸ்வரன் கோலம் பார்த்திட கூடிடும் சந்தோஷம். திருநீரு பூசி திரிசூலம் தாங்கி இறைவன் அருள்வான் கோடி வரமேந்தி. திருக்கோவில் வாசல் முன் தோன்றும் அந்த நந்தி தேவன் அருள் வேண்டும். பிரதோஷ காலம் வரும் நேரம் அவன் திருவருள் யாவும் கை கூடும். எம்பெருமான் வரும் வாகனமே எப்பொழுதும் நம் துணை வருமே. முன் நின்று நந்தியின் காதினில் கூறிடும் செய்திகள் சிவனது செவி சேரும். இம்மையில் நலம் தரும் சிவனது அருளால் எடுத்த செயல் யாவும் ஏற்றம் பல காணும்.
अंबिकापतय उमापतये पशुपतये नमो नमः। ॐ नमो हिरण्यवाहवे हिरण्यवर्णाय हिरण्यरूपाय हिरण्यपतये अंबिकापतय उमापतये पशुपतये नमो नमः। ॐ नमो हिरण्यवाहवे हिरण्यवर्णाय हिरण्यरूपाय हिरण्यपतये अंबिकापतय उमापतये पशुपतये नमो नमः। सर्वविद्यानां ईश्वरः सर्वभूतानां ब्रह्माधिपति ब्रह्मणोऽधिपति ब्रह्मा शिवो मे अस्तु सदा शिवो। ईशानः सर्वविद्यानां ईश्वरः सर्वभूतानां ब्रह्माधिपति ब्रह्मणोऽधिपति ब्रह्मा शिवो मे अस्तु सदा शिवो। ईशानः सर्वविद्यानां ईश्वरः सर्वभूतानां ब्रह्माधिपति ब्रह्मणोऽधिपति ब्रह्मा शिवो मे अस्तु सदा शिवो। विशुद्धाय धीमहि तन्नः शिवः प्रचोदयात् महादेवाय विद्महे रुद्रमूर्तये धीमहि तन्नः शिवः प्रचोदयात् नमस्ते अस्तु भगवन् विश्वेश्वराय महादेवाय त्र्यम्बकाय त्रिपुरान्तकाय त्रिकाग्निकालाय कालाग्निरुद्राय नीलकण्ठाय मृत्युञ्जयाय सर्वेश्वराय सदाशिवाय श्रीमन्महादेवाय नमः नमस्ते अस्तु भगवन् विश्वेश्वराय महादेवाय त्र्यम्बकाय त्रिपुरान्तकाय त्रिकाग्निकालाय कालाग्निरुद्राय नीलकण्ठाय मृत्युञ्जयाय सर्वेश्वराय सदाशिवाय श्रीमन्महादेवाय नमः श्रीमन्महादेवाय नमः श्रीमन्महादेवाय नमः शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः
ॐ सत्यो जातं प्रपद्यामि सत्यो जाताय वै नमो नमः भवे भवे नाति भवे भवस्व मां भवोद्भवाय नमः वामदेवाय नमो ज्येष्ठाय नमः श्रेष्ठाय नमो रुद्राय नमः कालाय नमः कलविकरणाय नमो बलविकरणाय नमो बलाय नमो बलप्रमदनाय नमः सर्वभूतदमनाय नमो मनोन्मनाय नमः अकोरेभ्यो तकोरेभ्यो घोरघोरधरेभ्यः सर्वेभ्यो सर्वसर्वेभ्यो नमस्ते अस्तु रुद्ररूपेभ्यः तत्पुरुषाय विद्महे महादेवाय धीमहि तन्नो रुद्र प्रचोदयात् ईशानः सर्वविद्यानाम् ईश्वरः सर्वभूतानां ब्रह्माधिपति ब्रह्मणोऽधिपतिर्ब्रह्मा शिवो मे अस्तु सदा शिवो ॐ नित्यानन्द Paramashivoham. I bless you all to manifest Paramashiva. I'll continue in the further satsangs to explain each of the murtis, Sadashiva Murti, Tatpurusha Murti, Ishana Murti, Vamadeva Murti, Ahora Murti, and take you to the deeper levels of Paramashiva's experience So now, don't miss the satsangs, next satsangs. That's one. Second, essence of today's satsang is universe is not obligated to make sense to us. Only we are supposed to be making sense to universe. And declare this to Paramashiva, your surrender and integrity. Request him to manifest in you and your life. So with this, I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Shuddhatvaita Saivam, Paramashivoham, the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
Relax. Settle down. How is this process? This is one of the very powerful process to experience that space of oneness, what Swamiji initiated us into right now. And please understand, just this one visualization process can give you complete completion and the experience of rewiring your brain. So your brain literally rewires itself to develop subtle brain grooves. Can I request all the viewers, all the people watching us on YouTube to take a few minutes and post what are the clicks you have had so far from morning till now? Ashish Ranaya, Ma Anandeshwari, and Ma Kokovi. Can I request every one of you to take a few minutes and share with us what is your understanding? And what is it that you clicked with the most? See, Mahasadashiva embodies himself. He is the form of Paramashiva through which he does the Panchakrityas of the cosmos, where he does the creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, pulling out of delusion, and liberation. And the most important factor here is all of us need to go through these 25 phases. In every aspect of our life, we need to go through these 25 phases of the cosmos. Whether it is creation, whether it is sustenance, whether it is rejuvenation, pulling out of delusion, liberation. And like Swamiji explained, each of these 5 phases goes through the 5 phases. So that is what is called the 25 phases, PHASES. So these permutation combinations of these 5 phases of Paramashiva forms the 25 phases, where each of these 5 phases goes through their own creation, their own sustenance, their own rejuvenation, pulling out of delusion and liberation. The question here is, every time that you are stuck in delusion, every time that you are not moving forward, you put yourself into this loop of what we call as the patterns. You get stressed, you feel like there are so many goals to achieve, but you're not able to achieve them. All of this happens in us. Why? Because we put ourselves through this rut where constantly we are trying to juggle between two. And we never really manifest the experience that we intend to create for ourselves. Now, we're going to be actually applying this practically. And how are we going to do that? I'm going to request each of you to take any deity, any matter, and put it on a silicon surface. And what you're going to do is you're going to be manifesting the power to be able to move the silicon device, to be able to move a deity or any object you desire on the silicon device. Understanding? Shall we all start? Please sit straight. Sit with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. I request every one of you to keep an object. Shanta Mahavakya. Every time you see someone else manifesting, you start gaining that experience. You start feeling like, oh, if that person can manifest, I too can do it. You just need to come back to that space. And from that space, you need to start manifesting. Please sit straight. Chant the Mahavakya. Let us all start the manifestation.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Mahamahavaagya, spiritual lullaby for Samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. This Mahamahavaagya is spiritual lullaby for you to fall into Samadhi. Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva to wake up in you. Just remember this one powerful cognition. This Mahamahavaagya puts me in Samadhi. This is spiritual lullaby for Samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva in me. For Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahamahavaagya. Mahamahavaagya, spiritual lullaby for Samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. for Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahavagya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda
Relax. Slowly, please settle down. Now, in the same space, let us all enter into the next session where we learn about how you can train your brain to reflect the cosmos.
It is said that by Vidya, the knowledge cognized from the right context of grasping the truth, consciousness, and the superficial knowledge acquired from the wrong context of grabbing without cognizing the subtle truth, certainly a different result is achieved. Similarly, it is said that by avidya, the authentic actions and the ignorant actions, a very different result is achieved. Thus, have we listened from those wise beings who have explained that absolute principle to us. Purva Paksha. things which need to be done first need to be done first. When your body is dried with the testosterone and estrogen hormones, your brain develops certain very subtle, most subtle, powerful grooves, zones where superconscious can reflect in its original pure form without any delusion, manipulation, interpretation, interference. Please listen. I am making a very significant statement. When your body is dried with the testosterone and estrogen, means male female hormones, your brain develops certain most subtle powerful grooves where the pure superconsciousness can reflect in its original form, in its original existence. The reflection is so pure, so authentic, it is as good as the original. That is the reason the context, Purva Bhaksha, the pre-preparation is needed for enlightenment process. I am not saying everyone should become celibate, everyone should become sannyasi. No. But when your seeking becomes very intense, when your whole body and mind boils with the seeking, automatically body and mind evolves to a level where your body dries up and brain develops this rich, subtle grooves where superconsciousness can reflect beautifully, powerfully. It can reflect beautifully and powerfully. Some of the best brains produced in the planet Earth were rishis. Some of the best people happened in the planet Earth were rishis. I still wonder, seeing the kind of a subtlety and capacity to catch and reflect the cosmic truth. Please understand. If somebody explains to you what is Shiva, all pervasive, Akhilanda Kodi Brahmanda Nayaka, Satchidananda Varabrahma, Srishti Sthiti, he creates, maintains, destroys, puts souls in delusion and liberates. If you are able to visualize, even if you are able to enjoy it, be very clear, you are blessed. Only if your brain has developed the subtle grooves which can start not enjoying these higher things can understand it. If you understand, you will enjoy. If you enjoy, you will understand. A rough grass, politicians, dull head can never capture this. For him, he only knows what I can grab today, push it behind my seat, without even bothering about from behind the seat somebody else is stealing and running. He doesn't even have a time to check whatever he pushed behind the seat is there or not. A grass, power hungry, lazy, tired, bored man can't even understand. If you explain these subtle truths, his brain cannot capture those visualizations. Because he can't capture those visualizations, he can't enjoy. When he doesn't enjoy, he can't capture. It's like a vicious circle. I tell you, even about Guru, if you are able to enjoy his quality, you will understand his qualities. If you understand his qualities, you will be able to enjoy his qualities. If you are able to enjoy, know clearly you are blessed. You are blessed. Ignorant, tired, agitated, dull head can never capture the subtle truths or the subtle qualities. Because he cannot imagine, he won't enjoy. Because he doesn't enjoy, he can't visualize. Ability, the brain's ability to catch the subtlest visualizations come by a long practice of internal silence, what I call unclutching or meditation. Understand? By the tremendous internal silence, your brain develops the capacity to capture the most subtle visualizations. Ability to capture the most subtle visualizations is the awakened intelligence. Whoever is able to capture subtlest truths become rishis. His brain has evolved, developed such subtle grooves. It started reflecting the cosmic truths. It started capturing the cosmic truths. It started becoming a pure, silent water pond where the moon is reflecting as if it has come down to planet Earth. Moon is reflecting as if it has come down to planet Earth. Understand, practicing surrender or unclutching or Anandagandha Dhyana, complete completion, all this not only brings peace into your heart, it raises the subtlety of your brain grooves and your brain's ability to capture the higher truths. Your brain's ability to capture the higher truths. Brain's ability to live the higher truths. Anything your brain is able to capture, it stores as record. The most subtle one your brain captured makes itself as your cognition and life's goal. Understand? Even once if you are able to understand, capture the word Satchitananda, Sat Chit Ananda, the existence, conscious bliss. Anything which is subtle, the most subtlest experience, imagination, visualization, your brain is able to capture, it will make that as a base for its function. I don't need to do anything other than describe how the materialization happens to my balasans, the way they are able to capture. The moment their subtle grooves in the brain captures this, that power will start manifesting in them. Why I am saying balasans? Because they are more ready to listen. Their inner space has more peace. Their brains have more subtle grooves to imbibe what I am sharing. When I explain that science, if you can visualize it, that power will start manifesting in you. Because anything your brain can visualize, it will make that as your basic functionality. If I can explain moving from one body to another body, astral travel, and your brain is subtle enough to capture it, visualize it, you will start manifesting that power. All powers are like that only. You just need the completion space and Guru who properly makes your brain grooves to catch it. I wonder the sophistication with which these Upanishadic rishis were able to reflect the whole reality. I tell you, the detail with which they describe the stars and the planets in Vedas and Agamas, you will be shocked. Even I was wondering, how did they say, unless you see, you can't pen down so detail, such detail. The biggest conspiracy done against Bharat is the Indian astronomy and astrology was not given its due respect and legitimacy, brushed aside in the name of myth and mythology. If you read, you will understand. Oldest in the future, longest possible prediction can be done only by our calendar, Panjiga. Science is so perfect. I used to wonder, what was the telescopes they used? What was the satellites they used? How did they so precisely record the details? Actually, the exact method happened. I saw in the cosmic records. One rishi will sit in samadhi and reflect the whole cosmos in his inner space. The other rishi will just see his inner space, do fast forward, just like how you handle the iPad and pen down.